Alright, so in this section we're going to build a quiz application which is gonna look like this. And here you can introduce your name, you can type Alex, let's say, and you can start the quiz. And it will ask you what country does this flag belong to, and you have an image of the country, and you have the options. So you can choose from those options that you see here. So now if I choose, let's say, Italy here, if I click on check, as you can see, the answer is highlighted in green, meaning that it's the correct answer. If I click on next, now if I choose here, let's say Armenia instead of Argentina, and if I click on check, the Armenia is highlighted in red, meaning that is the wrong answer, and the correct answer is highlighted in green, as you can see here. So if I click on next, now I can choose, let's say, Brazil. It will highlight the answer. I can click on next to go to the next question. Here I can choose again an option, check, next. Here I'm going to choose Finland, check, click on next, Germany, next, Nigeria, next. Now let's click on next. And now we have Romania here. So let's click on next. Let's click on Spain, click on next. Let's choose Haiti and finish. And after you finish the quizzes, you get to this result activity. You have a congratulations, the name Alex, your score is 9 out of 10, and you can click on finish to go back to the starting screen. So this is what we are going to build in this section. In this video and the next videos, I'm going to show you how you can create a quiz application. Therefore, let's create a new project. I'm going to select empty activity. Let's call it quiz app. And let's click on finish. Alright, the first thing to do is to get rid of the action bar. Therefore, I'm going to go inside values, themes. I'm going to double click here. And I'll create a new style because I want to remove the action bar at the activity level and not at the application level. So I want to remove the action bar only for a particular activity, not for the whole app. So I'm going to type here style, theme quiz app, and I'm going to type here no action bar, opening tag, and here I'm going to type item, window, action bar, set this to false, item, window, no title, set this to true. Now I'll go inside manifest, and at our activity here at the before the tag I will type theme, and we have theme quiz app no action bar, the theme that we created. Now the next thing that I want to do is to create a drawable resource which is gonna be our background for our first activity, and it's gonna be a shape. We're gonna have the name BG, and here I'll type so before that shape rectangle. I want to be a rectangle, and it's gonna be a gradient, the color. So it's gonna have a start color, and for the start color I'm gonna choose this color because I want to pick a color from here. So I'm gonna click on this, go to custom, and let's pick a color that we like from here. So let's change it a little bit. Alright, so we have the hex code there. Now let's copy this hex code. Let's type end color. Let's paste that code and let's change it. So let's make it more transparent. Alright, let's delete this and let's choose an angle. So angle, and I'm gonna put 90 degrees here, and depending what angle you choose, you're gonna see this difference. So if I put 90 degrees, you'll see in this way. If I put 180 degrees, you'll see it in this way. So see, wait a little bit. You'll see it in this way. So depending on the angle, it will be shown differently. So I'm going to put 90 degrees here. let's click on split, and we have this. Now let's go inside our layout. Let's go inside activity main. Let's go to code. Let's change this to a linear layout. Let's change the orientation to vertical. Let's give a padding to all the views that are going to be stored in this linear layout of 16 dp from the edges, from the margins, and let's delete this text view because we don't need the text view. Now let's look at design, to code. Now let's run our app to see how it looks. We have an error and it says that the compile SDK is 32 and it need to be set it to 33. So let's do that. Let's go inside Gradle, build.gradle, and let's change it here to 33 and here to 33. Let's click on sync now. Now let's run our app again. Alright, so our app opened and we don't have the action bar here, but we still have this status bar. So let's also get rid of the status bar. So let's go inside themes, and I'll type here item name, and it's gonna be window full screen, and set that to true. And that is gonna make the, so type true, and let's also put the background here, the background that we created, the BG. Now let's run our app again. Alright, so now we have this gradient color. Next, we're going to create a card view. So I'm going to go down here. Let's hide the emulator. So we choose this one. I'm going to choose match parent, wrap content for the height, opening tag, because we're going to put items inside here. And before we do that, let's actually put, so let's actually put a text view up here. I'm gonna type opening tag, text view, wrap content for the width and height, and it's gonna have a text of quiz up. Now I'm not gonna create a string resource for this, or we can create if you want. So extract string resource, and we have quiz up. Let's choose the text size of 25 sp, text color that white, and text style bold. Let's see how it looks. Alright, let's also add the gravity here. So let's type gravity center. Let's go to design. Now we have this and it's in the center. Let's add the margin bottom. So margin bottom of 12 dp. So we have a space between our and let's also make the text size bigger, like 35 sp. Alright, so there you have it. Next we have our card view, and here we need to have a text view again, which is gonna say but let's put a linear layout here. Again, a linear layout, but let's actually put for the card view a background. So let's type here background color white. It's gonna have corners, corner radius 10 dp, so it's gonna have the corners rounded 10 dp. Let's go to design, and you can see nothing here because you have the wrap content here. But if I put here 200 dp or 300, look, so let's put dp here. Let's look at design. As you can see, it looks in this way, so it's and it's beautiful. All right, let's delete this. Not that, not completely. Let's delete only this, and let's choose to wrap content. Let's go down here. Let's create a linear layout, match parent, wrap content, opening tag, and it's gonna have an orientation also of vertical, orientation vertical, and here we're gonna have a text view which is gonna say welcome, text view, wrap content, text size, let's say 30 or 40 SP, text style bold, and the text color black. So I'm gonna type here color black. Now if I look at design, have the text view, but let's add the text for the text view. So let's type text welcome. Let's extract the string resource, and that is going to create the string here. This is what it's doing, as you can see here. Let's go back, let's look at design. We have welcome, and let's also choose the gravity here, center. So let's look at design, and we have our text welcome. Let's look again. Let's add a bigger space between the name of the app and the welcome. So let's add a bigger space there. Let's make also the text size smaller, like 35 SP. So that looks nicer. Right, so let's add the margin top. So let's go here, margin top of 15 dp. Let's look at design. So it's like this now, but actually not here I should put this, but instead here I should put margin top. So of let's say 15 dp. So to have the margin between this and this, between the text view and the card view. So if you look at design, it's gonna look like this. All right. Now let's create another text view here. Text view, wrap content for the width and height. It's gonna have a text. Please enter your name, text size, let's say 25 SP, text style normal, and text color let's say gray. Let's type here Android color gray, darker gray. Let's look at the text. So we have please enter your name, but let's add also a margin top here. So margin top. So I'm gonna go here, margin top of 15 dp. Maybe it's too much. Let's see. Looks okay. Also a margin bottom or a padding. So margin. Let's put padding of 10 dp to see how it looks. So it looks better now. But let's make the text size smaller, like 20 SP. All right. Next, I'm gonna put an edit text. So I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna type text input layout, input edit text layout, match parent wrap content, opening tag, and here I'm gonna put our edit text, app compat Android. So we put this one, match parent wrap content, closing tag is gonna have an ID, is gonna be name, ID, name is gonna have a hint, and the hint is gonna be name. Let's create a string resource for this. And let's go up here and let's type style outline box. I want so this one. So if you look at design now, it's not looking. Let's go to split. So for whatever reason it's not showing. Let's run the app to see how it looks. So our app crashed for whatever reason, probably because, oh, I put here a button, sorry. So here it should be an edit text. Sorry, so edit text. This is why it didn't work. So if you look at design, now it should work. Let's see, text input. This one we need to choose, so that one, not the normal edit text, but it's still not showing. So let's run this again. So our app crashed, and we didn't even added some code that our app crashed. Let's see why. So look at Alright, so the error was caused because we had here material 3 components and not material components things input layout outline box. This is why we had that error. Now I'm gonna go down here. I'll create a button, match parent, wrap content. We're gonna have a text, start, or simply type start because all caps is set to true. And let's give it an ID button start. Let's look at design. I don't like how it's looking because we need to add a padding. So we go up here in our linear layout, our second linear layout, we type padding of 15 dp. Let's look at design now, and now it's looking more beautiful. And let's add the margin top. So margin top, let's put 5 dp. And now it's looking more nice. So those are the UI components for the main activity, and we're going to continue our discussion in the next videos. In this video, we're going to see how we can enter a name in our edit text here, and then we're going to click on the start button, which when click is going to take us to the questions activity. So we're going to create another activity which is going to contain the questions and the answers. Now, what I don't like right now is that when I click on this edit text, as you can see, the keyboard overlaps the button, so I can't click the button here. So what I want this to move up when the keyboard is showing, and to do that we go inside Android.manifest, and before our tag of the activity, of the main activity, before the tag, we're gonna add this attribute. So I'm gonna type Android Windows soft input mode add just resize, and that is gonna take care of moving up the widgets. So now if you run this, So now if I click on the edit text, as you can see now it's moving up, and this is beautiful because now you can type here a name and I can click the button, but now the button is not doing anything because we didn't set a click listener to the button. Now let's go inside main activity and let's create our two widgets. So I'm gonna type here val start button of type button equals find view by ID r.id.start button start. Then val edit text name of type edit text gonna be equal to find view by ID r.id.name. Now let's hide the emulator. What we need to do now is to add the listener to the start button, because when we're gonna click on the start button, it's gonna open the next activity. But first let's create that activity. So let's right click here, let's go to new, let's create a new, first I'm gonna create a new package called UI and another package called model. You're gonna see immediately why. Here we're gonna put our model class, which is gonna be the question. Now on the UI I'm gonna right click, I'm gonna go to activity and we choose empty activity, and I'm gonna call this questions activity. Click on finish, and now this is very similar to the main activity. We wait a little bit, we import the R there, import. So we have here the R. We wait a little bit because the Gradle project is syncing. But while this is syncing, let's go to main activity. Now what you need to do here is to type start button So start button, I wait for the suggestion, dot set on click listener, set on click listener, and we choose this one with the lambda. And now when we're gonna click on this button, we're gonna send the user to the next activity, but I will send the user to the next activity, to the questions activity, only if the edit text, the input inside the edit text is not empty. So what we need to do here is we need to type, let's hide this, we need to type here if edit text name dot text dot is empty. So if the edit text is empty, or we can change this to if it's not empty. So if it's not empty, let's press enter. We're gonna create an intent which is gonna take us from this activity to the next activity. So I'm gonna type intent. So intent, import the intent. So now we need to pass the context where we are currently in. So currently we are in the main activity, and we type this. So we're referencing now the main activity. So we're saying that we are going from main activity, and we can put this, or we can put this and at main activity. It's up to you how we want to define those attributes. I'm going to put a comma, and now we need to define the activity where we are going. So here I'm going to type questions activity, then I'm going to put two colons, colon Java class.java, because that is a Java file. And we're not done yet, because we also need to start the activity, and I'm gonna use the also function. So I'm gonna type dot, because there is a interesting way to do this with the also function. So I'm gonna put dot also, and I will type here start activity, and I'm gonna pass the intent, which is it, which is the, because we are calling this also on this intent that we created here. When we say start activity, it is going to start activity and it is going to reference this intent that is defined here. So this is what we're doing here. So this is going to start the activity and it's going to take us to the next activity. Now let's also take care of the else part. So I'm going to type here else. So if the name is empty, so we didn't type anything, I'm going to show a toast dot make text. Again, the context where we want this text to be shown. We want to show this text in the main activity, this at main activity, or only this. I'm gonna type now, please enter your name. Now I need to type the length, the time period, so it's gonna be long or short. Let's choose long. Dot show to show this toast message. Alright, so we have everything now set in place. Now let's run our app. Let's open the emulator. Right, let's type a name. Let's type Alex. Now let's click on start and it crashes. So why it crashed? Alright, so we have a crash and it says, if you look inside the loadcat, you're gonna see this message, unable to find the explicit activity class, and it says the name of the class. So the problem is that for whatever reason it didn't find the activity, the questions activity. And let's look in manifest to see why. So let's open Android manifest. As you can see, this is in red, so it's not referencing correctly the questions activity. And that is because we put our question activity inside this package UI. So you need to put UI first, dot question activity. And now everything will work fine. So now if you run our app, let's bring the emulator here. So this is why it crashed. Let's type Alex. Let's click on start. And now we are taken to the next activity, which has this action bar, because we removed the action bar only for the main activity. Alright, but I also want to finish, to get rid of the previous activity, because now if I click on the back button, it opens this activity again. So after we start the activity, we're gonna type here finish. So type finish, and that is gonna take care of taking out the previous activity. So now if you run this, I should run not apply changes. Let's wait. Let's run it, because I previously pressed on the apply changes. Alright, let's enter a name, Alex, start. Now if I click on the back button, we are taken out of the app, because this activity was finished, so it was removed from the, so we don't go back to it. Now the next thing that we need to do is to create our model class question, which is going to represent a question. So this is why I created this model class, because here we're going to put our class. So I'm going to select Kotlin class file. I'm going to choose data class and I'm going to call it question. So let me check to see question, or you can choose file and you type here data class question. I'm going to type data class question, and the first thing that I'm going to add here is an ID, because we need a way to identify this question. So if it's question 1, question 2, question 3, so I'm going to type here ID. It's going to be of type int, comma. Next, I'm going to have the question. So what is the question? So I'm going to type val question which is going to be of type string. This is going to be the question, which is going to ask something the user. Next, we're going to type the image which is going to be shown, because as you'll see in the next video, we're going to use images to ask a question. So we're going to ask a question about a particular images. So image, and the image is going to be an int, and I choose an int for the image because we will store the images inside our drawable, and the drawable stores the image using numbers. So this is why we choose here an int. We put a comma, then I'm going to type here val option 1. So what is the first option? Val option 2, also of type string. Val option 3 of type string, and val option 4 also of type string. So these are the 4 options that are going to be displayed when the question is going to be shown. Next, we need to define the correct answer. So what is the correct answer? Is option 1, is option 2, is option 3, or is option 4? So I'm going to type here val correct answer, and it's going to be of type int. So this is our model class for a question. Now next, we need a way to get those to get access to those questions. So I'm gonna create a singleton. Now it's time to create the questions, and also need to find a way to get those questions in our app. Therefore, I'm gonna create a new package called utils. So package utils, and it's gonna have a singleton. So new Kotlin class file. Let's choose file. Let's call it constants. And it's going to be an object, constants, curly braces, and here I'm going to type fun get countries, get questions, and it's going to return a mutable list of question. Curly braces, press enter, and here I will create val questions equals to mutable list of, and let's pass here question. Now I'm gonna type here val quest1 equals to question, and I will type here, let's hover over here, it's not working. So first we need to give an ID, so let's type here 1 for the ID. Let's see what we have next. Next we have the question, and the question should be what country does this flag belong? So I'm gonna type here what country does this flag belong? Press enter, let's put a comma there. Let's see what we have next. And next we have the image, and the image is a drawable address. So let's bring the flags here. So let's decrease this, and let's select all of those. And let's bring them inside drawable. Let's refactor. So now we have our flags here, as you can see. Let's increase this back. Have the Romania flag. Now let's go to question. let's go to utils, constants, and let's continue here. And here I will pass the address of the first flag, which is gonna be r.drawable dot, just import the r dot Italy flag, put a comma. Next we need to pass the options. So what options we have for this particular flag? So here I'm gonna pass first Italy, option 1, then let's put a comma. Now for the option 2 I'm gonna pass India. For the option 3 I'm gonna pass Iran. And for the option 4 I will type Ireland. I typed this wrongly without a here. Right, comma, and we have the last parameter, which is the answer, which is, and the answer is 1. Option 1 is the country for which this particular flag belongs. So let's put 1. Now we're done. Now what we need to do here is to type questions dot, so inside our question list now you add this particular question, quest 1. Now I'm gonna speed up the process a little bit because we're gonna do the same thing for the next questions. Alright, so now we're done. We have all of our 10 questions. I should put here 3 for the correct answer. Now let's go inside the questions activity, and what I'll do here, I will type val question list, and I'll type here constants dot get questions, and now we have the questions. And what I'll do, I'll type here log dot t, and we need to pass a tag here. Let's say question size and the message, and it's gonna be $, question list dot size. Alright, now let's run our app. So let's type here Alex, click on start, and now we have this. And if you look at logcat and you search for this tag, question size, let's delete that. We have question size and we have 10, so this is the size of the question, so everything works fine. Now I'm gonna end this video here, and in the next video we're gonna create the UI for displaying the question, showing the flag, showing the options, and also gonna add the submit button here. So see you on the next video. In this video I'm gonna set up the UI for the questions activity. Therefore I'm gonna open the activity underscore question.xml. I'm gonna change the constraint layout to a nested scroll view, because if the widgets inside this screen are gonna be bigger than the screen, so you need more space. I'm gonna scroll to make sure that you can see the views. So I'm gonna put a nested scroll view here. Then I'm gonna create a linear layout. I'm gonna choose match parent, wrap content, opening tag, and here I'm gonna define an orientation, vertical, a gravity of top, and also center. I'm gonna type a padding here of 16 dp. Then I'm gonna put here a text view, wrap content for the width and height. It's gonna have an ID, question, text view, is gonna be called. And let's type here, not here, text size 25 sp and text style normal, and let's type a text. And now I'm gonna use tools, text, and I'm gonna type what country does this flag belong to. And because here we're using tools.text, this is going to be shown only on the design. So if you run our app, you're not going to see this text. This is why I use here tools colon text. So if you look at design, you see what country does this flag belong to. Alright, so it's looking fine. Now let's put here gravity for the text center to see. Okay, alright, so now the text is centered there. Next, I'm gonna put an image view, which is gonna be the image of the flag. So I'm gonna type image view. So we choose image view, wrap content for the width and height. It's gonna have an ID, image, flag. And we also need to put here set content description. So content description, and this is for people who cannot see, so that they can know what this image is. So I'm gonna type here image flag. I'm gonna put the content description. Let's create a string resource. Alright, let's also use tools, src, and let's choose flag, let's say Finland. Let's look at design. So it's too big. Let's make the height to, let's say, 20 dp, 100 dp. Yeah, let me look now. It's still very big. So not for the text view, sorry. So wrap content here. Here we need to go to put 200 dp. Let's look. Alright, it's looking nice. Let's add a little margin here, margin top of 15 dp. Let's look. So it's looking nice. Now the next thing is we need to add a progress bar. So I'm gonna go inside here. I'm gonna create another linear layout, match parent, wrap content, opening tag. It's gonna have an orientation of horizontal and the weight sum of 10. Then I'm gonna put here a progress bar. I'm gonna choose 0 dp here. You're gonna see immediately why. And for the height, wrap content. Then I'm gonna put here layout weight of 9. So here we define in this linear layout the weight of 10. So we have all of the space, so the entire screen on the horizontal direction. And by putting here 10, and we say here we define the weight sum for this widget, which is inside the linear layout 9, we're saying that we are taking 9 of the 90% of the space that is defined by this weight sum. So now we have only 10% left. So the next, but let's set up the progress bar first. So if you look here, it's looking like that because you need to also type here style. So style, and here we need to type question mark Android colon attr progress bar style horizontal. So we choose this one. So now if you look at design, as you can see, we have this progress bar. That let's add also margin top for the linear layout. Margin top of 15 dp. Let me look again. Now it's looking more beautiful. Alright. Next, we need to define here a maximum value. So I'm going to type max. It's going to be 10 because we're going to have 10 questions. Or you can add more questions if you want. And then I'm going to put min height of 50 dp. So this is going to be the minimum height. Not going to allow a height. That is going to be the minimum height. So next we need to type here indeterminate. So we type indeterminate, and we set this to false because we don't want to have this, because if you click here it's not saying anything. So it's saying that allows to enable the indeterminate mode. In this mode, the progress bar plays an infinite looping animation. So we don't need to have an infinite looping animation. So we set this to false. This is why I set this to false. Now you're going to pass weight sum. So we're going to type weight. I can't for whatever reason. Oh, actually, because I did that. Now, let's go down here. Let's put a progress to see how it looks. So let's put here. Let's say 9. Let's look at design, and as you can see, it's looking like this, and it's looking beautiful. All right, let's go to code, and let's put tools to see if I can progress. Let's put 7. So this is gonna be shown only on the design. Now let's add a text view. I'm gonna find text view here. 0 dp, wrap content is gonna have an ID, text view progress, here another ID, progress bar. All right, let's see if also I need to give some ID here. Here I need to give an ID, not that one, ID, not here, sorry. So let's press Ctrl Z. Let's put layout weight, but we don't need to set the attribute weight here because we don't have a weight sum in our linear layout. Let's go down here, and as you can see here, I put tools and text 0 out of 9. Let's put actually 10. And now if you look at design, we see nothing because the width is 0 dp, but let's put a weight. So layout weight 1, because this one it's using the layout weight 9, so it's 90% of the space. This occupies only 1%, only 10%. So if you look at design, as you can see, we have this, but it's not centered. So let's center it. So let's type here center. Let's type gravity. Let's put center vertical. Let's look at design, still not working. Let's try center horizontal, still not working. let's choose layout, gravity, center vertical. Oh, alright, so now it's working. But let's also add a little bit of margin to the left, margin left, or margin start of 5 dp. Let's look at design. Alright, so now everything looks fine. Now, outside of this linear layout, as you can see, we need to put our options and the button, which is gonna check. We're gonna click on the button to check to see which question is correct. So I'm gonna put here text view, match parent, wrap content for the height. It's gonna have a text size of 25 sp, text style, normal, text style, sorry, normal. Now I'm gonna end this video here, and we're gonna continue creating our UI in the next video. So see you in the next video. In this video, I'm going to continue setting up the UI for our activity questions. So I'll go under this inner layout, so inside the first linear layout, but under this linear layout. And here I will type text view because we're going to display the options, and I'm going to use text views. I'm going to type match parent for the width, wrap content, so it's going to be as big as the width is going to be as big as the width of the screen, not actually as big as the width of the screen because we have a padding. And let's give it an ID. Let's call text view option 1. Now let's add a text color. Android darker gray. Let's add the gravity for the text, center, and let's type here tools, text, so this is not going to be displayed when we run our app. Let's type here option 1. Now if you look at design, as you can see, we have this option 1 here. Let's make the text size a little bigger. So text size 20 sp. Let's look. So now it's looking better. So let's copy this now 4 times, 3 times actually, because we already have one. So 1, 2, and 3. So let's change now the ID to text view 2, 3, and 4. And let's change option 1 to option 2, option 3, option 3, and option 4. So we have our options, and below I'm gonna add a button. So let's add a margin between them. So let's add a margin top of, let's say, 10 dp. So let's copy this, let's paste it here, also here and here. Now let's create a button. So I'm gonna type here button, match parent, wrap content. It's gonna have an ID called check. Let's call it button check. Button check. It's gonna have a text check. Let's create a string resource. text style, text color, let's choose color white. Let's look at design. So here we have it, we have the check. Let's also add a margin tab of 10 dp. So now everything looks fine. We just need to add now a background to the option here. So let's go to code. Now let's create a new drawable, because we need to set the background for our text views. So let's go to drawable, right click, drawable resource file. Let's choose shape here. Let's call it default border, let's say BG. So, or default option BG. Click on OK. Let's go to code. Let's type here shape rectangle, and let's go down, and here I will type stroke, Android color. Let's choose first the width, 1 dp. Color is gonna be, let's say hashtag. Let's put e, so hashtag E8 E8. Right, so you have a gray color there. Now let's put a solid color, so type here solid, and here I'm gonna type color white, not that one, and also some corners to have a to have some corners to the background. So we type here corners with the tag, radius, let's say 7 dp. Let's close this. Now let's go inside our text views, and let's set the background for all of our text views here. For our text view options, background BG. Again here, background BG. Here, background BG, default option background, and also here background BG, default option background. Let's look at design, and now as you can see it's looking like this, but I don't like the fact that it's I don't like the height. So let's change the height of the text views. So let's go here and let's type min height. Let's put 50 dp. Let's see how it looks. Alright, so it's looking nice. So I'm gonna choose min height 50 dp for the next for all of our options. Let's look at design, and let's also choose for the button also min height of 50 dp. Min height 50 dp. Let's look at design. So now everything looks fine. Or I can put directly here height 50 dp. Let me see. I will choose wrap content. Now let's run our app to see how it looks. Alright, so our app opened. Let's type here a name. Alex. Let's click on start. And now we are here, as you can see. And we have we don't have the image, or because that was display only in the design, but everything looks fine. Now let's give an ID to our button. ID, it's already having an ID, I think. What is that? Button check. Okay, so we have an ID. The next thing that we need to do is to go inside our questions activity and connect to create objects for our all of our widgets. So this is what we're gonna do now. Right, so we go up here and we type private latent var progress bar of type progress bar, private latent var text view progress. We're gonna be of type text view. Private latent var text view question of type text view, and private latent var flag image of type image view, and private latent var text view option 1 of type text view. Let's press Ctrl D 3 times and let's change this to 2, 3 and 4. Now let's connect those widgets. So I'm gonna type here progress bar equals find view by id r.id.progress bar text view progress find view by id r.id text view progress text view question what it is question find view by id r.id text view question text view. So text view r.id dot text view I don't have an ID for a text view question. Let me check. Let me go here. Question text view. So it's question text view. So let's go back here and it's question text view. Then I'm gonna type flag image equals find view by id r.id.flag image flag. Then I'm gonna type text view option 1 equals find view by id r.id text view option 1. Let's press Ctrl D a few times, 3 times. Let's change this to 2, 3, 4, and let's change this to 2, 3 and 4. Alright, so now we have our UI set it. Now the next thing that we need to do is to get the question. Next, we need to set up the question, and for that I'm going to create a variable here, private val current position equals to 1. Then I'll type here position should be here, private questions list, private val, private latent var question list, questions list of type mutable list of question, and I will go here and I will assign that, so question list. Then I will go down here and I will create a function, private fun set question, and I will type here val question equals, and I'll type question list, and we're gonna get the element at the index current position -1. So this is what to do. Next we type flag image dot set, and we have set drawable, set image resource, and the image resource, as you can see, has the parameter an int. So this is the one that we're gonna use, because you store our images as integers. So type, we select that one, set image resource, and I'll type here question dot image. Next I'm gonna type progress bar dot set progress equals to current position. Then text view progress dot text equals, and I will put here $, current position, then progress, $ also here, progress bar dot max. Alright, then I'm going to type text view question, so the first one, not this, so text view question dot text equals question dot question, then text view option 1 dot text equals question dot option 1, and let's press Ctrl D 3 times here. Then it's going to be question 2, question 3, question 4, and you're going to choose option 1, option 2, option 3, and option 4. And let's call our function set question. Now if you run our app, alright, so our app opened. Let's click on start, and we have the flag, and we have what country does this flag belong, and we have Italy, India, Iran, or Ireland, and you can click on check. But now those are not working. I'm gonna make them working in the next video. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to see how we can add the little border to our option which is selected, and also going to see how we can reset the other buttons which are not selected. And the first thing that we need to do is to create a, I'm going to copy this. So copy, paste. We're going to create a new drawable, but this is going to be called option selected option border bg. Selected, and we go inside here and we change the color to, I'm going to change this color, I'm going to type color, so color purple 500, and that is going to have a little border. Let me actually increase the, let's put here 10 dp to see. As you can see, we have this around the borders. Now let's put 1 dp again. Now let's go inside questions activity, and let's also create another variable here. So let's separate those. Let's create here private val selected option. Should be selected option position. So selected option position, and we're gonna put equals to 0. Then I'll go down here, and also what I want to do is to if I am at the last question, to change the text of the button, but I don't know, I don't think I created the button here. So let's create the button. So let's put it down here, private check private val or private latent var check button of type button, and we go down here and we type check button equals to find view by id r.id dot button check. And what we need to do, I'll go up here because we have multiple options. I will implement the listener here. So I'm gonna type view dot, so let's import the view dot on click listener. So now we need to implement the function on click. So let's implement the function on click. As you can see, it's down here, and let's change this parameter from p0 to view because I don't like that name. So here I'm gonna type when view dot id, and I'm gonna take care of this later. Now let's type here if. So now I'm gonna check to see if the current position it's equal to the how I call it, question list dot size. Then I'm gonna type here check button dot text equals finish, else check button dot text equals, let's put check. So if the current position is equal to the last question in our list, that means that we are at the end, so we should click on finish. Else we're gonna click on check because that means that we're not at the end yet. So this is what we're basically doing here, and now everything works fine. Next I'm gonna create a function which is gonna reset the the border colors for all of our options. So this will be used when you click on an item, let's say, and you check and you go to the next question. Then you need to reset all of those back to this border which is gray out. So this is what we're gonna do next. So I'm gonna type here private fun reset, let's call it reset options, and I will create here a list val list, let's call it options, val options equals to mutable list. Let's use the builder function, mutable list of text view, because we're gonna store text views. And then I will type options dot add text view option 1. Let's press Ctrl D 3 times. Text view option 2, text view option 3, and text view option 4. Now what I'll do after this, I will loop. So I'll type for option in options. So we're gonna loop through our text views, and I will type here option, which is our text view, dot set text color I'm gonna type here color dot parse color, and I'm gonna put here hashtag 7a 8089. Let's hide the emulator. Then I'm gonna type here option dot typeface equals typeface default. Then we're gonna type option dot set background or background equals context compact. So context compact dot get drawable. I'm gonna pass this, and for the drawable r dot drawable dot default option border. So this is gonna take care of resetting the option every time we need to reset the options back to this state. Alright, so this is what this function is gonna do. Next, we need the function which is gonna change the border of the option which was currently selected. So this is what I'm gonna do next. Alright, so let's type here private fun selected option. I'm gonna call it only selected option. You can put here text view, or let's keep it selected option, and it's gonna take as a parameter a text view, which is gonna be the selected option text view, and selected option number, which is gonna be of type int. Curly braces. Now first we need now to call our reset options to reset all the options, and now I'm gonna set the option which was selected with the background that we have here, selected option border, which is gonna have that purple color on the border. So this is basically what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna type here text view, so the text view that was selected dot set text color So I'm gonna type here color, that again parse color. I'm gonna put quotation marks, tag 36, 3A, 43. So this is what I'm gonna put here. Then I'm gonna type text view, that set text view that set typeface. So or typeface equals to typeface dot bold, but this is not working. So let's tell you that set typeface. Let's choose this one. I'm gonna type text view here dot typeface and typeface dot bold. Right, now this is gonna work. Then I'm gonna type text view dot background equals to context compact dot get drawable. Gonna pass this and r dot drawable dot, and here gonna type selected option border bg. So this is gonna take care of this thing. Now we need to handle clicks. We need to handle the clicks on our options. So this is what we need to do here. Now before we do that, let's also type here selected selected. I forgot how to call it. Selected. Let's go up. So let's go up here. So private val selected option position. So that one, selected option position. I'm gonna type here selected option position is gonna be equal to selected option number. So this is what we basically do. And you need to change that to a var because it's a val. So let's change to var. So this is what to do here. Now here I'm gonna type when r.id dot option text view option 1, then I'm gonna call our select option function, and pass our text view option 1, and so there is a problem. Let's define this below. So still not. So the problem is that it's selected option. So, and here I'm gonna put 1. Then I'm gonna pass. Then I'm gonna type r.id dot selected r.id dot option 2. I'm gonna pass here selected option. I'm gonna pass text view option 2, and I'm gonna pass 2 here. Again, r.id dot option 3, selected option text view option 3, and I'm gonna pass 3 here. Then r.id dot option 4, and I'm gonna type select option text view option 4, and I'm gonna pass 4. So this is our logic. Next, what we need to do is go inside our on create, and we need to attach click listeners here. So what I'll do here, I'll type text view option 1 dot set on click listener, and I'm gonna pass this do this 3 times. Let's change this to 2, 3, and 4. Alright. Let's also add one click listener to our button. So I'm going to type here check button, set on click listener, but we're going to take care of this in the next video. So I'm going to go down here. I'm going to type r.id.check button, not this one. So r.id.check button, again, button check, and I'm gonna take care of the code for this button check. So when you click on the check button, to see if if you selected the right answer, I'm gonna take care of this in the next video. Now let's run our app to see how it's working. So let's go to device, let's wipe our data to make sure that it's not working in this way because it's already running. Let's run it. Let's open the emulator and let's wait. Alright, let's type a name here, Alex, start. Now if I click on Italy, as you can see, it has this now border, and it's also the text is set to, text style is set to bold. And if I click on India, Iran, Ireland, as you can see, everything works fine now. So I'm gonna take care of the check functionality in the next video, because now we have this and it's beautiful, it's working. Alright, so I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, I'm gonna select an answer and we'll check to see if the answer is correct by showing the background green if the answer is correct and showing the background red if the answer was not correct. So first let's create those backgrounds. So I'm gonna go inside drawable and I'm gonna copy this default option border. So copy this and paste it here. And let's call it correct option border. Let's click on OK. Let's go inside. Let's hide the emulator. And we need to delete the stroke because we don't need the stroke. And I'm gonna type here Android color green light. So this is what we're gonna use. Now I'm gonna copy this, or I'm gonna paste again what I had previously. And let's change this to wrong. So wrong option border and click on OK. We go here, we delete the stroke, and we change this to color. Let's put Android. Android color green. Let's choose red light. Now let's go inside our questions activity and let's create a few variables here. Now I've changed the name of the previous variables. I forgot how in the previous video I called this variable, but now this variable has the name question counter because it's more descriptive, the name. So the name is saying more clearly what it's doing. So it's basically the question counter. It's going to count at what question we are currently in. Now I'm going to create another variable here. So I'm going to type here private val or private var selected answer, and I'm going to put equal to 0 selected answer. Then I'm going to type private latent it current question of type question, and private var answered equals to false. I'm gonna see immediately why we need those. Now, what we need to do first is to go inside our button check, and what I will do here, I will check to see first if it's not answered. So if we didn't answer to the question, then we're gonna check the question. This is what we're gonna do. Else we're gonna display the next question. So this is what we're doing here. So here I'm gonna type let's change the name from set question to show next question. So let's change this. Let's go to refactor, rename, let's call it show next question. And let's go down here. So now I'm gonna type here check answer. So this is how this function is gonna be called, and this function is gonna check the answer. And else, if the answer was the answer was given, we're gonna move to the next question. So I'm gonna type here show next question, and inside the show the next question, I will go here and I will type here question counter. So we're gonna increment our question counter to go to the next question. So we increment it in order to go to the next question. Then I'm gonna type here answered, and here I'm gonna put equals to false, because we're gonna start again without we're gonna start with the next question, and for the next question the answer was not given by the user. So I'm gonna start with false. So we set this to false, and we have check answer. Now let's create this function down here. So I'm gonna type private fun check answer. Now what I will do here, I will type, but first let's go inside our show next question, because I need to do something here. What is the function here? I'll type here current question equals question list, and we're gonna get the current or counter questions counter. So we're gonna get the current question, and we're gonna set that to false there. So let's go down here now inside our check answer function, and here I'm gonna type answered equals to true, because now the question was answered, because we're checking the answer. So the question was answered. And here I'm gonna type if selected answer, so the answer which was selected by the user from those options, from the 4 options that we have here, if that it's equal, let's put here equal to current question dot correct answer. So if that is the case, then that means that we got an answer and we got the correct answer. But what we got an answer and we got the correct answer, but what is the answer? So we have four possibilities here. So I'm gonna type here when. So we type when selected answer 1. So when selected answer is 1, then that means the option 1 was selected. So I'm gonna change the text view option 1. I'm gonna change the text view background of the option 1 to green. So I'm gonna type here context compact text view dot background, then equals context compact dot get drawable. I'm gonna pass this and r dot drawable dot the correct or the drawable dot correct option bg. And let's copy this 3 times. Let's paste it here once, and let's change it to 2, 3, and 4. Now let's change the names here. Text view 2 here, text view 3, and text view 4. Alright, so this is basically what we're doing. Now, if the selected answer is not correct, then I'm gonna show the current the selected answer which was selected by the user. I'm gonna show the background in red. So I'm gonna copy all of this when. So I'm gonna copy this when. Let me see where it starts. When. So I'm gonna copy this. So now we're gonna show the background for the if the question is not the correct question. So I'm gonna paste this here, and the only thing that we'll do, I will change this to wrong, to the background that we created. So wrong option border bg. Let's copy this. Let's paste it here, here, and here. And we have a problem here, missing curly brace. Alright, now it's happy and it's fine. So this is our logic to check for the answer. Now another thing that we need to do is to set the text of the button to next when he clicks on the check. So when he clicks on the check button, we're gonna make the background either green or red, depending on the answer, if it's correct or not. And we're gonna change the text of the button. So I'm gonna type check button dot text. I'm gonna change the text to next. I'm gonna put equals next. And we're gonna also create a function which is gonna show the correct answer if the user is selecting the wrong answer. So I'm gonna type here, but first let me check to see how the code works now. So let's go up, let's see if everything is fine, and we have this reset options here. Called is fine, so whenever we show the next question, we reset everything and we start from 0. Now let's run this to see how it works. Let's type Alex here, start, let's choose Italy, let's click on check, and it's not working. So it's not working. Now let me see why. Alright, so I run the code again. Now it's working. I couldn't find what was the problem, but now it's working. So now if you click on let's say Italy and click on check, as you can see, it's working. If you click on now you click on the next button. Now if I click on Argentina, as you can see, this is correct. Now let's click on next. Let's click here on let's say Belgium. Check, and everything works fine. Another important thing to do is to, after we select an option, so after we select an option from those 4 options that we have here, it's important to have the selected answer, so reset it to 0. So when we move to the next question, it will start again from it will start again to be assigned different values, either from this option from the second option, for the first option, from the third option, and so on. So this is why you need to put here selected answer equal to 0. So every time we log another question, the selected answer starts at 0. Then when you click, it's gonna be 1. When you click on this, is gonna be 2. When you click on this, is gonna be 3, and so on. So because if you don't do this and you go with the selected answer to the next question, it will have the previous value and it will show an error. Now let's also show let's show as you can see, we have a problem. Let's show also the correct answer. So I'm gonna go down here. I'll create a function which I'm gonna call it here, called show solution. So I'm gonna type here private fun show solution, and here I will type selected answer equals and I will type here current question. So I'm gonna get the current question dot correct answer. This is what we're gonna do here, and here I'm gonna type when selected the answer. So no matter what, we're gonna show the correct answer. So I'm gonna copy this code that we have here. I'll go down here and I will paste it here. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Let's hide the emulator. And now everything looks fine. Let's run our app. Alright, and now the show solution is gonna show a solution. It's gonna show the correct answer if you don't choose the correct answer. So if I choose India now, click on check. As you can see, it shows the correct answer, which is Italy. So this is what the show solution function is doing. If I click on next, and if I click now, if I choose Argentina, get the color green because this is the correct answer. Click on next. Now if I select the wrong answer, let's choose Bangladesh, and if I click on check, as you can see, so it's shown in red and the correct answer is shown down here. Alright, now I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, I'm gonna create a result activity which is gonna be shown after we finish our questions. So let's right click on UI, let's go to new activity, choose empty activity, let's call it result activity, and let's click on finish. Now, one thing that I want to mention is that in the previous video when I ran the code and it didn't work, what I actually did, because sometimes I prepare the code before I record the video, because in this way I can remember what steps I need to follow when it's a lot of code. And what I did is that I changed this. At the beginning of the video, this function has this name, show next question, and after I had that crash, the name was set question. That is because I pasted the code and the name wasn't set it to show next question. But I changed it back to show next questions to be more precise about what the function is doing. Now let's go back inside the result activity. As you can see, it's building. We need to wait a little bit. Right now, activity is created, and the first thing that we need to do is to take care of the UI. So click on activity result. Let's go to code, and here we're gonna create our UI. And the first thing that we'll do, I'll change this background. I'm gonna type background to our BG gradient. So if you look at design, as you can see, now we have this here. Now I'm gonna paste some code here. So let me take this code and let's paste it here. And we have a few problems. Let's change this to BG. Let's call it UI result activity. And we also need to download a trophy icon. So I'm gonna pause the video now. Alright, so I download the trophy icon, so let's add it here. First we need to add it here, so let's increase this, let's decrease this, and let's copy this here. So we have our trophy, and I'll type drawable trophy. Now if you look at design, nothing because we have a problem. Let's change this color to color 500, purple 500. Let's look at design. So this is how it looks now. It's and it's beautiful. Your score is 9 out of 10. Let's go to code. Now I'm gonna end this video here, and we're gonna set up the result activity in the next video. So see you in the next video. Alright, so one thing that I don't like is that we have duplicated code. As you can see in this function show solution, we have the same code that we have here inside this if statement. So we have the same code, and to not have this duplicated code, I'm going to create a function private fun highlight answer. It's going to take a parameter called answer of type int, and what I'll do, I will take all of this code and paste it there, and instead of selected answer, I'm gonna pass the parameter answer. Now I'm gonna delete this code, and I will call the function now highlight answer selected answer, and I'll do the same thing here inside this if statement. So here I'll delete the code, and I'll type here highlight answer selected answer. Alright, now if you run our app, so now we have the code only one time here, and whenever we need it to use it, we just call the function. Let's type a name, click on start, let's choose India, check, and everything seems to work fine. Argentina, check. So the code works fine. Right, so this is how we can improve our code a little bit to make it more concise, because it doesn't make sense to have that duplicated code. It's better to have the function and call it whenever we need it. Alright, now I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. So in this video we'll send the user to the result activity, and we'll also send some data to the result activity to be displayed there. And the first thing to do is to copy this code inside the show next question and paste it inside this if check, because I want to show the next question only if we still have questions. Otherwise this will be incremented and we'll have a crash because we'll try to get a question that doesn't exist. Now, as you can see here, I have a comment which says start activity here. So here we're going to start the activity. Here I'm going to type intent. I'm going to pass this. And then I'm going to type here result activity colon class.java that also, and I'm going to type here start activity it. So if there are no more questions, that means that the user has finished all the question, and I'm going to send the user to the result activity. This is what we're basically saying here. We're going from this activity to the result activity. So this line of code is doing that. And it refers to this intent that is defined here. So start it, then it means start this intent. Now, let's run this to see how it works. Let's run our app. Let's type a name, click on start. Let's choose an answer, next. Alright, so after I finished the last question, as you can see now it took us inside this result activity. Now I want to remove the action bar and the status bar. So I will go inside manifest. Let's look at result activity. Let's see where it is. So result activity. And I'll type here theme. quiz up. I'm gonna type style. So let's put at style quiz up, no action bar. Now let's run this again. Let's enter a name. Now I'm gonna speed this a little bit. Now when I click on next, as you can see, it took us in this activity, and we have this background, and we have the action bar and the status bar removed, and we have result, congratulations, and here we're gonna display the score and the name of the person who took this quiz up, who took these quiz questions. And the first thing to do is to go inside constants, and let's create some constants here. So I'm gonna type const. Const basically means that this is gonna be a constant value, and I'm gonna type here username, because we're gonna send the username. So type username const val total questions equals a string total and const val correct, or you can type here score equals to correct answers. And we're gonna use this in our intents. And the first thing to do is to go inside main activity, and when we start this activity here, we're also gonna send some data. So I'm gonna type here it, so this intent dot put extra constants dot username, and I'm gonna type here edit text name dot text dot toString. So we're gonna send this data to the question activity. Now inside question activity, we go inside on create, and let's do it down here. Down here I will type, let's create a global variable, private latent var, let's call it name of type string. Alright, now I'll go down here and I'll type if get intent dot has extra, I'm gonna pass here constants dot username. So if it has this constants dot username, so it has the username, and we are using this constants dot username because it's better than typing here let's say username, because what if you made a typo, you forgot to put a letter, and that it will crash your app. So this is why you're using constants. So I'm gonna type again, let's press Ctrl Z, constants dot username, and I'll type here name equals intent dot get string extra constants dot name. So constants dot username, sorry. So, and we have a problem, we need to pass also, there is a problem, also this is nullable, so let's put here the exclamation marks, and that is going to solve it. Now when we're going to start our activity here again, we're going to use the it basically refers, as you can see, it, and the type is intent. It refers to this intent that is created here. This is what it is doing, it's referring this intent that we created. So it dot put extra, we're gonna pass constants dot username, and we have a problem. Actually we need to pass the value here, so name, it dot put extra constants dot score, and this is gonna be equals to, and let's create a global variable here, private val var score equals to 0, and every time we have a correct answer, I'm gonna increment that. So I'll go down here and side check answer, and I'll put here score ++. So every time we get a correct answer, we're gonna increment our score. So let's go up, and here I'm gonna type score. Then I'm gonna type it again dot put extra, and the total here I'm gonna pass the total number of questions. So I'm type here constants dot, so constants dot total questions, it's gonna be question list dot size, and then we're gonna start the activity. So this is what we're basically doing, and we go inside result activity, and I'm gonna type here val intent, or you can type directly here intent, but first let's create some variables here. Let's see what names I gave to our widgets. So let's go inside activity result, let's go to code, and we have text result, text view name, text view score. So let's create 3 text views, private latent var text view result text view, private latent var text view score of type text view, and the third one was, let me check, text view score, text view name, private latent var text view name of type text view, alright. I think we don't need this text view result. Let's only choose let's only create this text view score and text view name. So I'm gonna go here, and I'll type text view score equals to find view by id r.id text view score, and text view name equals to find view by id r.id text view name. Now I'll go down here, and I'll type val, and I'll type here total questions equals to intent that get int, so get int extra, type constants dot total questions, and we also need a default value here. Let's put 0. Val let's put here correct, let's type score equals intent that get string extra constants that get, we have here score, val name equals intent that get string extra constants dot username. Now, what I'll do here, I will type text view score dot text equals to, I'm gonna type here, your score is $, score out of $, total questions, text view name dot text equals to name. So I'm gonna type simply name there. Now let's run our app to see how it works. Also, let's type here private init var finish button. Type button. Let's type here finish button equals to find view by id r.id.finish button, and I'll type here finish button set on click listener, and I'm gonna send the user when he clicks on the finish back to the first activity, so to the main activity. So I'll type here intent this main activity colon, let's import the intent dot also start activity it. Now let's run our app. Alright, let's type a name here, Alex, start, let's choose Italy, next, Argentina, Brazil, France, Finland, Germany, Nigeria, Romania, that's my country, Spain, Haiti and Czech, and click on next. Now click on finish, and we have result. Congratulations, Alex, your score is, and we have here null. I wonder why, out of 10. Let me check the code. Alright, so the problem is that here you get in the string extra. You should get, actually not here. Here, for the score, you need to get the int extra, not the string extra. So int extra, constant the score, and let's put also default value of 0. So let's run our app again. Let's type Alex, start. Alright, and now when I click on next, I'm finished. You get result, congratulations, Alex, your score is 10 out of 10. And now if I click on finish, I am taken back to the main activity. Alright, so with this video, we end our chapter about the quiz app, and I will see you in the next videos. Alright, one quick video now, and I made this video because there is a problem with our score, because our score is incremented if both the answer is correct or incorrect, because I put it here. So we need to take this score and add it to increment our score only when the selected answer is equal to current question dot correct answer. So we put it here. So this is will now show the correct score when you finish your quizzes. Now I'm gonna end this video and see you in the next video. Now it's time to start a discussion about recycle view. Therefore, let's create a new project. I'm gonna call it recycle view. And let's click on finish. Now, what is a recycle view? A recycle view is just a particular view with which you can display a list of items on which you can scroll. So in other words, you can display a list of scrollable items. So let's go inside activity_main.xml to other recycle views. Let's delete this hello world text and let's type here recycle view, and I'm gonna drag this recycle view here. I'm gonna put it here. Let's constrain it. Alright, now let's go back to main activity and let's run our app to see what we have. Alright, so our app opened and we have nothing here. And this is because the recycle view that we have here, that we added here, is just an empty template. In order for the recycle view to work, to display individual items, scrollable items, you need to create what is called an adapter. And you can think of the adapter as the bridge between the template and the data. And the adapter is going to fetch all the data inside the recycle view and is going to display that data inside the recycle view. But before we do that, before creating the adapter, we need to create a layout which is gonna display which is gonna represent each individual item inside the recycle view. So I'm gonna go inside the resources, layouts. I'm gonna right click on the layout, go to new, and we'll select layout resource file. I'm gonna call this item. Let's call it recycler view item. Let's click on OK. Let's go to code. And here I'm gonna delete this constraint layout and I'm gonna put a relative layout. Now, what is a relative layout? Relative layout is also a layout, but you can manipulate the child widgets which are going to be inside the relative layout in a particular way, in a different way. So this is why you're using here a relative layout. So we type relative layout, as you can see, and with this you can manipulate the data or the views which are inside the relative layout with more flexibility than with a constraint layout. So here I can put orientation and I'm going to put vertical. I'm going to go down here, and what I will add now is a card view. So I'm going to type here card view. It's going to match parent. It's going to wrap content, and you're going to open here because we're going to put inside, and here inside we're going to put a linear layout, and a linear layout allows us to have our items inside the linear layout orientated vertically. So I'm going to type here linear layout. Let's open the tag. Linear layout. We choose this one. We choose match parent, wrap content. We opening tag. And here I'm going to put a text view. Wrap content. Down I'm going to put another text view. Wrap content. Let's give an ID to the text view. Let's say text view item, and here ID plus text view number, because here we're going to display a number. Now if I go back in activity main.xml and if I go inside the code, now if I type here tools list item and I choose this one, recycle view dot view item. Now we can see the how our recycle view is gonna look. So for whatever reason I can't, but it should work. Let's go to design back. So it's not showing for whatever reason, but it's okay. Let's go back inside recycle view dot item. Let's go to design, and let's also add some padding to our parent layout. So I'm gonna put here padding. Let's put 16 dp. Let's go to design. Let's go to code, and let's put some text here. Let's say text item 1, and here text a number, let's say. Let's put here also orientation vertical. Let's go to design. So this is how now it looks. We have item 1 and 5, but let's make the text a little bigger. So text size 20 sp, and here also text size 20 sp. So I'm gonna go back to design. So now we have our but I still wondering why it didn't show the recycle view here item. So let's copy this. Let's change this to a relative layout to see maybe it will work. So let's change to a relative layout. Orientation vertical. Now if I go to design, now I can see the individual item. It should show the individual items, but you only see the individual item. And as you can see, this is a card view. As you can see, and it has this border here. Alright, so it's okay. Let's go back to code. Let's go back to main activity. And I'm gonna end the video now. And the next video, I'm gonna create the adapter. I'm gonna fetch our recycle view with data. I'm gonna display the data in the recycle view. So see you in the next video. Right, so there is a problem at section 24 which is pointed out by a student, and the problem is that at the beginning of the chapter in the first video I set for the ID, as he says here, at 3 and 25 you are setting the title and description for the view, but in the previous video within the recycle view, the item recycle view item, you set different ID to views, and this is what this is the problem that in the first video I set for the views, for the text view, I set this ID, and in the next videos you see the ID, title and description. So in order to don't get into problems, just give the ID here title, and here description, and everything will be consistent with the rest of the videos. So here description. So this is the problem that was previously. Instead of title and description, I had in the first video I gave those IDs, not title and description, and when I go to the next videos, when I reference the text views, I use the title and description, but this was not the ID that I gave in the first video. So just change this to title and description and everything will work fine. And thank you for pointing this out, because this will help other people too. So I'm gonna end this video now and see you in the next video, and thanks. Now it's time to create an adapter to fetch data inside our recycle view. But first let's create a few packages, because it's good to have the code organized. So if you have classes which are somehow related, it's good to have them in the same package. So I'm gonna create first a package called utils, and here I'm gonna put our utilities like constants, like some constants. I'm gonna type here utils. I'm gonna create another package called model, and here we're gonna put our model class. and another package called adapter, and here we're going to put our adapters. So I'm going to type adapter. Now I'm going to go inside the model class, and here we're going to create a Kotlin class file. I'm going to call it example item. It's going to be a file. And here I'm going to type class example item, and it's going to have two properties, val title of type string and val description also of type string, and there's going to be a data class, so we're going to put data here. So this class that we have here, description, so this class that we have here is going to represent the individual item, the XML item that we created here. This is what this class is representing. Next, we're going to create an adapter. So on the adapter package, you go to new, and we also create a new file. I'm going to call this file adapter. And here I'm going to type class example adapter, parentheses for the constructor, and we are going to inherit from the class called recycle view dot adapter. And here between the angle brackets we need to pass an inner class which is going to be the view holder. So I'm going to put parentheses here, and I'm going to type here example adapter dot and the inner class that we're going to create immediately. So it's going to be called example view holder. So I'm going to put curly braces, and I'm going to go here and I'll type inner class example view holder. So now we have our example view holder here, but we have this underline. Let's put parentheses, and we need to extend from our recycler view dot view holder, and here we need to pass an item view. We're gonna see immediately why. So we put view, and we're gonna put that view. Let's import that. Import, and we're gonna pass the view here to the parent class. Now, if you hover over here, you need to implement now some functions, because what we are doing now is we are taking all the functionality that a recycle view, which the Android developers created, all the functions and all the properties and all the that logic which is gonna display, which is gonna create a recycle view, and we are inheriting from it, and we provide some new functionality which is particular to our own list, to our own recycle view. And because of that, we need to implement the functions here. So I'm going to implement those three functions. So I'm going to click on OK. Now you see the power of inheritance in action. So we delete those, we delete this, and the inner class usually we put at the end of those functions. So I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to put it here. All right. Now we need to create to pass for the constructor to pass a context, because we're going to use this context. So we're going to be of type context, and a list of let's import that, a list of elements. It's going to be a mutable list, and this is going to be the list with the data that is going to be displayed in our recycle view. So it's going to be a mutable list of example item. Alright, so now everything looks fine. Let's push this down because it looks better, or like this. Let's actually do it like this. Right, and now I'm gonna end the video. In the next video, we're gonna continue our discussion about recycle view adapter, and I'm gonna see how we'll make our recycle view, or our example adapter, to display the data in our recycle view. So see you in the next video. Now it's time to continue our discussion, and first we're going to look at the onCreateViewHolder function, and this function is responsible for inflating our layout. And what do I mean by inflating is that Android system will take this XML file and will turn this XML file into something that we can see. So it will turn this XML file in this that we can see. And to do that, I'm going to type here val view. I'm going to put equals. I'm going to type layout inflator. So this is the class that we're going to use to inflate our layout. I'm going to type from, and here we need to pass the context. I'm going to pass here parent dot get context, and this basically it will give the context of the parent, and then the context is going to be the main activity. So where it's going to be inflated in the main activities. Next, I'm going to put dot inflate, and we need to pass the layout that is going to be inflated. So I'm going to put r.layout, but we need to import the r, I think, and we choose this one, recycle view item. Then we need to pass some again parent here, and false for attached to root. And you don't need to understand all of this how it works, because most of the time you'll just type this again and again. Now I'm gonna go down here, and now we need to return an example view holder with the inflated view that we inflated above. So I'm gonna type here return example view holder, and I'm gonna pass to the constructor view. So this example view holder is this that we created below here, and for the parameter view we passed our inflated view that we inflated here, which is the recycle view item that we created here. So this XML file, we inflated that XML file, and then we passed that XML file to the example view holder, which basically holds the recycle view items widgets. And we need to go inside the example view holder to connect our objects with the widgets. I'm gonna put here curly braces. I'm gonna type here val. I'm gonna type here title of type text view. Gonna be equals, and now I'm gonna use our view that was inflated and it was passed here to the constructor to go inside that view and to connect with the widgets. So the view that is passed here, which was inflated here, now we're gonna use that view which is passed here to go to get our widget. So type view, find view by ID. I'm gonna type r.id.title, and if you remove the view, it will not work because it doesn't know which file do you mean, where to find the ID. And you're saying here find the ID of this file, so of the file that was inflated here and passed here to the constructor. Next we're gonna put val description equal colon text view equals again view, find view by ID, r.id description. Next, what we need to do is to bind the view holder with the adapter. More specifically, we need to bind the view holder with the data which is passed to the adapter. So we need a way to get the data which is passed here inside our view holder, so to have it displayed inside our view holder. And to do that, I'm gonna type here val current item. I'm gonna put equals elements square brackets, and here I'm gonna put position. So I'm gonna get the element at the current position where the recycle view is, and down here I'm gonna type holder dot title dot text. So we're gonna assign the text now current item dot title. So now we are assigning the title for this particular position, for this particular item, to our holder title. So this is what we're doing here. Next we're going to type holder, which is the view that we created, that description, that text equals current item dot description. And now this will basically put all our data that is passed here inside our view holder, and we're going to have the data displayed. Next, we need to go inside the get item count, and you need to return the size of the elements. So I'm going to type here return elements dot size, and now everything is fine. And now we can create our recycle view. And first, let's go inside the activity main.xml and let's give an ID to our recycle view. So I'm going to type ID recycler view. So this is going to be the ID. Now I'm going to go inside the main activity, and here in the main activity is the place we're going to put together our recycle view, and it's the place we're going to instantiate our adapter. So I'll go up here and I'll type private latent var recycle view, then another private latent var adapter example adapter, and I'll go down here, and first I'll create a function which is going to generate a list. So I'm going to type here private fun generate list. It's going to have a size, so we're going to type here size of type int, and it's going to return a mutable list of example item. We put curly braces and press enter. Here I'm going to create a list, so I'm going to type val list equals to mutable list of also an example item. Then we're going to loop, so we're going to type here for I in 0 until size, so the size parameter. Then we're going to put here list dot add. I'm going to type here example item. Here I'm going to put title, comma, and here title, and put shift and the I, then description $, also I, and at the end we're gonna return this list back. So after finishing looping and adding the elements, we're gonna return the list, return list. Next we'll go here and I will type recycle view. Need to connect our recycle view, so find view by ID. We have here the ID of the recycle view, so r.id.recycle view. Then we're gonna create the, and first let's get the data up here. So let's type here val example list equals generate list, and the size, let's say 100 elements. I will go here. Now I will type here let's push this down, recycle view dot adapter, and we're gonna touch our adapter that we created, so adapter. But let's create the adapter first. So I'm gonna go up here, we type adapter equals example adapter context this, and example list as the items. Next we need to type recycle view dot, I'm gonna put here dot layout manager, and the layout manager is responsible for positioning the items in the list, and we're gonna choose here equals to linear layout manager, and the linear layout manager creates a linear vertical list. So I'm gonna type here linear layout manager and this. Then I'm gonna put recycle view dot set has fixed size to true. This if you don't put set has fixed size here, it will still work, but it's good to have that there. Now let's run our app. So our app opened, but we have only one element. So why have only one element? But if you scroll down, actually we have first element, the second element, third element, but the space between them is very big. So why are you having this? Let's go inside recycle view item. And the problem is that here, the relative layout, for the relative layout, we pass for the height match parent, which means that it will be as big as the screen. So as you can see, it's big as the screen, and this why we get this. So let's put this to wrap content. So wrap content. Now if you run this again, now we have our elements without that big space. We have all of our elements until 99. But what I don't like is that I want to have a border here, to a shadowing border. And to do that, we need to go inside our card view. So inside our card view, and put this code. So I'm going to put this code. I copied this code from the internet. And this code, now we need to import that. So I'm going to press Alt Enter to create that. So I'm going to select the first one. And that is going to add a shadowing border to our elements. So now if you run this again, now as you can see, you have a shadowing border between them, as you can see here. But let's add a padding to the card view. Let's put here padding, let's say 16 dp. Let's run this. It still has that, so let's go inside the linear layout. Let's try to put it here. Padding 16 dp. Let's run this again. Alright, so now we have the padding, as you can see here. So put this padding 60 dp, and we have this. So they look very beautiful. We have those cards here, and you can scroll to them, as you can see. Alright, so this is our discussion about recycle view, adapter, and in the next video we are going to continue our discussion about recycle view, more particularly about the adapter. So see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can add event listener to our items in the recycle view. So when you click on an item, we can respond to the click. And to do that, we go inside the example adapter. So example adapter, not this. So let's hide the emulator because I don't need this. So I go inside the adapter. And to handle clicks, we need to add on click listener on the example view holder, because the example view holder is the one which basically represents the entire view that is this recycle view item. So inside the example view holder, we go here and we type init. So we're going to create an initializer block, and here we're going to type view. So the view that was passed as an argument to the example view holder dot, and you put set on click listener, and select this one. Now we need a way to get the position of the element which was clicked. So if I click on this element, I need to get the position of this element if I want to display the data of that element. And if I click on this element, if I click on this element, I need to somehow get the position of this element and to display the data. And there is a very simple way to get the position. I'm going to type here val position, and we're going to put equals, and we're going to type get adapter position, this one, and that is going to give us the adapter position. That is going to give us the position where of the item which was clicked. So that is going to give us the position of the item which was clicked. And then I'm going to type here val item equals elements, and we're going to get the element at this position. And down here I'm gonna add a toast that make text. For the context I'm gonna pass context, and for the text I'm gonna say let's say $sign item. This should be called item because we are getting the individual item from our list. So item dot title. All right, let's type here the length, toast dot length dot short, and the dot show function. All right, you have one underline. Okay, so you can do that. All right, now if I run this, and if I click on element 1, we get title 1. If I click on title 2, get title 2. If I click on title 3, you get title 3. So our code is working and we get the correct position using the adapter position. Next, let's see how we can add a ripple effect on the items of the recycle view, because now when you click on one of the items of the recycle view, there is no visual effect, and I'm going to add that. So I'm going to go inside recycle view.item. I'll go inside the card view, and I'll type clickable. I'm going to set to true. Focusable also to true, and I'm gonna type foreground, and I'm gonna put a question mark, and I'm gonna choose Android, and here I'm gonna type selectable item background. Now if you run this, so now when you click on the items in the recycle view, you have this beautiful ripple effect. But now we don't have the toast message down here, and I don't know why. So let's move this inside the relative layout to see if it disappears. So it appears, the message from the toast. Let's override resource layout. Anyway, now let's run this. So now when I click, I have the ripple effect, and I also have the toast by moving this here. So this is our discussion about how we can handle clicks on the individual items of the recycle view, and how we can add the ripple effect. And see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can open a new activity when you click on an item of the recycle view. And to do that, I'm gonna go down here. I'll delete this toast message because I don't need this. And we're gonna create an intent. So I'm gonna type here val intent, I'm gonna put equals, then I'm gonna put intent, and here now we need to pass the context, so where we are, and the context is gonna be this context that is passed here to the adapter, and that context that is passed to the adapter is the main activity. So here we're gonna type context, meaning that this is the context of the main activity, because the main activity is because here we cannot pass this. Let me show you. Here you cannot pass this because we are not inside the activity. We are inside this adapter, and we cannot use context here. And what we do instead, we type context, and we here basically passing the context of the main activity, which is hosting the activity which is hosting the adapter. So I'm gonna type context. Then I'm gonna type the second activity, but first let's create the second activity. So I'm gonna go here, I'll go to new, to activity, and it's gonna be an empty activity. Let's call it second activity. Second activity. Click on finish. Now go back here and to type second activity. We wait a little bit. So second activity. class.java. Now here we're gonna start the activity, but we're also gonna get some data, and to put the data I'm gonna use the intent. So I'm gonna put intent, and let's create some constants. So I'm gonna go inside the utils, right click, create a Kotlin class file. It's gonna be called constants, and here I'm gonna create a class constants, and it's gonna have a companion object, and here we're gonna define constant val, let's say key underscore title, and it will be equal to title, and constant val key underscore description equals description. Alright, so we go back inside the adapter, and here I'm gonna type intent. Let's add a space between those. Intent dot put extra, and here I'm gonna use constants dot key title first, and for the value I'm gonna type item, so the item at this position that was clicked, and the item that we got here from our list, dot title. Then I'm gonna press Ctrl D, and I'm gonna change this from key title to key description, and here I'm gonna type description. Next, what we need to do is we need to type context dot start activity, because we cannot type simply start activity here. So if I type here start activity, there is nothing showing. This is because now we are inside the adapter, and the adapter is not an activity, so it does not have those kind of functions. But because the main activity, so the context that is passed as a parameter to the adapter, is hosting the adapter, we can use that context to start an activity. So I can type here context dot start activity, and we're gonna pass the intent. Now here in the second activity I'm gonna get that data, so I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna type val extras gonna be equal to get intent dot extras, and let's call it actually bundle. So bundle or data, let's call it data. And now we need to check if the data is not null. So if I type here let's say val title, and I try to get the title, type data dot get key, I can't, because this is nullable, so it can be null. So what we need to do here is to type data, we use the Elvis operator dot let. Now here I'm gonna type let's actually create two text views for our second activity. So we take a text view, we put it here, we constrain it, we add another text view below of this one, we also constrain it, and let's push this up a little bit. Now let's change the text size. So I'm gonna go inside here, I'm gonna type text size 20 sp, and here text size also 20 sp. Now go back inside the second activity, and here I'm gonna type, first we're gonna create our text view. So I'm gonna type here private latent it var title text view It's gonna be of type text view, and private latent init var description text view description text view. Let's type here, and here we're gonna type title equals find view by id r.id.title, and text view equals find view by id r.id.description. And let's go inside here. Actually, let's see activity.second. Let's see, we don't have the, let's change the id to title, and here to description. So now if you go back in the same code activity, I'm gonna type title and description, and again we have those underlines. So let's rebuild our project. Right now those disappeared, and now here I'm gonna type title text view dot text equals to it dot get string, and I'm gonna type constants dot key title. I'm gonna press Ctrl D, and I'm gonna change this from title text view to description, and I'm gonna change the key to description here. Alright, so now if you run this, alright, so our app opened. Now if I click on title 2, the app crashed. Let's see why. So the app crashed because I didn't initialize the description text view. I typed title text view 2 times, and down I try to use the description text view without initializing. So let's delete here this title text view, and let's type description text view. So let's type description. Now if you run this, if I click on on this item, we get title 2. So now it's working, as you can see, and we have description 2 here. So it's again we have this big space, probably because I didn't constrain that. So let's go in activity second. Let's go to design. Alright, so let's push this up, and let's run our app again. Click on terminate. Now if I click on one of the items, we are taken to the next activity, to the second activity, and we have title 2 and description 2. So the data is send it, and here we get in the data and we assign it to the text views. So now everything works fine. And now I'm gonna end the video and see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can customize our app. Therefore, I'm gonna open activity_main.xml, and I will delete this text view. I will add an edit text in the middle. We'll not do anything with this edit text. This is just for presentational purposes. So let's center it in the center. That sounds funny. Alright, let's go to code. Let's delete the name. Let's add a hint. So let's go to values and let's create a string. And always when you use names for your buttons, hints for your edit text, always create string resources, because later if you want to publish your app and you want to have it translated in multiple languages, you can just take the string resources and translate the strings in a particular language. So I'm gonna type here edit text hint, and I'm gonna type here please enter your name. I'm gonna go back inside activity underscore main.xml. We go here, we type hint, and we put at string edit text hint, that one. If you go to design, now we have this hint, and you also saw that here inside the string resources we have this name toolbar, and this is the name of the app. So if you want to change the name of the app, you just change it here, and you will have the name of the app changed. Now, if I open the manifest file, as you can see, the manifest file is using the name of the app here. So under this Android label at string app name, so if you hold Control and press click, it takes us here. So under the tag application, so this is important, that everything that is set under the tag application is going to be applied through all our apps, so through all of our activities or fragments. We'll see what the fragments are in the future, and everything that is set here will be applied to the whole application. And one particular thing that is interesting for us now is this style, and this is the theme of the app. So this is where the theme of the app is defined. As you can see, if I hover over, we have the color of the status bar, color primary, color secondary. And let's go inside this file. And to go inside that file, I'm gonna click on this folder, themes, and here we have two folders. One which is called themes.xml and one which is called theme.xml night. And we have those two because you can switch on your phone. You can switch from the light theme to the dark theme, and this is why we have here two folders, because when the user switches the theme from the light theme to the dark theme, so it will switch from this theme, which is the light theme, to this dark theme. The Android system will pick one of those folders depending on what the user chooses. So let me show you actually. So if I run our app, click on terminate, Alright, so now we have the light theme. We have here the action bar. This is called the action bar, and this has the colors that are defined here. And the action bar has this color, which is this one here, I think. That is this one, and this thing up here, it has this color that is defined here. So this one, see, and it has this hex code. Now, if I close the app. So I close the app and I go to settings. So let's go to settings. And we go to display and we switch to dark theme. Now if I go back and now if I open the application again, the application, as you can see, this is the name of the application down here which appears. So if I open application toolbar, now as you can see, everything is in dark because now it's using this second folder. Now let's change it back to light mode. So let's go to settings, display. So let's disable this. Now also let's look at the colors that we have here, and as you can see we have let's go inside our application. So let's open the application. We have this toolbar and you can change the color of the toolbar, or you can create your own theme. So I can go inside themes and here I can type style. Let's call it my theme. And what we need to do is to type parent. So it's kind of like inheritance. And we type here theme dot material, and you choose this one, material components, date and night, no action bar, and this is gonna remove the action bar that is here. So if I choose that, I press enter. Let's hide this. Let's copy all of those items. So I'm gonna copy this, and I will paste it here. Now what I can do, I can go inside the manifest, and instead of using theme.toolbar, is gonna use our theme. So I'm gonna type here my theme. So now if I run this, as you can see, now the action bar disappeared. We don't have, because now it's using our theme that we created. And we can do the same thing without creating down here the theme. We can remove the action bar by simply typing here no action bar. So if you run this, so we have a problem. Let's see. Let's rerun this. Oh, actually we need to change now theme here. This is why we have the problem. So let's type here theme toolbar. Let's run this again. Click on terminate. Now again, we don't have the action bar here, because now we're using because now we are using theme material components, day and night, no action bar. And as you can see, the colors that are present here are the colors from this folder. So if you hold Control and you click on that, you can see those are the colors that are used there, and you can change those colors. So let's actually change the colors to see what happens. So let's change this to green, let's say. Let's change this to also a green, like, because as you can see, this is also color picker. So if you click on this, you can pick a color here. So we change the colors. Now if you run this, click on terminate. We don't have the action bar, but if I add the action bar, so if I go back to themes, let's type here action bar. If you run this, as you can see, the action bar is green because we changed the color. And let's change the color for the primary variant here. So let's change also this color, because this color that we have here, purple, this color which is here, this color primary variant here is responsible for the color that is up here. So we can change that, and you can change it actually directly from here. So I can click on this, go to custom, go to colors, select a color. That's also a green. So now if you run this, you'll see that both the action bar and the thing at the top is gonna be colored. Click on terminate. As you can see now, both the action bar and the thing at the top is colored in green. So this is how you can customize your app using themes. And if you click here, as you can see, this is also green. It's no longer blue. So blue, it was blue previously, I think. And this is because we changed the theme. Now let me show you another thing that we can do in manifest, but for that let's create a new activity. So let's go to activity, we choose empty activity, let's call it second activity. second activity, click on finish. Now, by default, when you're running our app, the first screen that is going to be open, the first activity that is going to be opened, is the main activity. But we can change that by going inside Android.manifest, and we can take this thing called intent filter. So you can take this intent filter. Let me see. Alright, so you can take this intent filter. I can copy from the, let's hide this. So I can copy this from the main activity tag. So I can delete it from here, and I can paste it here inside the activity, second activity tag. And we have exported stated to false. Let's put it true. Now, if you run this, now it will open the second activity first, not the main activity. So if I run this, because we added this intent filter, and this is responsible for that's responsible for making the system decide what activity to open first. So now if you wait, as you can see, now open the second activity because we don't have the edit text, and the edit text was only on the first activity. So if I change this back, if I copy this, let's put this back to false. And if I put this now inside the activity tag of the main activity, if I run this, now it will open the main activity and we'll have the edit text here. Right, so now we open the first activity, the main activity. Alright, so this is our discussion about themes. This is how we can customize your theme. This is how we can change colors. This is how you can set the system to open a specific activity that you want, not by the default one that was set it. So this is how we can do it. So I'm gonna see you in the next video. But before we end our video, let me show you how you can add themes to individual activities, because we added the theme at the application level, this will be applied to all the activities and fragments that we're going to have. So what I want is to have a theme for the main activity and another theme for the second activity. And to do that, I'm going to go inside themes. We go down here and we type my theme. Actually type style first, my theme, the name, and type parent, and I'm going to type theme material components day and night dark action bar. Opening tag here, and we copy all of this, but we're going to change it. So we're going to change this to a different color. Let's say this color, and here also. Alright, so now to change the theme for this for our second activity, let's say, we go inside Android.manifest, and under the tag activity of the second activity, we go here and we type here. We press enter, go to the next line, we type theme, we type theme, and put my theme. But first, let me show you how it will look if you don't add this. So let's add the button inside the main activity XML. So let's go to layout, main activity, and let's add a button here. Let's go to design. Let's increase this a little more. Alright, so let's add the button, and as you can see, also the button is also green. So we put here. It's gonna have an ID, this button. Go to button go to, and it's gonna have the text button. Now I'm not gonna create the string resource for this, because it will take some. Actually, let's create a string resource for the button to be consistent. So string button text go to, and we go here and we type string go add string button text. Now if I run our app, so if I run our app, click on terminate. Let's actually add the code. So let's type here private latent it var go to act button of type button, and I'm gonna type here go to button equals to find view r.id go to button, not that one, id dot go to button, and we add unclick listener to this button, and we create an intent. I'm gonna pass this at main activity and second where we want to go, the second activity, class.java. I'm gonna put also, so also start activity it. So now if you run this, click on terminate. We have the go to button. Also we have this now in green. And if I click on the go to button, it will make it will take me to the next activity. And as you can see, the next activity, it also has this theme. But we can change that by going inside Android manifest, and inside the tag of the activity, second activity, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna type here theme, and I'm gonna type style my theme. So now if I run this, if I click on go to, now this has a different theme, as you can see, and it's beautiful. So this is how you can change the themes. This is how you can add individual themes to your activities. This is how you can change you can add the intent filter to change which activity is run first when you launch your application. And now I'm gonna end the video and see you in the next video. In this video, we are going to build an actions menu, which will be here on the top right hand side, and it will have two items, one on the action bar and one which is going to be here, which is going to have two items, and one of the items is going to have two sub items. So let's see how we can build this. And first we need to click on resource, right click, go to new, and we select Android resource file, and here for resource type we select menu. So you select menu. Where is the menu? Here. And let's call it menu to lowercase letters, and we press enter. We go inside this menu. Let's first create some strings. So let's go to value strings, and let's type here string menu item 1 item 1. Let's press Ctrl D. Menu item 2, and here menu sub item 1 menu, sub item 2. Let's also create an icon. So let's right click on drawable, go to new, and click on vector asset, click on this clip art. Let's search for a checked, so let's choose this one, click on OK, click on next, then on finish. Alright, and let's give it a different name. So let's go to refactor, rename, and let's call it IC icon. Click on refactor. Let's go inside. Let's press Ctrl Alt L, and let's change the color tint to white. So let's put FFF here. Alright. Now to create our options menu, we go here. Let's hide the emulator, and we type on create options menu, and here we're gonna return true, and here we're gonna type get inflator, get menu inflator dot inflate r dot menu dot, and that is called also menu. I should give it another name, like example menu. So let's change the name to example menu. So let's call it example menu. Click on refactor. Now I have example menu, and next we need to pass the menu that is defined the app. Now if you run this, click on terminate, we'll get nothing, and we get nothing because we didn't create our items inside our menu that we created here. So here we need to type item, it's gonna have an ID, let's call it item 1, it's gonna have an icon, and we're gonna use IC icon here, and it's gonna have a title, and I'm gonna type here string item menu item 1. Let's close this. Let's copy this. So copy this, let's paste it, let's paste it here. Let's call it item 2, IC icon. For we don't, here we're not gonna pass the icon, and here we're gonna say show as action, and we're gonna type if room. Actually we'll delete this, and we're gonna, instead of show as action if room, we're gonna type never, and here we're gonna type show as action if room. I'm gonna copy this, paste it, item 3, let's call the text to item 2, menu item 3 here. So let's create a string for that. So let's go here, menu item 3, and it's gonna have the text item 3. Now we'll go back inside our example menu, and here we have if room, never, for this also never, and now I'm gonna go at the third item, I'm gonna put opening tag, and here we're gonna add again another menu. So we'll type here menu, opening tag also, and here we're gonna type item ID sub item 1 title string sub item 1 close. Let's copy this, let's paste it here, sub item 2 and sub item 2 also here. Now, but we have a problem. So let's go inside the strings, because I put 2 underscores there. Yes, I put 2 underscores, so let's delete that. Let's put 1 underscore. Alright, so now our example menu XML is ready. So let's go back to main activity. Here we inflated that. Now if you run this now, click on terminate. Now we have our buttons, we have our options, and we have first this one with the icon, and if you click, you see that it has this visual effect for because you click. And if you click on this, we have item 1, item, it should be item 2 here, but it says item 3, and we have the sub items here. So let's go back here to change that, because for whatever reason it says item 3. Alright, so we have a few problems here, because it says item 3, here it says item 3, here item 2, here item 1, and this is because I messed up the string. So look what I did here. Instead of item 1, 2, here I put item 1, here also. Alright, so now if you run this again, so this is you should be very careful with the strings, and I should be very careful also, because we can make mistakes. So let's click here. Now we have item 2, item 3, and we have sub items, item 1 and item 2. Now everything works fine, and there was no problem with the code that we wrote here. It was a problem with the name of the strings here, the value of the strings. Now let's see how we can handle clicks on our individual items. For that we need to override the function here. So we need to override the function here called on options menu item selected. On option item selected, and I'm gonna push this super down, and here we're gonna put when, I'm gonna type item dot item ID, and I'm gonna put r dot ID at item 1. Then I'm gonna put toast message, toast that make text this at main activity. I'm gonna say item 1. Let's hide this, clicked. Then I'm gonna put toast dot length dot short dot show. And next gonna put r, and also you need to return. So you need to return, we need to put parentheses here, another parenthesis, and we need to also return here true. Then I'm gonna put another r dot id dot item 2, and I'm gonna say, why I put sequence here, delete that, only toast. Alright, so let's copy this, let's paste it here, and it will say item to clicked. Again, r.id dot item 3, the toast, and it's gonna say item 3, and again r.id dot sub item 1, curly braces, paste. Now we're gonna say sub item 1 clicked, and let's copy this, and I'm gonna put r dot id dot item sub item 2, and it's gonna say sub item to clicked. Alright, so this is our logic. This how this will actually should add the return true. So return true. So here also return true, return true, and return true. And next we're gonna put here else, and we're going to return this super call. So copy this, paste it here, let's delete it from here. Now let's run our app. Click on terminate. Now if you click here, it says item 1 click. If I click here, if I click on item 2, it says item 2 clicked. If I click on item 3, it says item 3 clicked. And if I click on sub item 1, sub item clicked, sub item 1 clicked. And if I click on sub item 2 clicked, it says sub item 2 clicked. So our code works fine. So this is our discussion about how we can create an options menu, and see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can add a toolbar in place of the action bar. And you saw that the name of the app is toolbar, and this is because I planned for the beginning to make a video about the toolbar. Now, what is the toolbar? A toolbar is a more flexible and customizable replacement of the action bar. That's all. So first I'm gonna go inside here activity.main, and we can add the toolbar directly here. But first let's go to themes and let's remove the action bar. So I'm gonna go here, instead of dark action bar to our theme, I'm gonna put no action bar. And now I'm gonna go back into main activity, actually in activity main.xml. Now I can add a toolbar here, but if I have multiple activities or fragments, I will have to add the code in all of those files. A better way is to create the toolbar in a separate file and just include it in all the files that you need the toolbar. So I'm gonna create a new layout. So click on layout, you go to layout resource file, and let's call to this toolbar. And then let's change this to toolbar, and we choose this one, Android text app compact widgets. Click on OK. Now I'm gonna choose for the layout height wrap content, so it will be as big as the content in it, and also need to pass a background color, which is gonna be coral purple 500. Now if now we need to go back into activity_main.xml, and here we're gonna type opening tag, include, I'm gonna type layout, and I'm gonna refer our toolbar layout. So I'm gonna put our toolbar layout here. I'm gonna add an ID to this toolbar, so I'm gonna type here ID, and the ID is gonna be toolbar. Now, if you run our app, so let's hide this, let's run our app. Click on terminate. So we have the toolbar here, but we don't have the name of the app and the options menu that we created. That is because we have to tell our app that we want to use our toolbar as our action bar replacement. So go inside the main activity and we simply type here. We need to first connect our we first need to refer the ID of the toolbar to create the toolbar. So I'm gonna type here val toolbar equals find view by ID. We're gonna be of type toolbar, and I'm gonna type here r.id toolbar. Now I'm gonna type set support action bar, and as you can see, this expects as a parameter a toolbar. So now we're telling to the app that, hey, use this toolbar as the action bar. So, but we have a problem. So it says that it found the Android widget toolbar, and probably because I put here, let's say toolbar, to see what we have here. Yes, we need to, instead of this one, we need to choose this one, toolbar Android X app compact widgets. And now we don't have any errors, but I don't like because I have this Android X. So let's push this up. Let's try to import this. So let's go on the left. Let's type import. And let's put star. That will not work actually. It's not working. And still it's not working. Actually, I'm gonna let it there with this Android X app compact toolbar, because it will be no problem with that. Or I can try to delete this and put here the toolbar. I can type here toolbar Android X app compact widget. So now everything is fine. It added here now the import. Alright, now if you run our app, click on terminate. Alright, so now everything works fine, and the only thing is that we have this the toolbar, the text on the toolbar is dark. So let's see how we can change that. Alright, so now the title is dark, and also the item here is dark. And to change that, to go inside our toolbar XML, and we need to add a theme. So I'll go down here, I will type theme, and we choose the first one, style theme theme overlay app compa dark action bar. Now if you run our app, now the title of the app is white, and the icon and the options also. But if I click here on the options, you don't see the text. This is because we need to add another thing inside our toolbar, which is pop-up theme. So if I go down here, and I type pop-up theme, I'm gonna type Aron at style / theme overlay dot app compat, and we choose this one, light. Now if I run our app again, click on terminate. Now if I click here, now we have our options and everything works fine. So this is our discussion about toolbar, and see you in the next video. Now it's time to start a discussion about layouts, and we're going to start with the first one called a linear layout. And as the name implies, a linear layout is a layout in which the widgets are arranged linearly. So let's open activity main.xml. Let's delete this text view. And to create a linear layout, I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to delete the constraint layout. And I will type linear layout. And the linear layout has some specific properties. You're going to see immediately what properties it has. Now, if I go here and I add 2 buttons, so let's say I add a button here, wrap content for the width, and so wrap content here also. Let's give it some text like enter. Let's create another button. Let's also wrap content. Let's close this, and let's give it a text of delete. Now, if you go to design, you will see that both are on the left hand side on the top, because this is how they are arranged by default. But what we can do is we can first specify an orientation. So I can go here and I can specify an orientation. So I can type orientation, and by orientation I mean how they are going to be arranged in our linear layout, vertically or horizontally. So let's try vertically. If you look now at design, now they are arranged vertically. But let's say that I want them to be here in the middle, and to do that we'll go down here and to type layout, and we choose we type gravity, and we choose this one, gravity, and we're gonna type top, so at the top. And now if you look at design, you can see that it's still not in the center. So let's what we can do now is you can use the vertical bar operator to combine 2 constraints. So you can say, hey, put the widgets inside this layout at the top, and also center them horizontally. So now if I look here, now they are at the top and they are centered horizontally. So by using this pipe operator or this vertical bar operator, we combined two constraints here, and you can combine more constraints. You can put another constraint here. So I can put here instead of top, so I can put here bottom, and if I go to the design, now they are centered at the bottom, as you can see, and they are vertically, because for the orientation we choose vertically. And we can also we can change this to center. So we can put here I can delete center horizontal, or actually let me show you how you can do with the vertical bar. So I'm gonna type center horizontal, then I'm gonna put the vertical bar, center vertical, and now if you look, they are both in the center. And if you add another button here, wrap content, and let's call it login. Here it should be right. Now if you look, you should close this. Now if you look at design, As you can see, the next button is added below the first two buttons, and is center here in the center. Is center in the center. That sounds funny. And the orientation now is vertical, so they're gonna be vertically arranged inside the linear layout, and they're gonna be center horizontally and center vertically by combining those two. But you can delete those two, and you can simply put here center. This will have the same effect. So if you look to design, we have the same effect. Now you can change the orientation here. So you can change the orientation now to horizontal. Now if you look to design, as you can see here, now they are arranged horizontally in the center. And we can also type here, let's see what options might we have. Top, bottom, we can put here, so we can put here also top, and I'm gonna put the vertical bar operator, and I can type here right, and that is gonna put them in the top right hand side. So if I click on design, now they are on the top right hand side. If I put top and I'm gonna type left, they're gonna be put the top on the left hand side. And we can do the same to bottom. So I can put here bottom, and now it's gonna be down here on the bottom on the left hand side, and we can also put them on the right hand side. So we can combine those two and put them in many places. So if I go to design now, they are on the right hand side on the bottom. And let's delete this. Let's see what options we still may have. Let's try this start. So start, and they are also put here at the start of the layout on the bottom. So let's delete this. Let's put center vertical and pipe center horizontal, or you can simply put center, and it will have the same effect as you can see here. So this is how we can use a linear layout, and I'm gonna see you in the next video. Now it's time to look at the next layout that we can use, and that is a relative layout. And the relative layout is a layout which has a lot of flexibility, in the sense that you can arrange the widgets within the relative layout in various ways. So let's delete the linear layout, and let's type here relative layout. Relative layout. Now let's give some IDs to these buttons. You'll see immediately why we gave them the IDs. So I'm gonna type here enter button, ID, delete button, and ID, login button. Now if we go to design, now all the buttons are stuck on each other because we didn't specify any constraint. So let's start with the delete button, and let's put the delete button. So I'm gonna type here to right off, and let's type here enter button. Now if I go to design, as you can see, now the delete button is to the right of the enter button, as you can see here. Now what I can also do is I can center the enter button horizontally. So I can type here center horizontal, I'm gonna put true. If I go to design, as you can see now the button is centered horizontally, as you can see here, and the delete button is on the right. Now let's add the login button on the left of the enter button. So I'm gonna type here for the login button to left of ID, and I'm gonna type here delete button. So if I go to design, not delete button, login, not so let's delete because I think I did a mistake. So let's look at design, enter button. So to left of ID, enter button. So if I go to design, now all of them are aligned. Now if I also put here center vertically, so I type here has center vertical, and I put true, and I go to design. Now, as you can see, the enter button is center horizontally and vertically, but the login button and delete button are up, but they still are on the left of the enter button and on the right of the enter button. So what we can do? What we can do is that we can go inside the delete button, so delete button and login button. So go inside the delete button and you can type here align bottom ID, and we're gonna align to the bottom of ID of the enter button. Now we go inside the delete button, go inside the, let's go to design. We go inside the login button and we type here again align to bottom of ID of enter button. So we type here enter button. So now if you go to design, now they are all in the center. So this is how we can use relative layout, and have a lot of flexibility with the relative layout. And all of this that we did typing ourselves the code can be achieved by dragging them here and putting them putting the widgets directly here. But it's okay to also know how the XML code works, because maybe somebody writes the XML code for an app, and you should know what it is doing. But as you will see in the future videos, there is an alternative to the XML called Jetpack Compose, and we're going to see how to use that in the future video in a separate chapter. Now I'm going to end the video and see you in the next video. Now it's time to look at the next layout that you can use, and that is a scroll view. And a scroll view is used when you need to display more information than you can put on the screen. So let's go to code. Let's delete those buttons, because you don't need the buttons. And let's change this to scroll view. Actually, let's choose a nested scroll view, which is a newer version of scroll view. So let's choose Android X nested scroll view, and let's put a text view here. I'm gonna put wrap content. Let's put for the height also wrap content. And I added some text in our string resources to be displayed here in the text view. So I'm going to type here text, string, scroll view text. Now if I go to design, as you can see, now I have this text here. And now if you run this, alright, our app opened, and look what we can do. We can scroll through this, as you can see here. So this is what we can do in the scroll view. So I'm gonna end the video and see you in the next video. Now it's time to start a discussion about the next layout that you can use in Android, and that is a constraint layout. So I'm gonna delete this nested scroll view, and I'll add here a constraint layout and use this Android text widget constraint layout. So I'm gonna choose that one. Now I will add 3 buttons here. So I'm gonna type button, match parent wrap content. It's gonna have an ID, button 1. And in a constraint layout, if you don't add constraints to the widgets that are inside the constraint, they are gonna be all stuck up together here at the top. So as you can see, this is underlined, and it says that the view is not constrained vertically. At runtime, it will jump to the top unless you add a vertical constraint. So you need to add constraints, and we're gonna see how you can add those constraints. Let's add the text. text button 1. Now let's add the constraints. So I'm gonna type here to top of parent, so to top of, so I'm gonna type to top of, where is the top of, so this one, to top of parent, and then I will type constraint end to end of parent, and to start of parent, and to start of, so to start of parent. So those are the constraints, but you still have an underline here because it's not constrained vertically. So what you need to do, I'm gonna type here constraint bottom, so constraint bottom to top of, and here I'll add ID button 2. So I'll type here button 2. I'm not gonna create button 2 immediately. Button 2. Have a problem. So it should be constrained. So constraint bottom, not baseline. Constraint button to top of ID button 2, which is not yet created, but we're gonna create it immediately. Then I will go down here. I will create another button. Let's copy this code. Actually, let's type the code ourselves here. So let's type button match parent for the width. It should be ID button 2. Alright, so we have button 2. Let's delete this. Constraint button. So right, so now we need to also add constraints to this one. So I'm gonna type here to end of parent and to start of parent. So I'm gonna constrain it horizontally. Let's look at design. As you can see, they are stuck together there. Then I will type here, I'm gonna type constraint top. So we're gonna constrain the top to the bottom of, so constraint top to bottom. Where is constraint top to bottom? Constraint top to bottom of button 1. So it's gonna be below of our button 1. Need this. Let's look at design. As you can see now, it's below of our button 1. We have a problem here. It should be button 2. Alright, let's look at design. Now as you can see, it's like this. Let's add the text button 2. So by adding the constraint top, so we're constraining the top of this button to the bottom of the button 1. So this is what we're doing here. We're constraining this button, we're constraining the top, so the top to the bottom of the button 1. Now let's add another button. Let's type button match parent wrap content for the width and height. Wrap content here, not match parent. It's gonna have an ID button 3, and it's gonna have a text button 3, then I'll go down here, and now I need to add constraints to this, because if it's not constrained, it will go to the top. So let's add constraints. So now I'm gonna add here constraint start first. So constraint start, meaning left, to start of parent, to end of parent. Then I'm gonna add constraint bottom to bottom of parent. So constraint bottom to bottom of parent, and constraint top, so constraint top to bottom of button 2. So now we're adding this below of our button 2 with this line of code. So let's look at design. So now we have this, and it looks okay. Now another thing that you can do besides those constraints that we saw here is that you can add a chain style. So if I add a chain style here, so I'm gonna type chain style. So I'm gonna choose the vertical chain style because our buttons are added vertically, but if you have we can add them also horizontally, and in that case you need to use this one, constraint horizontal chain style. So I'm gonna select constraint vertical chain style, and I'm gonna type here, let's say spread inside. Alright, so I changed the code a little bit because this constraint vertical chain style was not working because I had a problem with the constraints, and now I added those constraints that you see here. So add them. Also I'll add a code for this up in the description, so you can copy this directly to not type yourself. And as you can see, we have now those constraints, and now if I want to add a chain style, now you can see we have the chain style packed. So let's see what packed means. So let's go to Google, and we have here packed, and the views are packed together after margins are on the core. You can then adjust the whole chain bias. You can adjust the left or right. So the chains, the views are packed together with this packed option. But you can also use spread or spread inside, and if you use spread, the views are evenly distributed. Let's try that. So let's open Android Studio, let's type here spread. So spread, let's look at design, and as you can see they are evenly distributed. And if I change this to spread underscore inside, let's look, as you can see they are now in this way. And this is very, very interesting and powerful. Let's look at Google again. So spread inside, the first and the last view are fixed to the constraints on each end of the chain, and the rest are evenly distributed. So this is what the spread inside is doing. The spread, as I said previously, the views are evenly distributed. This said the documentation. So you can also arrange them horizontally and use spread inside, weighted, packed. So this is how you can use a constraint layout, and this you can use a chain. And the chain style is recommended to be added to the first widget that you have in your constraint layout. So we're gonna add, as you can see here, I added this to the first button, and this option was this attribute was added had an effect on all the widgets that we have here. Alright, so I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Alright, so in this section we are going to build a drawing app which you can draw on the screen, and you can pick from different colors that are here. So you can choose a color, so let's choose a color. You can draw more. You can change the brush size, so let's change the brush size. Now we have a different brush size. We can choose a different color from the color picker if you're not satisfied with the colors that are down. Let's click OK. Now we can draw. We can also pick an image and you can draw on that image. Let's click on allow. So let's pick this image. And you can draw on the image now if you want. And you can also save the image on the phone by clicking on this button. So if you click on this button, as you can see, the image was saved. And now if I go to files, so let's go to files. Let's go Android SDK, Android, data, let's choose this one, cake, no, not this one, files, pictures, I don't know where it is, but it was saved as you can see from the, so let's go here, let's try, it's not here also, so I don't know where it was saved. Have some images here, but that's not what I want. Anyway, the idea is that the image was saved on the phone, and yeah, let's look in gallery. No, it's not here. So if you click on images here, as you can see, you get our images. As you can see, we have the image saved here. So you can click on it and have the image saved. Alright, so see you in this section. In this video and in the next videos, we are going to build a drawing app. Therefore, let's create a new project. Empty activity, click on next. Let's call it drawing app. And finish. Alright, the first thing to do is to create a class. I'm gonna right click on the package, go to new, select Kotlin class file, let's choose file and let's call it drawing view. Let's type class, drawing view, and in the primary constructor I'm gonna type context. I'm gonna explain immediately why. Context, and let's import. Let's type here attrs for attribute set, attr attribute set. Now we want to inherit from the view class. I'm going to explain immediately why. And the view class needs a context, so this is why I define a context there, and the attribute set. So I'm going to type attrs. So let's import the view. Now, why I inherited from the view class? I inherited from the view class because if you want your class to be treated by the Android system as a view, you need to inherit from the view, because the view contains all the necessary code which is required in order for your class drawing view to be recognized by the Android system that it's a view. It's not just a class, it's a view, it's a UI component. So you need to inherit from the view class, and that is gonna make sure that the Android system is gonna treat your class as a view. So you can call this drawing view if you inherit from the view in the XML code. So you can type drawing view and you'll see the drawing view appearing as a suggestion. Now at this moment what we have is just a simple view, because we inherited from the view, so you got all the functionality and properties that the view has, but we didn't add new things which are specific for the drawing view. As you can see, this is basic inheritance. I had an example of that with using this kind of approach in my videos about inheritance, and this is a practical example where you can see practically that inheritance is doing a lot of work and is very powerful, because you can inherit from the view. You have all of those functions and properties, and you can build upon that a new view, which is a drawing view, which is our own view, which is going to have our own properties and functionalities. Now let's put curly braces. Now I'm going to create some variables here, and I'm going to explain after I type all of them what they are doing. So I'm going to put some comments first. Let's type here drawing path, and I'm going to create down here internal inner class finger path. Let's type here var color of type int and val brush thickness. Also of type float is gonna be, and we're gonna inherit from the path. Right? Let's import that, and down here I will type private latent it var draw path of type finger path. Then I'm going to type private latent it var, but let's put also a comment here, comment, and type defines what to draw. And I will type here private latent it var canvas paint of type paint. Let's add a space between them. Let's create another private, but let's type here comment defines how to draw, and I'm gonna type here private latent it var draw paint, also of type paint. Alright, then I'm gonna type private color private var color equals color dot black. Then I'm gonna type private, let's put those here, private canvas private val canvas of type canvas, private latent it, sorry, private latent it var canvas of type canvas, and private latent it var canvas bitmap of type bitmap. Alright, so we have now our properties set. I'm gonna type here init, and I'm gonna type set up drawing, and I'm gonna create this down here, private fun setup drawing, and I'm gonna set up our drawing. But first let's explain what we have here. So we have this draw path, the canvas paint, we have draw paint, we have the color canvas and canvas bitmap, and you also need to pass here private brush private var brush size, I forgot about this, of type float equals to 0.2 float. For whatever reason it's not working. 0.2 float. Alright, now let's see what all of those variables are doing. Alright, so now let's see what our variables are and what are they doing. So first let's start with the canvas class, and the canvas class holds the draw calls. To draw something you need 4 basic components: a bitmap to hold the pixels, a canvas to hold the draw calls written into the bitmap, a drawing primitive like path, text, a bitmap, and a paint to describe the colors, the style for the drawing. And let's look at those individually. First, the canvas. As the name implies, the canvas is what you draw upon. It is the drawing surface for what you are drawing, and it knows how to transfer that drawing to the actual view. The canvas is your convenient middleman that abstracts away the nuances of writing directly to the underlying view. The Android Developer Guide calls it an interface, which pretends to be the actual surface upon which your graphics will be drawn, while in reality it holds all of your draw calls and then places them into the window for you. Now, the paint. After you obtain the surface to draw upon, the canvas, you also need something to draw with, the paint. As the name implies, the paint object holds the style and color information. It defines the color, style, font, and so forth for each shape you draw. Next we have the path. Now that we have the surface to draw upon and the drawing object to use to draw, upon that, you need to decide what direction that you want to draw. Do you want to go up, down, left, or right? This direction is known as the path, as in path. It provides geometric paths consisting of straight lines, quadratic curves, cubic curves. One more thing that I want to say is the difference between Canvas and Paint. The Android graphics framework divides drawing into two areas: what to draw, handled by Canvas, and how to draw, handled by Paint. For instance, Canvas provides a method to draw a line, while Paint provides methods to define that line's color. Canvas has a method to draw a rectangle, while Paint defines whatever to fill that rectangle with a color or leave it empty. Simply put, Canvas defines shapes that you can draw on the screen, while Paint defines the color, style, font, and so forth for each shape you draw. Now, let's set up our properties down here. So, as you can see here, I typed here defines what to draw, and this is gonna define how to draw. So down here I will type draw paint equals to paint. Then I'm gonna type draw path equals finger path, pass the color, and the brush size. Next I'm gonna type draw paint or draw paint color equals to color. Draw paint dot style, I'm gonna put equals to paint dot style dot stroke. Then I'm gonna type draw paint dot stroke join equals paint dot join dot round. Then I'm gonna type draw paint dot stroke cap, I'm gonna type equals to paint dot cap dot round, and I'm gonna type here brush size equals to 22 float. Right. Alright, so this now sets up our properties for our drawing view, and I think I'm gonna end this video here, and we'll continue our discussion in the next video. Now let's talk about the setup drawing function and implicitly about the code inside of it, because in the previous video I wrote all of this code without explaining what each line of code is doing. And I also added now an additional line of code. As you can see, we have this canvas paint, and it's equal to paint, and we have in the constructor paint that deter underscore flag, and we're gonna see what all of those properties are doing next. So let's start with the setup drawing. The setup drawing sets up the initial parameters for drawing on the screen. And first, we initialize the draw paint object. The draw paint object is an instance of the paint class, and it's used to define the style of the drawing. Secondly, we initialize the draw path object, and the draw path object is an instance of the finger path class, and is used to store the current path being drawn by the user. Next, we set the color of the paint. The color of the paint is set to color, which is initially set to color.black. Next, we set the style of the paint, and the style of the paint is set to paint.style.stroke, so that the path being drawn is only a line and not a field shape. Next, we set the join and cap styles of the paint. The join style is set to paint.join.round, so that the corners of the path are being drawn around it. And the cap style is set to paint.cap.run so that the ends of the path are as well rounded. Next, we initialize the canvas paint object, and the canvas paint object is an instance of the paint class, and it's used to define the style of the canvas. The paint.diter_flag is set so that the canvas will use dithering to smooth the colors being drawn. And lastly, we set the brush size. We set the brush size to 20. So this function sets up all the necessary parameters for drawing on the screen so that the user can start drawing as soon as the view is created. Next, what we're going to do in this video, we're going to override the on-site change function. And this is an override function from the view class. It's called whenever the size of the view changes. For example, when the view is first displayed or when the screen orientation changes. So let's override this function, on-size change. Next, I'll add some code and then I'm going to explain how the code works. So I'm going to go down here, I'll type bitmap, so canvas bitmap equals to bitmap that create bitmap. We pass the width and height here. And then we type here bitmap dot config dot and type ARGB888. Then I'll go down here, I'll type canvas equals canvas and we pass our canvas bitmap here. Alright, so this is for the on-site change. Now I'm gonna override the onDraw function. Again, I'm gonna explain immediately how those functions work and what are they doing. And I'll type here canvas dot draw bitmap, and I'm gonna type canvas bitmap. Here I'm gonna put 0f and draw paint. So draw paint. And we need to use here this one. Then I'm gonna type if mdraw if draw path that is empty. I'm gonna check if it's not empty, so I'm gonna put the exclamation mark here. So if the path is not empty, so the user draw something, I'm gonna type draw paint dot stroke width equals to draw path dot brush thickness. Then I'm gonna pass draw paint dot color equals to draw path dot color. Then I'm gonna type canvas dot draw path. So I'm gonna type here draw path and draw paint. I'm gonna put a comment here, drawing path on canvas. Now let's talk about this code to see what we have here and what we're doing with all of this code. The on-site change function, it's an override function of the view class. It's called whenever the size of the view changes, as I said previously. And how does this function work? This function starts by calling the super on-site change function, and this makes sure that any changes made in the super class on-site change function are reflected in this class as well. Next, a new bitmap is created using bitmap.createBitmap function with the width and height parameters being passed. The bitmap is created with the RGB 888 pixel format, which allows for a 32-bit of color information per pixel. The bitmap created in the previous step is then used to create a new canvas. A canvas is an object that provides functions for drawing on a bitmap. After the canvas is created, the function ends. Whenever the view is redrawn, the onDraw function will draw the bitmap created in this onSize change function onto the views canvas. Next we have the onDraw function, and the onDraw function in our class is responsible for drawing the user drawings on the screen. First, the super.onDraw function is called, which is part of the view class that this drawing view class inherits from. Next, the canvas bitmap is drawn onto the canvas using the draw paint. The canvas bitmap is a bitmap created in the onSize change function, which is called when the view is first created and when the view size changes. If the draw path is not empty, if there is a path to be drawn, the draw paint stroke width is set to the brush thickness stored in the draw path, and its color is set to the color stored in the draw path. Finally, the draw path is drawn onto the canvas using the draw paint. Next, we're going to override the onTouch event function because we need a way to respond to the touches on the screen when the user uses its fingers. So I'm going to type here onTouch event, and let's add a comment here. This function will be called by the system when the user is going to touch the screen. And I'll go down here, not here, inside the function, and I'll type val touch x equals to event x, so should be a dot there, and val touch I equals to event dot, let's put the Elvis operator because it's nullable, dot I. Then I'm going to type when, let's add a space here, when event dot action, and I'll put here motion event dot action down, and let's put a comment. This event, with lowercase letters, this event will be fired when the user puts his finger on the screen. Let's put lambda here, and now what I'll do here, I'll type draw path.color, draw path.color equals color. Again, I'm gonna type the code and then I'm gonna explain the code. We have a problem. Let's change it to var. Draw path.brush thickness equals brush size dot to float. Again, this is a val, let's change it to a var. Then I'm going to type draw path dot reset, and let's put a comment, resetting path before we set initial point. Then I'm gonna type draw path dot move to, and I'm gonna put touch X, 2 exclamation marks, and touch I, 2 exclamation marks. Then I'm gonna put a comment again. This event will be fired when the user starts to move its finger. Let's type here, this will be fired continuously until users picks up the finger. So I'm going to type again motion event dot action move. So you choose this one, and I'll type here draw path dot line 2 touch I and touch X. Then I'm going to put another comment. This event will be fired when the user will pick up the finger from screen. And I'm going to type here motion event dot action up, and I will put here draw path equals finger path color and brush size, else I'm gonna return false, and down here I'll type invalidate. Let's put a comment, refreshing the layout to reflect the drawing changes, and we type return true. But we have a problem. The problem is that those two need to be outside of the parentheses here. So here, and let's delete this and those. So, alright, so this is our code. Let's make it smaller. Alright, now let's see how the onTouch event function works. The onTouch event function in our class is responsible for handling touch events from the user and updating the drawing accordingly. The touch X and touch I variables are set to the X and I positions of the touch event, respectively. A when statement is used to determine the action of the touch event. If the action is motion action _down, the color and the brush thickness of the draw path are set based on the color and brush size of the class variables. The draw path is reset and a new starting point is set using the move to function. If the action is motion event.action move _move, a line is added to the draw path using the line to function and the touch coordinates. If the action is motion event action up, a new finger path is created with the current color and brush size. If the touch event action is not one of the above, the function returns false. Finally, the invalidate function is called to redraw the view. The onTouch event function returns true to indicate that the touch event was successfully handled. So this is how our onTouch event function works. But before we end our video, let's see how our app works. So let's run our app. Alright, let's go inside the activity main.xml because we need to change this. So let's delete this and let's delete the text view and let's use our drawing view that we created. So drawing view. Let's pass the width. Let's put 0 dp and the height also 0 dp. Let's run our app again. So we are using the drawing view that we created. As I said at the beginning of the first video, the drawing view can be used in our XML code now because we are extending from the view. Alright, let's try to draw something, and as you can see we can draw on our so everything works fine. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video we'll see how to make what we draw on the screen stay on the screen, because right now if I draw something on the screen, the drawing disappears after I lift the finger, and this is what we're gonna do in this video. And the first thing to do is to create a variable called paths. So I'm gonna type here private because we're gonna create a list, a mutable list, private val paths equals to mutable list of finger path. So this is going to contain all of our paths, and I will go inside the onTouch event, and here when the action up is triggered, so this will be fire when the user picks up the finger. So it after the user draws something and picked up the finger, I'm going to type here paths to add that path that the user draw in our list. So paths that add, and we type draw path. Now you also need to draw this, and to draw this I'm going to go inside the onDraw function, and before the if check I'm going to type for path in paths curly braces, and I'm going to copy this code, paste it here, and I'm going to change it a little bit. So instead of draw path, instead of calling this specific path, I'm going to type path here, which is the path from our list. Here also path, because as you'll see later when we add the new functionality to pick up colors, one path can have a color and another path can have another color. This is why we're typing here path and path.brush thickness, path.color, because the paths will be different when we're going to implement that. And here we're going to pass path. Alright, now if you run this, alright, now if I draw something, what I draw now remains on the screen, as you can see here. So now everything works fine. Alright, so I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, we're gonna see how we can change the brush size. Therefore, I'm gonna go down here and I will create a function. So fun change brush size. It's gonna take a parameter new size. It's gonna be of type float. Then I'll type here brush size, our property brush size, and I can simply type here brush size equals to new size, because you need to take into consideration the different sizes of where your app is going to be run, because the different fonts on where your app is going to be run. So if you have a smaller font or a bigger font, this drawing is going to look different. This is why we need to take into consideration the screen size. So to do that, I'm going to type here typed value dot apply dimensions, and I'm going to type here type value dot complex unit deep. So you just need to pass this in order to take the dimensions into consideration. Next, we need to pass the size, so the new size, and I'm gonna type resources dot display metrics. Then I'm gonna type draw paint dot stroke width, so I'm gonna change the stroke width equals to brush size. Alright, now let's go inside the activity main.xml. Let's give an ID to our drawing view. ID drawing view, and I will go inside main activity and I will type here private latent var drawing view of type drawing view, so our drawing view. Then I will type here drawing view equals to find view by ID r.id.drawing view. Then I'm going to type drawing view dot set, and we have brush, so it didn't find our function, so why? Let me go back inside drawing view. Oh, it's change brush size. So let's type change brush size and let's pass a value here. Let's pass 20 or 23, let's say, dot to float. Now let's run our app, and now we will see that the brush size is different when we will start drawing. Now if I start drawing here, as you can see, now the brush size is bigger, as you can see, because now it takes into consideration this the size of the screen. Now you may be wondering what typed value that apply dimension is doing and all of this, and let me to tell you a little definition. Type value that apply dimension is a function from the type value class in Android framework that is used to convert a value of a given complex unit type to a pixel value. In this case, the complex unit type is type value dot complex underscore unit underscore deep, and this means density independent pixels, and the value to be converted is the new size. The conversion is based on the display metrics of the device, which are provided as the resources dot display metrics argument. The resulting pixel value is returned by the function. So this is what this is doing. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, we're gonna see how we can show a dialog which is gonna have a sig bar, which is gonna allow us to change the brush size. Therefore, let's create a new layout. right click on layout, new, layout resource file. Let's call it dialog brush. Let's choose linear layout, this one, Android X, and click on OK. Now let's add an orientation here, vertical, a padding of 16 dp, a gravity of center, and the sigbar now. So sigbar, we choose this one with Android X, match parent, wrap content. Let's give it an ID, dialog sig bar. Let's add the maximum value, which this sig bar is gonna have max. Let's put 100. Now let's add the text view below, which is gonna show the progress. Text view, wrap content for the width and height. It's gonna have an ID, dialog, text view, progress. Alright, let's add some text, which is gonna be displayed only in the design mode. So for that, we're gonna use tools, colon text equals to some progress. Let's import this. So should be tools here. Let's import that. For whatever reason, let's hover over. Alright, so imported that. Let's look at design. So we have this. Let's change the text size. So text size 20 sp. Let's look at design. Let's add the margin top of 5 dp. Alright, let's go to code. Now let's go inside main activity, and here I'll create a function. But first let's go inside activity main.xml and let's bring an image here. So I'm gonna take this image and paste it inside our drawables. Let's click on refactor, and we have this image which we're gonna display at the bottom of our main activity. So let's increase this. Let's go inside activity main, and here I will type image button. We choose this one, Android X app compat, 50 dp for the width and height, 50 dp. It's gonna have an ID. Let's call it, let's type ID, brush, button. And we need to constrain this, so let's copy those constraints. Let's press Ctrl Z because I have a problem there. Alright, so let's see how it looks. So it's up, I don't like that. We need to constrain to the bottom of parent. So let's copy this line and paste it here. Or we can put to the bottom of drawing view. So let's look at design. Let's delete this. So we need to change this to constraint to top of to end of parent. Now if you look at design, now it's at the bottom where we want it in the first place. Alright, so I'm gonna leave it like this, the image button. Now let's go inside main activity. let's create a private late init var brush button of type image button. I will go down here and I'll type brush button equals to find view by id r.id.brush button. Then I'm gonna create a function here. I'm gonna type private fun. Let's call it show brush chooser dialog, and I will type here val brush dialog equals dialog, and you need to pass the context, so where this dialog is going to be shown in this activity, inside the main activity. Then I'm going to type brush dialog dot set content view. I'm going to type r dot layout dot dialog brush, so I'm going to choose that one. Then I'm going to type val sigbar progress, let's put progress equals to brush dialog dot find view by id r, let's put here sigbar r dot id dot dialog sigbar val show progress, let's call it, tv for text view equals to brush dialog dot find view by id. We need to pass the type here, a text view r dot id dot dialog text view progress. Then I'll type here sigbar progress dot set on sigbar change listener. I'm gonna type here object extends sigbar dot on sigbar change listener. Let's put curly braces. Let's put inside the parentheses, so let's put curly braces here. Now we need to import that, so let's right click, let's hover over, implement members, implement those functions. So let's delete those to do. And here we're gonna type let's call this sigbar. I don't like this name. Sigbar, also nullable. Let's delete this. Alright. I'll go here and I'll type brush button set on click listener show brush chooser dialog. And what we'll do here, I'll type drawing view dot set, let's see what name I gave to that, change, I think it was change brush size, and I will pass here sigbar dot progress dot to float. So this is what we're gonna do, and that is gonna take care to change the size of the brush. Let's also put here this, not here, because that is nullable. So we have a problem. So sigbar, now we wrap it with the let function. This is better, it to float, okay. Now you also need to update the show progress text view. So I'm going to type here show progress text view dot text equals to progress sigbar, but this is nullable and I don't like that. Let's delete this. Let's make it non-nullable. Let's delete this because I don't want to make things more difficult than they are. So let's put here sigbar dot progress dot to float text, and here I'll type sigbar dot progress dot to string. So this is what we're gonna do here. Now let's run our app. But you also need to show the dialog, so you need to go here and type brush dialog dot show. So I forgot to add that. Alright, so now if I click here, as you can see, everything works fine. I can pick a size for the brush and I can draw something. I can pick another size. Let me choose 54, as you can see. So I can use this sigbar. So now everything works fine. But as you can see here, I changed the root element from a linear layout to a relative layout, because when I used the linear layout, the sigbar didn't show. So I changed that to a relative layout and everything works fine now. And I centered the text view center horizontal to true. I added a margin tab and now everything was fine. So I think I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Now we have a problem with our image button, and the problem is that the image is not scaled properly. And in order to scale it properly, I'm gonna add here scale type, and I'm gonna choose fit X and Y. So what is this fit X and Y? The Android scale type fit X and Y attribute says the way that the image view is scaled to fit within its bounds. Fit X and Y scales the image to fit the exact size of the image view, regardless of the aspect ratio of the image. This can lead to stretching or compression of the image. So this is what this is doing. So now if you run the app, as you can see now scaled correctly. So if I click here, as you can see now everything works fine. In this video we are going to add some new buttons to our app, because in the next videos I will add some new functionalities. And the first thing to do is to add some icons for our buttons that we're going to create. So let's copy those icons from here that I prepared and let's paste them here. Click on OK, and we have our 4 icons. Now the next thing to do is to create a constraint layout below our drawing view. Constraint layout, match parent for the width and drop content for the height, and opening tag. Now let's copy this button. Let's add it inside of here. Now let's give an ID to our constraint layout. Constraint underscore L. Let's add some constraints to end of parent, to start of parent, and to bottom of parent. So it's gonna be down. Alright, now let's change this to make our drawing view to be above our constraint layout. So I'm gonna type here constraint bottom to top of constraint layout. So if you look at design now, we can see nothing yet, but this is what that thing is gonna do. Now let's delete those constraints that we have here. Let's copy this button and let's paste it here, and let's change the ID to save button, and let's change the icon to save. Now let's add some constraints. First, to bottom of parent, I'm gonna type here end, so end to start of save button. So this is what we're gonna do here. Down here I will type, let's copy this and add a new button. So let's copy this, paste it down here one more time, and let's change this to gallery. Let's change this to undo. And let's change this to color picker. Let's add another button. Let's type here color picker button. Let's go up. Now let's add constraints to our button, save button that we have here. So to bottom of parent, and to start of gallery button, and start to end of brush button. So this is what we're gonna do here. Here I'll type again to bottom of parent, end of constraint, end to start of constraint end should be there. So end to start off the next button, so undo button, and start to end of save button. Let's look at design to see. We don't see nothing yet, no problem. Let's add constraints here also. So to bottom of parent, to end of end to start off color picker, and start to end of gallery button. Let's go down here and we have our last button. Again to bottom of parent, end of to start off. Actually here I'm gonna type end of to end of parent, and start to end of undo button. Alright, let's look at design, but still can see nothing. So these are our buttons. Let's change the icon because we have the same icon. So we have IC brush, here we're gonna have IC save, here we're gonna have IC gallery, here we're gonna have undo, and here we're gonna have color picker. still we don't see nothing here, and I wonder why. So our brush button, I think there is a problem here. To start off, parent here. Let's look at design. Still nothing. Alright, now let's look at design, and we have our actually 5 beautiful buttons here, and I'm gonna add some more buttons above. So I'm gonna create another constraint layout. So constraint layout, match parent, wrap content, opening tag, because we're going to create some new buttons. Let's give you an ID constraint L2, and let's add to end of parent, to start off parent, and button to top of constraint L. So it's going to be above our constraint layout, above our constraint layout from here. So if you look at design, we don't see nothing because we didn't put anything here yet. But we're going to create some buttons. So I'm going to create an image button here. Image button. Let's choose 30 dp. Here also 30 dp. Let's give it an ID. ID purple button. And let's type here constraint to bottom of parent, and let's add another button. So let's copy this, paste it here. Let's change it to red button, and let's type here and to start off red button, and start, not margin, to start off parent. Let's look at design. As you can see, you have a button here. Alright, let's create the next button. So also need to constrain this. But let's copy this a few times. Let's paste it. Let's change this to green button. Blue button. Orange button. Now let's add the constraints. So I'm gonna type to bottom of parent. I already added that. And to start off blue button, and start to start off to start off to so start to end of purple button. Let's look at design, and we have that. So let's go down here, add the constraints here. Let's type end to start off orange button and start to end off green button. Let's go here, end to start off red button and start to end off blue button. And finally here I'm gonna type end to start off. Actually here we need to type because this is the last button, I want to constrain it to the parent, so I'm gonna type end, so end to end, and we type parent and start to end of orange button. Let's look at design, and we have our 4 buttons, but I don't like that they are not centered. Alright, so I changed the code a little bit and now it's working, and I will put this code into the description of this video in case you need it, because now if you look at design, as you can see, we have our buttons down here. Also we have those buttons here, and those buttons here are going to have a color, and the color is going to be like the name that they have, purple, then red, and so on. And I want to create now some drawables for each button. So let's right click, go to new, layout resource file. Let's type purple underscore bg, click on OK, and here I'm gonna bring some code from a previous so I'm gonna bring this code here, and what this code is gonna do is gonna make sure that when we click on the button, so when state pressed equals to true and state focus equals to true, we're gonna display a different color for the button, and when we don't press on the button or we don't focus on the button, we're gonna have a different color. Actually, it's not gonna be a different color. The color is gonna be a bit darker when you click on the button. So this is what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna type here Android color, and we search for purple. Let's see if we have color. So color holo and underscore purple. Right, so this is the color, and now I'm gonna make this darker. So I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna paste it here, but I'm gonna make it a little bit darker. So click on that, go to custom, and let's make it darker. So when you click on it, let's make it more dark. Alright, and the same here. Let's copy this. Alright, and we need to do this for our next buttons. Let's see how many buttons we have. We have 5 of them, so I'm gonna copy this, paste it, and let's type here red bg paste orange underscore bg let's type again, so paste orange also green let's paste it. Let's type here green. Now let's go inside of them. So we have red, and now let's change the color to hollow red light, and here also gonna type hollow at Android hollow red light, and let's make it darker. So let's copy this and paste it here. Let's do the same for the orange color. Orange light. Let's copy this. Let's make it darker when you click on it. Let's copy this, paste it here. Let's look at the green. Let's also change it here. Green light. Let's copy this, paste it here. Let's choose darker. Let's copy this, paste it here. Now let's go inside activity main.xml. Let's go to code, and let's add those backgrounds to our buttons. So background purple bg, background red bg, background green bg. Also we have to create a blue one, so let's paste it here. Let's copy this. Blue. Again, let's copy this. Custom, let's make it darker. Right, let's go back here and let's green. So here is okay. Blue background, blue bg, orange, background orange bg. Let's look at design. So this is how they now look, and we have the corners rounded. Now let's run our app to see how it looks. So let's go to device manager, let's wipe data, and let's choose this one, and let's run our app. Alright, let's test our buttons now. So we have this button, this one, so everything seems to be fine, but I don't get that clicking effect, and I don't know why. But it's alright. And in the next video, we're gonna try to fix this, and we'll also add the code, which is gonna we're gonna add the code for each individual button that is gonna be clicked. So I'm gonna end this video here, and see you in the next video. So in this video, I'm gonna show you how we can build this design that we have here. So this one, using relative and linear layouts, because the way we are doing right now using constraint layouts can be confusing at first. So I'm gonna change this because I think that using a relative layout and linear layouts is more clear what we're doing. So the first thing to do is to change this to a relative layout. So the root layout, let's change it to a relative layout. And we're gonna wrap our, let's delete the constraint layout that we have here. Let's delete it from here also. Let's delete this constraint layout also. Let's go down here. Let's delete this. Let's delete this constraint layout. And we're gonna replace it with linear layouts. And let's delete this also. Alright, and the first thing to do is to go up here, and I will type here linear layout, match parent wrap content, and I will put the image view and the drawing view inside here. So the image view and the drawing view, I'm going to put them here. I'll add an orientation of vertical. So let's delete them from here. Next, I'll create another linear layout here. Linear layout, match parent wrap content, opening tag, and we're gonna take our buttons, our color buttons. I'm gonna copy them. So you go down. Alright, let's copy and let's delete. And go inside our linear layout. I'm gonna type orientation, and now I'm gonna use horizontal for the orientation, and I'm gonna paste them here. Now let's look at design. We don't see nothing yet. And I'll do the same thing for this linear, for those buttons. I'm gonna create here another linear layout, match parent, wrap content here. So wrap content, opening tag, and let's copy those buttons that we have here. And let's paste them here. Let's add an orientation of horizontal. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Now for this layout, let's give it an ID. ID linear underscore layout 3, I'm gonna call it. And I'm gonna add here align parent bottom to true. Let's look at design, and again we don't see nothing. And I'm gonna add a gravity of center, and I will go up here inside this linear layout, and I will put here above linear layout 3, and also gravity of center. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to rearrange the things, and we still don't see nothing. Let's go to build. Let's clean our app. Let's delete those constraints because we no longer need them. Also here. There is a problem with our linear layout here. So let's type here again linear layout. So everything looks fine. Let's delete those here. Those here also. Those here also. Let's give it an ID to this, ID linear underscore layout 2. Let's go up. Let's clean our code again because we have that in red. So build, clean project. Let's type ID again. ID linear underscore L 1, but it's not working. Let's delete this. So let's change this to linear layout 2. For whatever reason it's okay now. Let's look at design. We still don't see nothing here. Let's delete the constraints here. Let's put layout above linear layout 2. Let's look at design. We still don't see nothing. Alright, so I added an ID to our linear layout, and now if you look at design, everything looks fine. We have our buttons beautifully arranged them here, and we also have those buttons here, and the drawing view is above them. And this is because we use a linear layout for the first 2 widgets, for the image and for the drawing view, and set on rotation of vertical. And the buttons are in that way. They have these spaces because I added to all of them a margin of 50 dp, and for this layout I also added a margin of 50 dp. So if you look here for the third layout, we also have a margin of 15 dp, and as you can see now everything looks fine. And so I decided to do this because with constraint layouts, even though the constraint layout it's a better and a better layout than the relative and linear layout, it's more prone to I think to errors until you get used to it. And doing this way, it makes sure that you don't get stuck on because of that, and you get stuck and you cannot go to the next video. So I'm gonna end this video now and see you in the next video. So in this video, I'm gonna fix the backgrounds of our buttons, because as you saw in the previous video, when you click on the button, you don't see the darker color, and that is because if I go now inside purple.bg, on purple_bg, what I did wrong is that I set here for the second item, which has the state focus false and press to true, I set the same color as here, and because of that the background of the button was when you click on the button was not darker. And also here I put here the lighter color and not the darker color, so you need to put the darker color for this item and for the second item, and for the last item, which is gonna represent the state when it's not focused and when it's not pressed, we're gonna put the lighter color. And this we're gonna do for the next video, for the next button. So I'm gonna copy this code. I'm gonna go inside the red_bg. I'm gonna paste it here, and we wait, and we change the color now to red, or darker red, because this represents the state when it's so let's copy this, let's paste it here, and let's choose a lighter color now. Alright, let's make it darker. So let's copy this, paste it here. So this is what you need to do, just change it there to the first item and the second item. Now let's go inside orange, let's paste it here, let's search for orange, and let's choose the darker color, and here let's choose the lighter color. Let's do the same thing for green. Paste the code. So let's copy the code. Green, let's paste it here. I'm gonna choose a darker green. For both states, we're gonna choose the darker screen, because those are gonna be triggered when the state is again focus and press. This is gonna be triggered when the state is pressed. And let's change this to lighter green. Alright, and for the blue, let's copy the code. Let's choose blue now, darker blue. Let's copy this. And here let's choose a lighter blue. So something like that. Not this, because this is darker. This one. Alright. Right, so now we have for all of our buttons the background now set. Now let's run our app to see how it's working. So let's close those. Let's go to device manager. Let's wipe the data to make sure that the emulator is working. So let's run to see our app. Alright, so I solved the problem by moving this that we have here, XML version and encoding, above our layout, because I don't know how that has it end up there. I have no idea how it got from there to there. But if you have that error that you saw, is because you didn't have this up. So you need to have this out before any declaration of any layout. Now if you run our app, alright, so our app opened, and now if you click on the buttons, as you can see, we have the darker color the state pressed is showing the darker color for all of our buttons. And in the next video, we're gonna add functionality. We are gonna allow the user to, when he clicks on one of those buttons, to change the color of the brush size, and we'll also take care of the buttons which are on the right hand side of the brush button that we have here, because we need to add functionality to those also. And we'll do that in the next video, or in the next videos, depending on how much time it takes. But we're gonna start with those ones to make sure that you allow the user to pick a color for the brush size from those colors that you have here. Alright, so I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, I'm gonna see how we can change the color of the brush, and to do that, I'm gonna go inside drawing view, and I'll create a function down here. I'll type fun set color, new color. It's gonna be of type string, and I'm gonna type here drawing paint dot color equals to color dot parse color, and we're gonna pass the new color here. And you can also type here, if you want, color, so the variable color equals to what you have here, and pass the color here. Right, so this is going to be our function to change the color of the brush. Now let's open the main activity, and let's implement the view on-click listener here, because I will add the on-click listener to our buttons, to our color picker buttons, and I don't want to tie up the on-click function with all of that set on-click listener. So I will implement simply this view dot on click listener, and I need to implement the function, implement members on click, and we have it here. Let's change this to view. I don't like that name. And here I'm going to type when view dot, so let's put dot id r dot id dot purple button. Then we're going to call our function drawing view dot set color, and we're going to pass the purple color. So let's go inside purple. Let's copy the hex code. So let's copy this. Actually, let's pass only this. Alright. Then I'm gonna put r.id dot red button drawing view dot set color. Let's go inside our red button. Let's copy the color. Let's paste it here. Then r dot id dot orange button, again drawing view dot set color. I'm gonna pass the orange color. So let's copy this. Let's paste it here. Then I'm gonna type r dot id dot green button, and I'll type drawing view set color, and I'm gonna pass the color green here. So let's copy this, and the final one, r.id.blue button, drawing view, that set color, and let's get the blue color from here. So let's paste it here. Let's press Ctrl Alt L. Alright, so now let's run our app. Let's first go to Device Manager. Let's wipe the data. And let's run our app. Alright, our app opened. Now let's test our app. Let's click on the purple button. Let's try to draw something, and it's not working. Let's click on this button. Also not working. Not working. I think we need to put the hashtag here. So hashtag. Let's run our app again. Alright, let's click on the purple, and still it's not working, and I don't know why. Alright, this is not working because you forgot to add here our buttons. So dummy me, I forgot to add the buttons. It's private, latent it var, let's type purple button of type I think it's an image button. Let me check. Yes, it's an image button. Then private latent it var green button of type image button. Private latent it var red button of type image button. Private latent it var orange button of type image button. Then private latent it var green button of type image button, and private, so we have green button 2 times. Let's change this to blue button, and I think that's all. And we need to add here, I'm gonna type, actually let's go above here, let's type purple button equals to find view by id r.id.purple button. Let's press Ctrl D a few times. Let's change this to green button, find view by id green button, then red button, find view by id red button, then orange button, find view by id orange button, and blue button, blue blue button, find view by ID, blue button. Alright, next what we need to do is to type here purple button dot set on click listener and pass this. Then green button set on click listener, also pass this. Then red button set on click listener, pass this. Orange button dot set on click listener and pass this. And blue button set on click listener and pass this. If passing this, basically we're saying that it will find the implementation of the on click in this activity, in the main activity. Now let's run our app again to see if it's working. And if it's not working, I'm gonna remove the hashtag, probably because of that it will if it's not working, probably it's because of this tag that we have here. But let's try. Alright, so we got an error. Let me check. Alright, so there is a problem with let's change that to activity main. Let's change this to an image button. Image button. Let's run this again. Alright, let's draw something. As you can see, it's black. Now let's choose this color. And now we have this color, as you can see beautifully. Now if you click on this color, we have this color. If you click on this color, we have this color. If you click on the blue color, we have the blue color. The orange color, and we have the orange. So that disappeared. And it's good that the code it's working. So I'm going to end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, we'll add the function to remove paths from our drawing. Therefore, I'm going to go inside drawing view. I'll create a function. So fun undo path. I'm going to type here if paths that size is greater than 0. So if you have paths, I'm going to type paths dot remove at paths dot size. So you remove the last path by removing path dot remove at paths dot size -1. So in this way, you remove always the last line, if you want, which was drawn on the screen. Right. And now let's go inside main activity. Let's create let's add a space here. Let's type here private let init var undo button of type image button. Then I'll go down here and I'll type undo button equals find view by ID r.id undo button, and here I'll type undo button set on click listener and pass this. Then I'll go down here and I'll type r.id undo button. So if this is the button that was clicked, I'm gonna type here drawing view dot undo path. Right, Now let's run our app to see how it's working. Alright, so our app opened. Let's draw something. Now let's click on the undo button and nothing happens. I wonder why. Alright, so nothing happens because we forgot to call invalidate to the drawing view that we should redraw the layout. So let's go inside drawing view. And type here invalidate. And this is gonna do what I said here. Let me check where it was here. Let's hide the emulator. It's refreshing the layout to reflect the drawing changes. So this is why I didn't got nothing there. So let's put here. Now let's run our app again. Now let's draw something. I don't know why the first line which is drawn is not persistent, but we're gonna take care of that later. Now let's click on the undo button, and as you can see, the paths, the drawing that we draw are removed, and this is very, very, very nice. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video I'm gonna take care of the color picker button, which when clicked is gonna show a dialog from which you're gonna pick a color. And the first thing to do is to open our browser, and I'm gonna put this link into the description of this video, and we're gonna use a library. I'm gonna copy this implementation, and we'll add this dependency in our project. So we go in Gradle, build.gradle, and as you can see I already have it here. So let me sync now and add it again too. So let's wait a little bit. Right, let's add it and click on sync now. And now that is going to integrate the dialog, the color picker dialog created by this developer for us, and then you're going to be able to use it in your app. Now let's go inside the main activity, and here I'll type private latent int var color picker button of type image button. Then I will go down here, I will type color picker button equals to find view by ID r.id.color picker button. Then we go down here and we type color picker button dot set on click listener, and I'm gonna pass this set on click listener, and I'm gonna pass this. Then we go down here and we type here r.id.color picker button, and I'm gonna type here show color picker dialog, and we're gonna create this function down here. So I'm gonna type private fun show color picker dialog, and now let's open the browser again to see how we can implement this. So I'm gonna create a dialog. So I'm gonna type here val dialog equals ambi warna dialog, and here we need to pass some things. First the context, this the default color, let's choose color dot, let's say green. this is the color that is gonna be shown when the dialog is gonna be shown on the screen. So I'm gonna choose this color, but you can choose another color if you want. Then we're gonna type here object inherit from the, and we need to inherit from the listener on ambi wara listener, curly braces, and let's press enter here. Let's hide the emulator because it stays in the way of the recording. So let's implement the functions. And the thing that we need to do is when if the user clicks on OK, so the user select color and clicks on OK, gonna type here drawing view dot set color, and we're gonna pass the color, which is an integer. So we need to modify our function. And down here I'm gonna type dialog.show to show the dialog. And I'll go inside drawing view. And we need to change this function a little bit. So I'm gonna type first if, and let's change this from string to any, so to be able to pass the string and also the integer here. So I'm gonna type if new color is a string. So if the color that was passed is a string, then we're gonna use this code. Else, so if the color is not a string, I'm gonna type here draw paint, or draw paint dot color equals to new color. Actually, first let me type here. Actually, let's try to type here draw paint dot color equals to color to new color, and I type here as, and what was the error? Let me check. So require int found any as int, I'm gonna type here. So I'm gonna cast as an int, and now the error disappears. And if you go in main activity, now this should disappear. So it disappeared. Now if we run our app, let's wipe the data. So that is running, we can't for this one. So let's run the second emulator. So let's run our app to see how it's working. Alright, so our app open. Now let's click on the color picker button, and we have our dialog, and we have the color by default. The color is set to green because we set here green. And now let's choose a color from here. Let's try this color. Click on OK, and let's try to draw something. So let's go again. Let's pick a color. Let's try to draw something, and it's not working. So there is something wrong with our code. Alright, so I solved the problem by assigning our color variable that is defined inside this drawing view to the new color, and I cast it as an integer. And then I set that color to drawing pen.color. And now if I click on the color picker dialog, and if I choose a color here, let me choose this color. I click on OK. Now if I try to draw something here, as you can see, it's working. Now I can choose another color. So I can go down here or up, and I can choose this, and I can start drawing something. So this is how you can use the color picker dialog to show the dialog and choose a color for for when you click on this button. And in the next video is going to take care of the last buttons, which is this one and this one. So I'm going to end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video I'll add the code for getting the permissions for the internal storage, because we're going to click on our gallery button, and that is going to open the gallery of the phone, but only if the permission is granted. And the first thing that I will do is to go here. Let's see what ID the button has. I think it's gallery button. So button gallery, and let's create an image button here. So private let init var gallery button of type image button, and I will go down here and I will type gallery button equals to find view by ID r.id.gallery button gallery, and I will go down here and I will type gallery button set on click listener, and I'm going to pass this, and we're going to take care of that in the one click function. Now the next thing that we need to do is to create a request permission. So what I'll do here, let's push this down, and I will type here val request permissions or permission, and it's going to be of type activity result launcher, and it's going to be an array of strings because it's going to have multiple permissions. Then I'm going to put equals, and I'll type here register for activity result. So register for activity result, you choose this one, and I'm going to type inside the parentheses activity result contracts. So activity result contracts that request multiple permissions. I'm going to choose this one, parentheses, and I will put curly braces and press enter. And here I will type permissions. Let's define this parameter here for the lambda function, permissions. So permissions, and what I will do, I will type here permissions dot entries. So we're gonna get the entries dot for each. I'm gonna choose this one, press enter, and I'll type here val permission name equals to it dot key, and val is granted if the permission was granted for granted equals to it dot value, because as you can see here, this is a map of entry which has a string and a boolean, so getting those values from there. And I'm gonna type here if is granted, so if the permission was granted, and I'm gonna type here permission name, so permission name equals manifest, so we wait for the suggestion, dot permission dot, so I think I imported the wrong manifest, so manifest and we choose this one with Android, manifest dot permission dot read external storage. So if this specific permission was not granted, so it was denied, and the name of the permission is this particular permission from here, then the permission, it means that the permission was granted. So this is what it is. I'm going to put a toast here. Toast. Actually, let me type toast. And let's type here this, and put permission granted. Alright, else that means that the permission was not granted. I'm gonna type here if permission name equals manifest, again with Android, manifest dot read external storage, manifest dot permission dot read external storage. So if this permission, this particular permission was denied, so 2 equals here, then I'm gonna copy this toast, then I'm gonna type if permission name equals Android manifest permission read external storage. So if this particular permission was denied, I'm gonna say permission denied. So this is what we're gonna do. Now let's go down, and here I'm gonna type r.id.button gallery, and I will go down. So let me I'll create a function here, private fun request storage permission. And I'll type here if activity compat dot should request permission rationale. So if the user denied the permission and is clicking again on the button, we will show a dialog which is we're gonna say what why we need this permission, and why need this permission, and we making clear to the user why this permission is needed for this app. So I'm gonna pass this, then I'm gonna type here manifest. So here manifest dot permission dot read external storage. So it should be with Android. Manifest dot permission dot, not this one, so manifest again, manifest this one dot permission dot read external storage. Let's put curly braces, let's format the code, and if this is the case, we're gonna show a dialog. So I'm gonna create a function in private, so we'll go down here and I'll type private fun show rationale dialog, and I'm gonna type here val builder equals to alert dialog dot builder, and I'm gonna pass this, and I'm gonna pass builder dot set title, and I will type here storage permission dot set we need this permission in order to access the internal storage. So we're making clear why. So storage dot set positive button, and I'm gonna type here r.string.yes. I created a string there, and then I'll put curly braces, and we need to define here a parameter. Let's type dialog, an underscore because we're not going to use the second parameter, and arrow, and I'm going to type here dialog dot dismiss, and down here I'll type builder dot create dot show. So I'm gonna type here show rational dialog. So that is gonna be shown, and let's delete this. So that is gonna be shown when the permission is first denied, and the user tries again to use tries again, it clicks again on the gallery button. And here I'm gonna put an we need to put an else. So I'll type here else. So if the permission wasn't denied, we're gonna type here request permission dot launch, and I'll type here array of manifest, the one with Android, dot permission with lowercase p dot read external storage. Alright, and I will go up here and I'll type if activity compile dot check self permission, this I'm gonna pass this, then we need to pass the permission manifest, or let me alright, so I'm gonna type here manifest dot permission dot, not this one, manifest again with Android dot permission dot read external storage is not equals to package manager dot permission granted. So if that is true, we don't have the permission, I'm gonna type here request permission, else I'm gonna get the image. Alright, now let's run our app to see how this works. Alright, so here you should call request storage permission. So request this one. Alright, let's run our app again because I didn't call request storage permission here. So let's run our app again. Alright, let's click on the gallery button and get permission denied. Let's click again. So we get permission denied, I don't know why, but we don't see the dialog. Alright, so get permission denied because we forgot to go inside our manifest file and declare the permission here. So I'm gonna type here uses permission, read external storage, and closing tag. Now let's run our app again. Now let's click on the gallery button, and it's asking us allow drawing app to access photos and media on your device. Click deny. It says permission denied. Let's click again, and it says storage permission. We need this permission in order to access the internal storage. Click on yes, and here you should add the code for granting the permission when it clicks there. So if you click here again, click on yes, because we didn't implement nothing when we click on the yes button. This is why we don't get the permission granted. Alright, so what we need to do when we click on the yes button, we need to take this code, copy, and before dismissing the dialog, I'm gonna type here request permission launch, and I'm gonna launch that permission that is there. So to make sure that when it's clicking on the yes button, we're gonna get the permission. So let's run our app again. Let's click on the gallery button. Let's click on yes. And now it's asking us allow drawing app to access photos, video, and media on your device. Click allow and get permission granted. So everything works fine. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. We're gonna get the image from the gallery and I'm gonna display it here. So see you next. In this video we'll get the image from our gallery and display in our app. And first let's take care of the activity main.xml. We're gonna add the image view here. The first thing to add here is a constraint layout. I'll type constraint layout. Match parent for the width and height. Opening tag. And I will take the drawing view and paste it inside here. Now I need to delete this. And I'm gonna type here constraint to top of parent. Then I'll add the image view here. So I'm gonna type image view, match parent for the width and height. Let's call it gallery image for the ID. So gallery image. Next we add some constraints to the constraint layout. So I'm gonna type here to right of parent, to left of parent, and constraint bottom to top of linear layout 2. And let's clean our project. So let's go to build, clean project, because we have this in red here. And we still have this in red. I don't know why. So let's type again ID. Gallery image. Alright, so now it's working. Let's look at design. You don't see nothing yet. Let's press Ctrl Alt T to format the code. Design again, nothing yet. Alright, now let's go inside main activity and I will create here an open gallery launcher. So I'm gonna type here private val open gallery launcher activity result launcher activity result launcher of type intent, and I'm gonna put equals and type register for activity result, and I'm going to type here activity result contracts, activity result contracts dot start activity for result. Then you put curly braces. I'm going to type here result, so the parameter of the lambda. I'm going to push this down, and I'll type here each find view by ID. Find view by ID. Let's type image view. And I'm going to type here r.id.gallery image. Gallery images should be there. id.gallery gallery image dot set image URI. I'm gonna type here data result first, result dot data Elvis operator dot data. Right? Now let's go down here when the permission is granted. I'm gonna type here. I'm gonna type here val. Let's format the code. I'm gonna type here val pick intent equals to intent. I'm gonna type here intent dot action pick, and then I'm gonna type here media store dot images dot media dot external content URI. Then I'm going to type here open gallery launcher dot launch, and I'm going to type pick intent, and we're going to do the same thing here. So let's copy this code. Let's go inside our button. So here, if the package manager, if the activity compact checks self permission and is equal to the package manager permission granted, so that's gonna return false. We're gonna open the gallery directly, and we're gonna open the gallery by adding this code here. Alright, now let's run our app to see how it's working. Alright, our app open. Now let's click on the gallery button. It's asking us if you allow permission. Allow. And now it's gonna open the gallery. Let's pick a photo. So let's make a photo because we don't have a picture yet. Let's wait for the image to appear here. And now let's pick this image. Now as you can see, we have the image here and you can draw on it, as you can see here. Alright, so I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, we're gonna see how you can take the image that we have here with the drawing on it and save it on our phone. And the first thing that we need to do is to go inside activity main.xml. Let's hide the emulator. And I'm gonna take the drawing view, so what we draw on the screen, and the image view, and we're gonna convert that into an image. So to do that, I'm gonna give an ID to our constraint layout. Let's type ID constraint underscore L3. So this is the name of the layout. Now we go inside main activity. I'm gonna type private latent it var, wait for the suggestion, save button of type image button, and I will go down here. I'll type save button. Equals to find view by ID r.id save button save. And I will go down here and I attach the listener, the click listener for the button, save button dot set on click listener, and I'm gonna pass this. And I will go down here, and here I will type r.id.button save. Gonna add here save the image. And for this we're gonna create two functions, one for converting our constraint layer, which contains the drawing view and the image, into an image, and second, we're gonna save that image on the phone. And I'm gonna go down here and I'll type private fun get bitmap from view. So get bitmap from view is gonna take a view of type view without the nullable, and it's gonna return a bitmap. So I'm gonna type bitmap, curly braces, and press enter. And here I'll type val bitmap equals to bitmap dot create bitmap, and I'm gonna pass here view dot width, view dot height, and then I'm gonna pass down here, let's put a comma, bitmap dot config dot, and I'm going to choose this RGB 888, and we already talked about what is this and what it is doing. So let's press enter. So now we have our bitmap. Next I'm going to type val canvas, so canvas equals to canvas, gonna pass the bitmap. Then I'm gonna type view dot draw canvas, and we're gonna return the bitmap here. And I'm gonna explain how this code works after I type the second function. So in the second function is gonna be called private fun save image. Is gonna take a bitmap and down here I will type val root equals to environment dot get external storage directory to string. So string, gonna put there. Then I'll type here val my directory equals to file. Gonna choose this one, file, and here I'll put quotation marks. I'm gonna put the $, and I'll type here root. So root, our variable root, slash saved underscore images. Then I'll go down here and I'll type my dir, so it should be with this letter, dot and kappa dir. So we're gonna explain all of this after I finish typing the code. Then I'll type val generator equals to random. Then I'll type, let's import this. So I need to import this. Let's import the Kotlin random. It's not okay. Let's import the Java one, so random. But let's go up and import this java.util because I don't like to type it there. So let's go up in our imports, and I'm gonna type here import. I'm gonna paste java.util. Let's put dot asterisk. So it's not working. It's working. Okay, let's go down. Let's type again random java.util. I get that again, no problem. I'm gonna leave it like that. Then I'll type var n equals to 10,000. Then I'll type val output file equals to file. I'm gonna type here my dir, and I'll type image dash $n dot JPEG. Press enter. Then I'll type if output file dot exists. So if this file is already created, it exists. I'm gonna type here output file dot delete. Else, if the output file doesn't exist, I'm gonna type here try I'm gonna put here catch E for exception. Let's put curly braces, and I will type here val out gonna be equal to file output stream. I'm gonna pass our output file to the output stream. Press enter. Then I'm gonna type bitmap dot compress, and I'm gonna type here bitmap dot compress format dot JPEG. Next we need to pass the quality. I'm gonna pass 90, and I'm gonna pass here out our file. Then I'm gonna type here out.flash and out.close, and here I'm gonna type e.stacktrace. Right, so now we have our two functions, get bitmap from view and save image, ready to save our image with the drawing on it. And we're gonna do that in the next video, where I'm gonna explain how this code works line by line. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. But before we end the video, let's first add a line of code that I forgot to add here for the generator. So I'm gonna go down here, I'll type n equals generator, wait for the suggestion, dot next int, and we're gonna pass n here. Right, so now it's fine if you have everything set in place for saving the image, and we're gonna do that in the next video. I'm gonna end this video here now and see you in the next video. In this video, I'm gonna explain this code line by line, and also gonna take the layout which contains the drawing view and the image and convert that into an image, and then we're gonna take that image and save it in the phone. So this code contains two functions: get bitmap from view and save image. Get bitmap from view function takes a view object as a parameter. it creates a bitmap object with the dimensions of the view by calling bitmap.createMap function. The created bitmap has a configuration of bitmap.config.argb_888. A canvas object is created with the created bitmap. The draw method is called on the view object, passing the canvas object as a parameter. This draws the view on the canvas. The created bitmap is returned as a result of the function. Now, next we have the save image function. The function takes in a bitmap object as a parameter. The external storage directory of the device is retrieved and stored in the root variable by calling environment.get external storage directory. A new directory is created in the external storage with the name saved images by calling file quotation marks $root save images. This mkdr function creates the directory if it doesn't already exist. A random number is generated by creating a random object and calling the next int function with n as the parameter. A new file is created in the saved image directory with the name images dash followed by generated random number and the .jpeg extension. If the file already exists, it is deleted. A file output is created with the created file and passed as a parameter to the compress method of the bitmap object. This function compresses the bitmap to a JPEG format quality of 90%. The output stream is flashed and closed to complete the saving process. If an exception occurs during the saving process, it is cut and stack trace is printed. So this is how our code works. Now let's see how we can get the image from the layout. Next, let's see how we can save the image in the internal storage. And the first thing to do is to go inside manifest and declare the permission here. Use this permission, Android permission, write to external storage because we're gonna save an image there. And now I need to go down here. And here where we request for a permission, I'm gonna put a comma. And I'm gonna type also manifest dot permission dot write external storage. And I think also here put a comma manifest dot permission dot write to external storage. Right, so now we have everything set up. The thing that we need to do now is go inside our button save. As you can see, I already have some code here, but I'm gonna type this code again. So I'm gonna type here if activity compat dot check self permission. I'm gonna pass this and the permission manifest dot permission dot write to let's press Ctrl Z, write to external storage. It's not equal to package manager dot permission granted. So if it's not equal, I'm gonna request for permission. Else we're gonna type here val layout equals find view by ID. I'm gonna pass here constraint layout r.id.constraint layout 3. So constraint layout 3. And then I'm gonna type here val bitmap equals to get bitmap from view. I'm gonna pass the layout. Then I'm gonna type here save image and I'm gonna pass the bitmap. Now let's go inside the save image, and outside the try and catch I'm gonna type with context because we're gonna use coroutines because we are writing to the internal storage, so need to, and here I'm gonna pass main for the dispatcher, And if you don't know what all of this is, just watch my my section about coroutines. Alright, and here I'm gonna type those. I'm gonna pass this. So now I am switching the thread from the background thread to the main thread to update the UI, because if you try to update the UI from the background thread, you will get an error. And here I will type, I'm gonna type $sign output file dot get absolute path saved. So I'm gonna say that the image was saved, and this is gonna be a suspend function. Again, just watch my section about coroutines if you don't know what all of this means. And what we need to do now is go up here, and as you can see, you have now something. This is in red because now we need to type here. Here we need to type coroutine scope. I'm gonna use the IO for input output, and I'm gonna pass the save image, and dot launch should be here. Let's delete this. Alright, now let's we have a problem, I think. Let me see where, because it's showing me the main activity underlined in red, but I don't know where. So here, this, let's type at main activity. Alright, now everything is fine. Now let's run our app. Let's pick an image, and now let's save the image. And we get storage emulated saved images. Let's save it again, but let's draw something now. We get storage emulated save images, and it says 5284. So our code works fine. Now let's see those images. Let's go to files, let's go to Android SDK, Android data, choose this one, cake, and nothing. So where are our images? Because the code works, so where are the images? Alright, so I can't find the images now, but I will search for them in the next video. Therefore, I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, I'm gonna change the code so that we can find the images that are saved on the phone. And the first thing that we need to do is to change this from get external storage directory to get public external storage directory. So public, and here we need to pass environment. So environment dot directory pictures, and this thing that we define here is gonna tell to the Android system to store the images that we draw on them, or if don't draw on them, to store them in this directory pictures in this folder. This is what this is basically doing. The next thing that we need to do is to go up here. But first, let me go down here, and you need to change now this from read from external storage, because this is a mistake from the previous video, to write to external storage, because reading from external storage, we're checking here when you click on the button gallery, so it doesn't make sense to check also here, because this is for saving. So you need to check if you can write to the external storage. Alright. Now let's go up, and as you can see, you have the else part where you have a coroutine, which is launching, and then you have save image, get bitmap, and you have the layout that contains the drawing view and the image. Now let's go up, because in order for this to work, we need to put an else if here, and I'm gonna type here is granted and parenthesis manifest, choose the one with Android, dot permission dot write to external storage. So let's press Ctrl Z because I don't want that. Write to external storage. You need to put here permission name. Let's put a space, permission name. If that is equal to manifest dot permission dot write to external storage, I'm gonna put curly braces. What I'll do, I'll type here get or save image. So if the permission is granted, so we have the permission to write to the external storage, you're gonna save the image on the phone. So I'm gonna type save image, get bitmap. I'm gonna type this in one line, and I'll type here find view by ID r.id dot constraint layout 3. And this line that we have here, this is gonna contain our layout, which contains the drawing view and the image. So let's press Shift Control P on this, and that is an integer, is a location. And as you can see, we have this underline here, and this is because we need to call this from a coroutine because it's a suspend function. So let's do that. So I'm going to type here coroutine scope IO because it's going to write to the internal storage dot launch, and I'm going to put this code there. So let's delete this. Now let's look at the code to see if everything is fine. So we have the activity expect permission granted, else. So the code looks fine. Now let's run our app to see how it's working. So let's run our app. But before we do that, let's add the toast. So let's copy this toast that we have here, and let's add it here in the else if, and it's gonna say toast that make text permission name granted. So we're gonna put that toast there to see if everything works fine. All right, let's run this again. Let's pick an image. Let's choose this image. Let's draw something on the image. Now let's click on the save button. And as you can see, it says storage evaluated picture, save image, and we have a number there. Now let's go inside the files. Let's go inside Android SDK, pictures, because this is where we save our image, and let's click on images. And now as you can see, we have our image that we draw on it saved here. So everything works fine. One thing that I want to do is to delete this app, because I want to show you how the dialog is going to ask us for permission. Right, uninstall the app. Let's run the app again. Let's pick an image, click allow, and it opens the gallery and it says permission write to external storage granted and permission read from external storage granted, because the code that we have there, so the code that we have down here, so the code that we have here, request permission, it's asking for both permission, for reading the external storage and for writing the external storage, so you get both of them. So now if I pick an image again, let's pick an image, let's draw something on it. Let's click on the save button. As you can see, now the image was saved. Let's go to see if the image is there. Let's go to files. Let's refresh this. And as you can see, we have our second image here saved. So everything works fine. Now, I'm gonna end this video here, and with this video we end our chapter about the drawing app. So see you in the next section. So in the next videos we are going to implement a navigation drawer with which you can switch between different fragments, and we'll see what fragments are in the next videos. And we are going to build a navigation drawer from scratch, because in this way you'll see how each individual part of the navigation drawer works in order to make the whole navigation drawer to work. And Android Studio offers us an already made navigation drawer. So if you right click on the package, you go to new and you go to activity, you can see that we have here navigation drawer activity. And this will generate a navigation drawer activity very similar to what we have on the right hand side. But this will also generate a lot of files and code, and the necessary code. And if you don't know how and what those files are doing, it will be very confusing. So this is why you are going to build this from scratch. So let's close this. Now first we need some icons, because as you can see here on the left hand side we have some icons here. So let's create the icons. So let's right click on drawable, go to new, vector asset, and the first one is gonna be, let's type here mail for the message. I'm gonna call it IC message. I'm gonna click on next and then on finish. Now for the next four icons for our 5 menu items that we have on the right hand side, I'm gonna skip the process, because the process is the same like this one. So I'm gonna skip the process now. Alright, so now we have our 5 icons for our 5 menu items. Next we need to create a menu, because this menu is what is gonna be displayed here on the right hand side. So let's create a menu. So let's right click on resource, go to new, and we're gonna create a new Android resource directory. And here from this drop down menu we select menu and click on OK. Alright, so now we have the folder menu here, and I'm gonna right click on the folder menu, go to new, and we choose this one, menu resource file, and I'm gonna call this drawer underscore menu. I'm gonna click on OK, and now it opened the file for us. So let's hide the emulator, and here I'm gonna type group, and I'm gonna type checkable behavior single, and this will make sure that you can select only one item from within this group. This is what this checkable behavior is going to do. So let's open this, and I'm going to add a few items here. So I'm going to type item, it's going to have an ID, nav underscore message, it's going to have an icon, it's gonna be a message, and it's gonna have a title. And I already created some strings for all the items. So title, menu, message. All right, now I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste it 2 times. So copy this and paste it 2 times. Let's add a space between them to see clearly where. All right, so let's change this to chat. Let's change the icon to chat, and the text also to chat. chat. It should be text chat menu. So, all right. Now go down here and I'm gonna change this to profile. So profile is gonna be the ID. For the drawable, I'm gonna put also profile for the icon, and for the message is gonna be profile. Alright, so now we have our group, and from this group we can select, from within this group you can select only one item. This is important to have in mind. So if you look here, you can select only one item. This is what is doing this part. Alright, now I will go down here, I will type item, and now I will give it a title, and I'm gonna use the strings again because I created some strings. I'm gonna type communicate, and what this will do is will create a new section called communicate, and it will add this horizontal line. This is what this thing will do. So I'm gonna put open here, and now I'm gonna type here menu, and inside this menu I'm gonna define two items. So I'm gonna put that opening tag item, and it's gonna have an ID. ID is gonna be nav underscore send. It's gonna have an icon send, and it's gonna have a title send, text menu send. Let's close this with a slash and an angle bracket. Now let's type again item, ID, nav underscore share, an icon, share, so we have that icon, and a title, and it's gonna be share text menu. And now I'm gonna close this with a slash and with a angle bracket. Now let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Alright, now I'm gonna go up here, and let's first talk about what we have here. So first we have a group, and from within this group you can select only one item, as you can see here in our app. And down we created a new section. We added this horizontal line by putting this item, and we gave it the name communicate, and we added two more items, but those items don't remain selected when you click on them, and they don't open fragments. They only show a toast which says that button was clicked. Now let's hide the emulator, and let's go up, and let's type here tools. I'm gonna put tools, and I'm gonna type show in equals quotation marks. I'm gonna type here navigation underscore view, and let's import this here. So let's press Alt Enter. Now if you go to design, now as you can see you have this preview, and this beautiful. All right, now we also need to change our activity theme to get rid of the action bar, because our navigation drawer should appear in front of the action bar, and we can do this with the action bar. We need to remove it, and we need to use a toolbar, and we're going to use a toolbar in the next video. So let's go inside the themes, and what I will do here, I will create a new theme. So I'll type style, but I will inherit all the properties of the first theme. So I will type theme navigation fragments. So basically what we're saying here now, hey, I will get all that this theme, all the colors and all the properties that this theme has, but I'm gonna change it a little bit. So I'm gonna type here my theme, no action bar. Now you may be wondering now, why I don't remove the action bar directly from here. If I remove the action bar directly from here, it's going to be removed for all for the entire application. But if you want to remove the action bar only specifically for an activity, you need to create a new style, and you need to override some things. So I'm gonna open this, and inside I'm gonna type item, and we put name, and here we're gonna type window action bar, and we set this to false. So we put false. Next, we're gonna type item, and we're gonna type here window no title, and we're gonna set this to true. Now I will go inside the manifest, and here before the angle bracket we press enter, and we type here theme, and now we're gonna reference our theme. So I'm gonna type actually let's type style my, and we have the theme, my theme. And now the action bar is going to be removed only for this particular activity, for the main activity. So it's not going to be removed from the entire app, because the entire app is still using the first theme from which we inherited. Alright, so let's go back to main activity. Now I'm going to end this video, and we're going to continue our discussion in the next videos. Now it's time to create the navigation drawer itself, and we're going to start with the head of the navigation drawer, which is this part here colored in blue, which has this image and those text. And for that I'm going to create a new layout. So we go on the layout, right click, go to new, and we choose layout resource file, and we choose linear layout for the root element. We choose this one, Android X, and I'm going to call it nav underscore header. Press enter, and we need to set a few things here. First is the orientation, so let's go up there. So orientation, vertical, gravity, I'm gonna set to bottom. We're gonna add the padding to have a little room between the edges, or a little space between the edges of 60 dp. And for the height, I'm gonna type 176 dp, because if you create a navigation header using Android Studio, this is the height that it will have. So we put 106 dp. And next we type theme, down here, theme, and we choose this theme overlay app compact dark, and that is gonna make our text appear white. So go down here, type image view, wrap content, and for the source let's put src mip map launcher round. Then I'm gonna add a text view, so text view, wrap content, and it's gonna have a padding top of 8 dp, so padding top 8 dp, and I'm gonna add a text appearance. So text appearance is gonna be this one, text appearance app compat body on. Now I'm gonna add a text here, let's say Dobing Alex, and I'll add another text view down here, text view, wrap content, and for the text it's gonna be Alex Aron yahoo.com. So let's hide the emulator. So now we created this part that is here, this part up here with the image, with the text view, and with this text view here. Now if I hide the emulator and if I look at design, as you can see we have our preview here. Now we need to go inside activity main.xml, and here we're gonna set up now the navigation drawer. So let's delete this text view because we don't need this text view. And for our navigation drawer to work, we need to delete the constraint layout, and we need to use the drawer layout. So I'm gonna type here drawer layout and have a suggestion. And first let's give an ID to the drawer layout, because we're gonna use it in our code. So I'm gonna type the ID drawer, and we also need to type feed system windows, and we set this to true. And this will make the navigation drawer to draw under the status bar at the top of our screen. Alright, now I'll go down here, and now I'll type here a linear layout. So I'm gonna create a linear layout. It's gonna have match parent, opening, and here I'm gonna create a toolbar. So I'm gonna type toolbar. I'm gonna use that Android X toolbar, and it's gonna have match parent, and for the height it's gonna be question mark attr / action bar size. Alright, let's close with a closing tag. And we need to give a background, so I'm going to type background, and I'm going to use this purple 500. And next we need to give an elevation, and the elevation will draw a shadow below of our toolbar. So if I type here elevation, and when I put here 4dp, this will draw a shadow. Now, next I'm going to type theme, and it's going to be theme overlay. Then let's put style first. Style, add style, theme overlay up compat dark action bar. So we choose this one, and this will make the text of our toolbar white. So this is what it's going to do. And next I'm going to add pop up theme, and here I'm going to type theme overlay up compat light. So I'm going to type here theme overlay up compat light, and this will take care of coloring the menu properly if you implement a menu on your toolbar. Alright, I will go down here, and I will create a frame layout, and the frame layout is going to be used to contain, to put the as you'll see, the fragments. And this is going to have a match parent, closing tag here, and we're going to give an ID, and it's going to be fragment container. Now, outside of the linear layout, we typed now the navigation view. So we type here navigation view. So we choose the first one, and for the width we choose wrap content, and for the height match parent, because you want to be, let me show you the emulator. Actually it's I can't because it's gone, but it should be as big as the screen, the height of the navigation view. I'm gonna close with a closing tag, and next we need to type here, let's give it an ID. It's gonna be nav underscore view. Next I'm gonna type menu, and it's gonna have the menu that we created, the raw menu. And we're also gonna type header, and I'm gonna use the header layout that we created. So I'm gonna type header, nav header. Alright, now if I go up here, and if you go to design, now you will see this, but it's not looking like correct. It's not looking good. So what we're gonna do is to type here open drawer, and I'm gonna put start. And I also need to put here layout. I forgot to put layout gravity start. So now if you I go to design, now we have this, and it's looking beautiful. And this should be the background should be blue, but it's not, and I wonder why. So alright, so we need to go in nav header layout, and you go to code, and we need to give a background to our linear layout background, and we're gonna have purple 500. Now if you go inside activity.main, we still don't actually now we have it. We have the header being colored in blue. Alright, so now I'm gonna go to code. I will type here private latent var drawer, and it's gonna be of type drawer layout, and I will go down here. I think I gave an ID to the toolbar. Let me see. The toolbar, no, it's not having an ID, so let's give an ID to the toolbar. Let's go back inside the main activity, because now we need to set our toolbar as the action bar. So I'm gonna type here val toolbar of type toolbar. We choose this one, Android X dot app compat dot widget equals find view by ID r.id dot toolbar. So we choose this one, and next we're gonna type set support action bar, I'm gonna type toolbar, right? Now, if I click on build and rebuild project, so to disappear this underline here, we still have this underline, but it's not a problem. Next, I will type drawer. I'm gonna type equals find view by ID, and I'm gonna reference our drawer layout. So we have here drawer layout. And again, we have the underline, but it's not a problem. And now what we need to do is in order to add the toggle button that you saw when I show you first the app, we need to use a class, and that class is called, I'm going to create a variable first called toggle. And that class is a handy class because it helps us to combine the toolbar and the navigation drawer, so that they're gonna be synchronized when you swipe the navigation drawer. That icon is gonna move. So we type here action bar drawer toggle. Here we pass this. Here we pass our own main activity. Next we need to pass the layout. So I'm gonna type drawer, the toolbar, because we're gonna synchronize those two. And next we have to pass two strings here. I already created the strings here, and those strings that we have here, that are defined here, are used for people who are impaired, so for people who can see. So this is why I need to add those strings here. So I will go inside the main activity, and I will type r.string. Sorry, I should put a comma there. r.string navigation drawer open, the first string, and you can look, I type here open navigation drawer and close navigation drawer, and the next I will type r.string navigation drawer close. Alright, so everything is fine now. Next we need to type drawer dot add drawer listener, and we're gonna pass our toggle. Alright, next we're gonna type toggle dot sync state, and this will take care of synchronizing everything. So now if you run our app, we have this underline again, but it's not a problem. Alright, so we have there the problem, but let me see. Let's rebuild the project. I don't know why I got this error almost for the entire course every time I use find view by ID. Again, we got that error there, and I don't understand why, because everything is fine. Let's hold control. Let's go inside the activity.main. Alright, so the ID is drawer, not drawer layout. That's why we got that problem. So let's type here drawer layout. Now if you go to main activity, now it will open. So let's rebuild our project again. I still have this underline. Anyway, let's run our app. Let's run our app again. Alright, so I had a problem with the emulator, and the problem was that the emulator didn't start. And I solved the problem by going to device manager, and I selected the device. I click on these options, and I click on this wipe data, and after that I run the emulator and everything worked fine. So now if you run this, let me rerun it again to see. Click on terminate. Now as you can see, everything works fine, and now we can see how our code works, because now you can drag the navigation drawer here, and we can see the button is rotating while you're doing that. So look what, and we have our navigation view here. So everything works fine. One more thing to do is to override the onBack press function, because this function is called every time you press the back button. And what we'll do, I'm gonna put here if drawer, so we wait for the hint, that is drawer open, and here we're gonna type gravity compat dot start. So here we're checking to see if when you press on the back button, if the navigation view is open, and if it's opened, then I'm gonna type here drawer dot close drawer gravity compact dot start. So, and that is gonna close the navigation view. It's not gonna get you out of the app. Else we're gonna call the super on back pressed. So put curly braces. So now if you run this, click on terminate. Now if I open the navigation view, and if I press the back button, now it closes the navigation view. It's not leaving the app. But if I click now it's leaving the app, as you can see. So let's open the app again. Let's click on the button, and now our buttons don't remain selected, those three buttons, and also they don't have open fragments, and also those two buttons don't show a toast message. And we're gonna implement all of this in the next video. So now I'm gonna end the video and see you in the next video. Now it's time to create layouts for our fragments, but first, what is a fragment? A fragment represents a reusable portion of your app's UI. A fragment defines and manages its own layout, has its own life cycle, and can handle its own input events. Fragments cannot live on their own. They must be hosted by an activity or another fragment. There can be more than one fragment in an activity, and fragments represent multiple screens in one activity. So let's create layouts for our fragments first. So we go to layout, right click, go to new, layout resource file, and let's call this message fragment. Let's put here relative layout and click on OK. We'll go to code and we'll give a background, and I'm gonna type Android color, let's say blue light. I will add a text view here, wrap content, width and height, and it will have a text. It will say message fragment, and also I will add center in parent to true. Also let's add the text size. So text size 30 sp. Let's go to design to see how it looks. Alright, so it's fine. Now I'm gonna copy this code. I'm gonna copy. Now I'm gonna create another fragment. So go to new, layout resource file, and this is gonna be called, this is gonna have also a relative layout, and this is gonna be called profile fragment. Click on OK. We go to code, we paste our code, and we change the color to blue, from blue to red, and it's gonna have the text profile fragment. And we're gonna create another layout. So go to layout resource file, and this is also gonna be a relative layout, and it's gonna be called chat fragment. We go to code, we paste our code there, and we change message fragment to chat fragment, and the background, let's choose green here. Next, we need to connect our layouts fragments with the classes fragments. So let's go up, and above here I'm gonna right click and I'm gonna create a new package called fragments. So we choose package, I'm gonna call it fragments, and inside I'm gonna right click, go to new, and we choose Kotlin class file. We choose file, and the first is gonna be message fragment, and here we're gonna have a class message fragment. Is gonna extend fragment, alright, put curly braces, and we are going to override the onCreate view. So onCreate view, and instead of returning super, we're gonna return inflator dot inflate r dot layout dot message. Let's import the r dot layout dot message fragment container. I'm gonna pass next, and false. And let's copy this code because we'll use this code. Now I will create another fragment, chat fragment. So I will create a class file. This is going to be called chat fragment. I'm going to type class chat fragment extends fragment parentheses. I'm going to override the onCreate view, and we're going to return inflator dot inflate r dot layout. We need to import the r dot layout dot chat fragment container. I'm gonna pass here, and false. And let's create our third fragment, profile fragment. So Kotlin class file, profile fragment class, profile fragment extends fragment, and you also override onCreate view, and we are going to return inflator dot inflate r dot layout dot. So let's import the r dot layout dot profile fragment container, and false. And let's change this to profile. So profile fragment. Alright, so now we have our fragments created and they are connected with the XML layouts. Now all we need to do is to go to main activity. First we need to go up here, and I will type val. I'm gonna type navigation view. It's gonna be equal to find view by ID. It's gonna be a navigation view. We're gonna pass here r dot id dot nav underscore view. Now I'm gonna add a listener to our navigation view. So I'm gonna go down here, and I will type navigation view dot set on navigation item selected listener. And here I'm gonna type object extends navigation view dot on navigation selected listener, put curly braces, and we press enter. Now we are going to override the function. So I'm going to implement the function here. Alright. Here I'm going to type when, and I'm going to use item dot id item dot item id, and put curly braces r dot id dot, let's say, nav message. I'm gonna put arrow curly braces, and here I will type get support fragment manager, so this one dot. So this is how you create the fragment. You get the support fragment manager, then we put dot begin transaction dot replace, and it's gonna replace r dot id dot fragment container with our fragment chat message, so chat fragment. And I will push this down, so to make it look better. Also you need to put dot commit. Next I'm gonna put again r dot id dot nav chat arrow. I'm gonna type support fragment manager begin transaction dot replace r dot id dot fragment container with chat. Here it should be message fragment, sorry, message fragment. And here we should put chat fragment, so chat fragment and dot commit. Now let's rearrange this a little bit. Now I'm gonna put again r dot id dot nav profile curly braces, again support fragment manager dot begin transaction dot replace r dot id dot fragment container. So it's gonna replace the what is in our fragment container with our fragment that we're gonna pass now. So I'm gonna type profile fragment and put dot commit. Then I'm gonna put I'm gonna rearrange this. Now I'm gonna go down here. I'm gonna type r dot id dot nav underscore send arrow curly braces, and here I'm gonna type toast dot make text. This are on main activity. The text I'm gonna say send clicked toast dot length short dot show. I'm gonna copy this and I'll go down here. I'll type r dot id dot share and I'll put a toast here, but I'm gonna change the text to share clicked. And down here, not here, so outside of the when statement. So outside of the when statement. So we go here. Here I'm gonna return true, and that means that the button was clicked. This is why I return through here. And we also need to type here drawer dot close drawer. I'm gonna type gravity compat dot start, and we also gonna copy this support fragment manager begin transaction, replace r.d.fragment container with a message fragment, because we want to have this message fragment selected when we open the app for the first time. So I'm gonna put here, and down here I will type navigation view dot set checked item. I'm gonna put r dot id dot nav underscore message. Now if you run our code, we get message fragment open, because we said here to first open the message fragment by typing this line of code, and also make sure that we have the navigation message button checked, as you can see here. And now if you click on chat, it will open the chat fragment. If you click on profile, it will open the profile fragment. If you click on send, it will just show a toast message. If you click on share, again it will show a toast message. So this is our discussion about navigation drawer, and see you in the next videos. Also you can convert this to a lambda, as you can see, because it's saying so everything works fine. Alright, so I'm gonna end the video and see you in the next videos. Now it's time to see how we can get data into our fragments when you create a new instance. And Android Studio already has a predefined fragment which you can create by right clicking on the package, go to new, we select fragment, and we choose this one, fragment blank. And that is gonna open this window, and if I click on finish, that will generate all the necessary code for our fragment to work. But if this is the first time when you see this code, this can be very confusing. So this is why we are going to build this from scratch. So I'm going to press Ctrl Z to undo this. And first we need to create the layout for our fragment. So go to resources, layout, right click on layout, new, a new layout resource file. And I'm going to call this example underscore fragment. And I will choose a linear layout for the root element, this one with Android X. We click on OK, we go to code, we set an orientation here, vertical, gravity, center, and the background, because in this way you will see we can distinguish if what we see on the screen is our fragment or the main activity. So this is why we give here a background. I'm going to type @Android, and we choose this one, hollow green light. Then I'll create a text view, and the text view is going to display the data that we're going to pass to our fragment. So I'm going to type here text view, wrap content for width and height, closing tag. We're going to have an ID, text view, and it's going to have a text size of 20 sp. So I'm gonna type here text size 20 sp, and also text style of bold. And let's put a text to see how it looks. Let's type text. Let's go to design, and it's looking okay. Alright, now we need to create the corresponding class for this layout. So I'm gonna right click here. I'm gonna create a new package. I have to select there a new package. And I'm going to call this package fragments. So this is where we're going to put our fragments. I'm going to right click on fragments, go to new, and I am going to create a new class file. File example fragment is going to be called example fragment. Then I will type here class example fragment inherits from fragment parentheses curly braces, and we're going to override the onCreate view, because we're going to pass our layout here, not the super. So I'm going to type here val view equals inflator dot inflate r dot layout. Let's import the r there. dot example fragment, then I'm gonna pass here container, and attached to root, I'm gonna pass false here. Now I will use this view. This is why I declare here val view equals to inflator, and we inflated the layout here, because I will use now the view to connect to the text view which is in an example fragment.xml. So I will type here val text view of type text view equals, now type view, so the view from above, dot find view by id r.id text view, so dot id, and we're gonna return the view because this expects to return the view, so we return the view. All right, now if you go to main activity, here I'm gonna type val fragment gonna be equals to example fragment, then I will type down here support fragment manager dot begin transaction dot replace, and now we need to go to activity main, we go to code, and we need to delete this text view, and we need to put here a frame layout because the main activity is going to be the container of our fragment. So change this to frame layout. So we type frame layout, we need to give an ID, let's call it container, so ID container. We go back inside the main activity, and here I'm going to type r.id container, comma, and our fragment, and I'm going to type dot commit. And let's put this on different lines. Now if you run this, alright, so our app opened and we have our fragment display here because we know this from this background color and the text that we passed to our text view. Now the question is how we can get data into this fragment. So the first thought about how we can get data inside an object of a class is to use its constructor to pass the values. So let's define a constructor here. Let's type here val. We're going to define some properties. Let's say name of type string and val age of type int. Alright, so now we have those variables, and let's use them. So to set for the text, let's use their values to set the text view. So I'm gonna type here text view dot text equals name plus /n plus age.toString. So you have an underline, so let's make those private because this is the suggestion. So let's make them private. Let's go back to main activity, and now this expects us to pass some values for the properties of the constructor. So I'm gonna type here Alex and let's say 23 for the age. Now if I run this, click on terminate, we have Alex and we have 23, so the data was passed to the example fragment. And this is not the way in which you'll do the things. And now you may be wondering why, because the data is passed by using the constructor, and here we're using the text view and we set in the text. But look what happens if I first let's make sure that we have the rotation option here checked, open, so make sure that is on. So now let me show you something. If you rotate, let's say the screen, look what happens. Our app crashes. So why our app crashed? Because everything was fine. I mean, the code, we don't have any kind of highlight here or any kind of error. So why the code crashed? This is because when the Android system, when we click on rotate, the Android system destroyed the fragment and then it tried to create again the fragment. But when it tried to create again the fragment, it didn't use the constructor and the values that we pass here, respectively Alex and 23. It usually it tries to use an empty constructor, but even then it's a problem because you cannot retain the values that are passed here. So in other words, the data which is passed via a constructor to a fragment is not preserved in scenarios like this. So if you rotate the screen, you should have the data preserved, not the app should not crash. And in order for the data to be preserved, we need to use a bundle, not the constructor. So this is very important to have in mind. So let's delete this. And let's declare here two variables. Let's type private var name of type string. And I'm going to put an empty string here. And private age equals to -1. Private var. And let's delete this because this is it can infer the type. Now what I will do, I will go down here, but first let me show you how we can send data to our fragment so that our data is preserved. And to do that, we go inside main activity and we're going to use a bundle. Now we have those underlines because we don't have properties for constructor, and we're going to use what is called a bundle. So I will type here val bundle equals to bundle, and I will type here bundle dot put, and put string first, and we're gonna have a key, let's say key string, and it's gonna have a value, let's say example text. Let's press Ctrl D, and now I'm gonna change this to put int, to put a number. So I'm gonna put int, and here we need to pass a number. Let's say 123. Then I will type fragment dot set arguments. I'm gonna put equals to bundle, so the data that we pass inside our bundle. Now you need to make sure that you remember those keys, because we're gonna use those keys to get now the data inside our fragment. So now inside our fragment, what I will do is I will go down here and I will type get arguments, so arguments, and if I try to, let's say, get the data without checking for null, so because the arguments this variable that we have now can be null, so we need to put question mark and let. So let, so what we're saying here, if arguments is equal to null, then don't do nothing. If it's not null, then execute the code inside the let. So this is what we're saying here. Now here we can use the it. As you can see, the it is of type bundle, so it refers to the bundle object. Now I will type here name, the variable from above, equals to it dot get string, and we're gonna pass the key here, key, and the key was key string, and we're gonna put a default value, let's say default value for default value. Let's also hide this to make the code more clear. Then I'm gonna type age equals it dot get int now, so now we're getting the int, and I'm gonna type key int. Let's see that if this is the key, so key, I put it key string for here. Let's put also key number, and here let's put key number, and the default value of -1. All right. Now I will go down here, and now we don't need to make any kind of changes here, because here now we're passing the name, and we're getting the name from the bundle that is passed to our fragment, and we're getting the data. We store the data in our two properties, and then we put those values inside our text.text. And now our data is going to be preserved. When Android Studio is going to destroy the fragment, when you're going to rotate the screen, it will preserve the data, so you'll not get the app will not crash. You will see the data being displayed even though you rotated the screen. So let me show you. So let's run this. As you can see, we have example text 1, 2, 3. And now let's rotate the screen to see what happens. Previously, when I rotated the screen, the app crashed because the data is not preserved, and Android Studio is not preserving the data. When it tried to execute our code, it failed because it couldn't get the data. So let's rotate the screen, and look what happens now. Now it didn't crash. Now we have the screen rotated, and we have example text, and we have 1, 2, 3. So if I rotate it again and again, we have example text 1, 2, 3. And this is because now we're using a bundle to pass the data, not the constructor. And the Android system now is preserving our data. So let's rotate this back to what it was. Sorry. So I think it's like this. Okay. So now if you go back to main activity, this code that we have here, now it's already starting to look messy, because imagine that we have to put more values in your bundle, or how you'll know how many values you have to put in your bundle, because with a constructor, at least you can see the values that you have to pass for the arguments and the number of arguments, but here there is no way to know that. Also, how you'll remember the name of the keys. And because of that, we are going to move this logic inside the example fragment. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to delete this code, and I'll go down here and I'll create a companion object, and I'll create a function fun called new instance, and it's going to have two parameters, one text of type string and one number of type int, and it's gonna return an example fragment. So example fragment, curly braces. Let's hide the emulator to see the code. Now what I'll do here, I'll create first an instance of our example fragment. So I'm gonna type here val fragment equals to example fragment. Then down I'll create a bundle, val bundle equals to bundle, and let's create some constants. So I'm gonna go up here, I will type private const val, let's call it args underscore text, it's gonna be equal to text, and private const val args number is gonna be equal to, let's call it args number and args text. Now if I will go down here, I will type here bundle dot put string, and I'm going to use the key. So I'm going to type here args text, and I'm going to put a text here, and the text is going to be the value that is going to be passed to our parameter text. So I'm going to type text there, then I'm going to type bundle again, dot put string, actually dot put int, because we're going to put an integer, and here we're going to type number, args number, and it's going to be the number passed to the function. So number passed to the function. All right, now we need to return our, we need to set actually first fragment. I'm going to type fragment dot arguments equal to bundle. and we are going to return our fragment. So return fragment. Alright, so now what I can do, I can go here inside the main activity and I can type val fragment equals to example fragment dot new, actually it should be example fragment dot new instance. And now I will type here the text, let's say Alex and the number 23, and now we see we have those hints, and we see how many we see what we have to pass to the bundle, and also you see the number of parameters that the number of parameters that are defined. Now if you run this, click on terminate, we have default value and -1, and I wonder why. And this is because we forgot to get here to change the keys to args text and here to args number. So now if you run this again, now we have Alex and 23, and if I pass something else like no name and let's say for the number should be, if you run this, it will work, and if you rotate the screen, the data is preserved, as you can see. And now let me show you how you can do how you can change the new instance function to do the things in a more Kotlin way. So let me go inside this function new instance. Let me show you another way to do what we did here. So what I will type is, I will type here first I'm gonna put I'm gonna delete this, and I will put I'm gonna delete the curly braces also, and I'll put equals, and I will type here example fragment parentheses dot apply. Now I'm gonna use arguments. So this is a more Kotlin way of doing the things, because this is how you'll see it when you create the fragment using the Android predefined fragment. So, and here with arguments I'm gonna put equals bundle. I'm gonna type again dot apply, so the scope function, and I'll type here put string. The key is gonna be text args text, and the value is gonna be text. Then I'm gonna put string key args number and number. I'm gonna pass the value which is passed to the function number. So this is a more Kotlin way of doing the things. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. So now if you run this, sorry, it should be put int here, not put string. So put int. All right, let's run this again. Click on terminate. We have the same output, everything works fine. And if you change this to, let's say, Maria, and we let that number, if you run this, click on terminate. Now as you can see, everything works fine. So this is how you can do it with a factory function, how it's called, and I'm gonna end the video now and see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can communicate between fragments. And for that I will send data from one fragment to the underlying activity and from there to the second fragment. And now you may be wondering why you need to send the data to the underlying activity and from there to the second fragment. Why not sending the data directly from the first fragment to the second fragment? And the reason is reusability. A fragment should be a modular component that is not tightly coupled to another fragment or to a particular activity. Because later you might want to use only one of the fragments, or later you might want to use the fragment into another activity. And for those reasons, you need to use an underlying activity to send the data with using an interface, as you'll see. Now, let's create first the layout. So I'm going to go on the left hand side. I'm going to right click here, go to new, and we'll create a new layout resource file. And this is going to be called fragment underscore A. Gonna change this to linear layout. We choose this one, Android X. We click on OK. We go to code and we type orientation vertical, gravity, let's say top, and center horizontal, and a padding of 16 dp. And here I will put an edit text. Match parent for the width and wrap content for the height. I'm gonna close it with a closing tag. It's gonna have an ID. Edit text underscore A. Next, we're going to create a button. Wrap content for width and height, closing tag, and it's going to have an ID. Send button A. Now I will copy this. So I will press Ctrl C and Ctrl V. Now let's change this to fragment B. Now let's change this a little bit. So let's change this to B, this to B, and let's add a background, Android color green light, and also for the fragment for the fragment A, let's add a background here, Android color green light. So what I choose color green light there. Let's choose blue light. Let's look at design. Okay, it's looking okay. Let's create some string resources. So I'm gonna go inside values, strings, and I will type here string, and it's gonna be button A text. It's gonna be send. Actually, let's to call it only button text. We go to fragment A and we're gonna type here text, button text, and also in fragment B text, button text. So now if you look at code, at design, we can see we have this. And let's choose wrap content for the height. So wrap content to be as big as the content in it. So here also wrap content to be as big as the content that is in it. Let's go to design, and now it's looking beautiful. Let's also add a hint for our edit text. So let's create a string. Always create strings for your hints and names, because this when you want to translate your app in multiple languages, just take this text and you'll translate it. So I'm gonna type here edit text hint. I'm gonna say enter some data, and we go to fragment A, we type here hint, and we type here add string edit text hint. We copy this line, we go on fragment me, and we paste it here. Now if you look at design, you have this, and if you look at fragment A, you have this. Now if you go inside main activity, let's delete this text view, and let's add a linear layout here. It's gonna have orientation, vertical, a gravity, which is gonna be top, and center horizontal. And here I will put two frame layouts. So I type frame layout, match parent or app content, and this is gonna be called ID container A, and I will copy this, I will paste it below, and this will have the ID container B. Now let's create the corresponding classes for our two XML fragments that we created here. So let's right click on here, go to new, and we choose Kotlin file class, and the first one is going to be called fragment A, and we'll type here class fragment A extends fragment. Let's import that. Let's put curly braces. Let's override on create view, and we're gonna return inflator. Actually, I'll type here val view equals to inflator dot inflate r dot layout. Let's import the r. R dot layout fragment A container and false here. And if you go down here, I will type first val edit text of type edit text. Actually, I'm gonna declare those up here. So I will type here private latent var edit text and private latent var send button of type button. And here I will type edit text equals to view dot find view by ID r dot ID dot edit text A, and send button gonna be equals to view dot find view by ID r dot ID dot send button A. And here I will type send button dot set on click listener. Now what we need to do now is to create an interface which is going to be implemented by our main activity, and I'm going to show you immediately what you will do. So first let's create the interface down here. Interface, let's call it fragment A listener, and it's going to have a function called send, let's say send from A, and it's going to have a parameter input of type string. Now I will go up here where you have defined the constructor. I will show you first how you can do this with the constructor, even though if you rotate the screen or the Android system decides to recreate the fragment, it will generate an error. But let me show you in this way first, because I think it makes more sense by showing you this in this way first. So what you need to type here is private listener. I'm gonna put colon, and private val, sorry, so private val listener of type fragment a listener. So this is gonna be our listener, which is gonna listen to. What we'll do now is when we will click on this send on click listener, when we are going to click on the send button, we are going to get the text which is passed inside our edit text, and we are going to send that text to the listener which implements this interface. In our case, is going to be the main activity. So I will type here listener dot send from A, and I will type here edit text dot toString. So now when this button is going to be pressed, let's return view here. Now when this button is going to be pressed, the text which was typed inside the edit text is going to be send to the send from a function, and this listener that we have here is going to be called from our main activity, because we're going to implement the interface inside our main activity. I'm going to show you immediately how. Now let's create another class, also fragment, and actually let me copy this. So let's press Ctrl C and Ctrl V. Let's call it fragment B. Click on OK. Let's change this to B, also B here, and let's change this to fragment B listener, send from B, and here should be fragment B listener. And here we'll do the same thing, and here we'll say send from B. Next we need to create a function down here which is going to update the text of the edit text. I'm going to type fun update text. It's going to take input of type string, and I will type here edit text. So our edit text dot set text, and I'm gonna type input. Right, let's copy this and let's put it also inside the fragment A. So let's put this function here. Now if I go inside the main activity, I will create two fragments here. So I will type here let's say private latent var, let's call it fragment A. It's going to be a fragment A listener. It's going to be a fragment A, sorry. Fragment A, and private latent var fragment B. It's going to be a fragment B. And here we're going to create our fragments. So I'll type here fragment A equals fragment A. Now here we need to pass the listener interface that is defined inside the fragment A. So here we need to pass a listener which is gonna be, and the listener is gonna have this function send from A, which is gonna take this input from the edit text, and it will pass to the listener which is implemented by our main activity. So what we need to do here is I'm gonna type here this, and this meaning is means that hey, the listener that you are so now what we are saying by passing here this, here we're passing the context, and what we are saying here basically is, hey, I know that you need this listener interface as your parameter, but you will find the listener interface in this activity. So now we need to implement that interface. So I'm going to put a comma here. I'm going to type fragment A listener, and now the error disappeared. Let's implement the function. So what we were saying hey, look inside this main activity, because there the function is implemented, as you can see here. And let's do the same thing for fragment B. So I'm gonna type here fragment B equals fragment B, and we're gonna pass also this. So it's gonna search for the listener implementation inside this main activity. So I'm gonna put a comma here. I'll type fragment B listener, and let's also implement the function. And here I will type fragment B dot set text, our function, or update text, and it's gonna take the input. I should give a more appropriate name here, but let's keep it as it is now. And here we'll type fragment A dot update text is gonna be the input, and this function is gonna be triggered in our fragment A, and it's gonna take the input that is passed here, and it will take that input, it will receive that input here, and it will pass it here to the fragment A update text function. So now if you run this, let me see first how it looks in the main activity. Go to design, code, we have match parent for width and height. So now let's go back to main activity, and I will type here support fragment manager dot begin transaction space dot replace r.id container A with fragment A dot replace r.id dot container B with fragment B, and dot commit. So now if you run this, now everything looks fine. So if I type here hello from B, look what happens. We get hello from B. And if I type here hello from A, I press send, get hello from A. So the code works, and works well, but if I rotate the screen, because I use the constructor, the app crashes. So if you go here to run, when Android student try to recreate the state, the application, it failed because it we cannot use as you can see, it cannot find fragment constructor, so it will not use the fragment constructor. So this is why I get that. So we need another way to assign the listener to our fragment, and we'll see immediately how. So first we need to remove the listener from the constructors. So let's go here, let's remove this. Let's go also inside the emulator in fragment B. Let's also remove it from the constructor. And we are going to declare it here. So I'm going to type here private latent var listener of type fragment B listener. Now what I will do is I will use the context to which our fragment is attached, respectively the main activity, to assign the listener variable. So what I'll do, I'll use the onAttach, because the onAttach function is called when our fragment is attached on the activity. So I'll override here the onAttach function. And as you can see, it has this context, and this context is the main activity. So it's the context of the main activity. And what we can do here, you can say if context, so if context is fragment, so now we're checking to see if the context is fragment B listener. What we're saying, in other words, is the main activity it has implemented the fragment B listener interface. If yes, then I'm gonna say here listener, so our variable equals to context. And now this may be a little bit confusing, but the way I think about is in the following way. This context is the context of main activity. Here we're assigning the listener variable to the context of the main activity, but we're checked first to see if the context of the main activity implemented the interface fragment B listener. So what we're saying here, in other words, and at least this is how I see it, is that, hey, go inside the main activity and try to find to see if there is an implementation of the fragment B listener interface, and if it is, assign it to the listener that is defined here on in fragment B. So this is how I like to think about it. Else, if it didn't implement the interface, so if it didn't implement, I'm gonna type throw. So to throw, I'm gonna throw an exception, throw runtime exception, and gonna say context dot toString. So it's gonna say main activity plus, and on the next line I'm gonna type quotation marks, you must implement fragment B listener, and we'll do the same thing inside the fragment A. So here I'll create a private latent it var, private latent it var listener of type fragment A listener, and we're gonna override the onAttach function. So I'll go down here, I'll type onAttach, and down here I will type if context, again if context is fragment A listener. So we're checking to see if the context, the main activity, it implemented the fragment A listener. If it implemented that, we're gonna assign that implementation to our listener defined above, to our listener property. So I'm gonna type listener equals context. Then I'm gonna put else. I'm gonna type throw runtime exception. We choose this one, Kotlin, which is gonna say context dot toString plus, go down here, you must implement fragment B listener. Alright, now if I go back to main activity, now we need to remove this because we're no longer using that, so remove those. And now if you run our code, because we implemented those functions here, so implemented the fragment A listener and fragment B listener. Now if you run this, so let's run this. If I type here hello from B, type send, we get hello from B. If I type hello from A, you'll see here hello from A. Now if I rotate the screen, as you can see, now the app didn't crash like previously, because previously we were using the constructor, but now we're not using the constructor. So here you can also type, actually I'm gonna leave it as it is. So this is our discussion about how you can send data between two fragments using a listener. And if you feel confused by what we did here with this if context is fragment A listener, just watch the video again, and you'll definitely understand, because what you're doing here is saying, hey, is the main activity implementing this fragment A listener? And if that is correct, we're gonna assign our listener variable or listener property defined in this fragment A to that context, the main activity, and that context contains the implementation of the fragment A listener. So we're gonna assign that implementation to our listener here. So this is what we're basically doing with this line of code. And here, listener send from A, this listener is gonna be called from our main activity every time we click on the send button. So when you click on the send button, the listener is gonna be called, and the code is gonna take the input from the edit text, and it's gonna fetch it here, and it will here will type fragment B update text, and that the text which was fetched is passed as input to the fragment B update text. So this is our discussion about how you can send data between fragments. There is also another way using view model, but we not talked about we didn't talk about view model yet, so this is why I will not show you how to do that now, but in the future videos, after we look at view model, then I will show you how to send data in that way. So now I'm gonna end the video and see you in the next video. So in this video you'll see how you can implement a bottom navigation view. And first I will create 3 icons for our 3 menu items that are going to be shown in our bottom navigation view. So I'm going to right click on drawable, go to new, vector asset, and the first one is going to be called home. So I'm going to type here home, we wait, we choose this one, and let's call it IC home, click on next and finish. Now we'll skip the process for the next 2 ones, because the process is the same for creating the icon. So I'm gonna right click, go to new. So now you're done. Now we need to create a menu resource file. So I'm gonna go to resource, go to new, and you choose this one, Android resource directory. And from this drop-down menu, we choose menu and click on OK. And now we're going to create our 3 menu items here, which are going to be shown inside our bottom navigation view. So right click, go to new, and choose menu resource file. And let's call this navigation view menu. Go to code. And here I will type first item. It's going to have an ID, nav underscore home. It's gonna have an icon, home, and the title string / text nav home. And I'm gonna close this with a slash and a angle bracket. I will copy this 2 times. And let's change nav home to nav search, IC search, text nav search. Let's change this to favorites, IC favorites, and nav favorites. And this is the menu that is going to be shown inside our bottom navigation view. So if you go to design, it looks like this. So go to code. Now we go back inside the main activity. We delete this text view because we don't need this text view. And for the root layout, we choose a linear layout. So we choose linear layout here. Or actually, let's choose a relative layout. So we choose this one, relative layout. And down here I will add the bottom navigation view. So I'm going to type bottom, and we have this one, bottom navigation view, and it's going to have match parent and wrap content for the height. I'm going to close it with the closing tag. Next I will type menu here, and I will reference our navigation view menu. So now if you go to design, as you can see, we have our menus, but they are at the top here. So what we can do now is I will type align parent bottom to true. So now if you go to design, now as you can see, they are down. So I'm going to type here background now, and I'll type question mark Android slash attr, let's say window and we choose here window, let's delete this, attr window background. Alright, next up here I will put a frame layout, or we're gonna put our fragments. So I'm gonna type frame layout, match parent, closing tag, let's give it an ID container, and let's put layout above ID above, let's give an ID to our navigation view, so ID nav underscore view, and this is gonna be above nav underscore view. So if you look at design, as you can see now we have this here. Now let's go to main activity, and here I will create a private, latent it var navigation view. It's gonna be actually a bottom navigation view, so let's call it bottom navigation view, and here I say type bottom, choose this one, bottom navigation view. We go down here and do type bottom navigation view equals find view by ID r dot id dot bottom nav underscore view should be here, nav. Alright, and we have this underline. Now let's create the layouts for our three fragments. So I'm gonna go to layout, new, layout resource file, and the first one is gonna be called fragment, let's put first home fragment. It's gonna have a linear layout. Click on OK. We go to code. We set an orientation, vertical, gravity, center, and we're gonna put a text view here. Text view, wrap content width and height, closing tag, and this is gonna have a text. It's gonna say text, and it's gonna say home fragment, and let's change the text size to 20 sp. Now let's copy this, so let's press Ctrl C on this, Ctrl C and Ctrl V. So let's change this now from home fragment to favorites fragment, so favorite. Right, go to code, and this is gonna be called now favorite. Let's also give a background to our fragments to see that indeed we have a fragment displayed and not the main activity. So I'm gonna type here Android hollow blue light, and for our home fragment let's choose background Android hollow red light. Next I'll create a new layout for our search fragments. So I'm gonna type here also linear layout for the root, and it's gonna be search fragment. Click on OK. Go to code. We need to give a background. Let's Android hollow green light, and a text view, wrap content width and height. It's gonna have the text search fragment, and also need to specify a gravity here, gravity center, and let's change the text style to bold. So let's tag text style bold, and let's copy this and let's paste it here and also here. So now if you look at design, it looks like this. Right, now let's go back to activity main.xml, and let's go back to main activity. Next, I will create the corresponding fragment classes for our fragment layout. So I'm going to create here first a package called fragments, and I'll create here our fragments. So first I'm going to create a Kotlin class file. So we select file. I'm going to call this home fragment and press enter. Then I'll type here class home fragment extends fragment, and I'm going to override the onCreate view. And instead of returning super, we return here inflator dot inflate r dot layout dot home fragment container and false. Now I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it inside our fragments, and I'm going to change it to search fragment. I'm going to paste it again, and this is going to be called favorites fragment. Click on OK, and now the last thing remaining is to change this from home fragment to search fragment here, and to favorites also to change from home fragment the layout to favorites fragment. Now I will go back inside the main activity, and here I will type bottom navigation view dot set on item selected listener, and we choose this one with the boolean returning type. And here I will type val fragment of type fragment is gonna be nullable, so we're gonna assign null to it first. Then I will type when it dot item ID. I'm gonna type here r dot id dot nav underscore home first, arrow, and the code that you want to be executed. And here I'm going to type fragment. Let's change this to var. Fragment equals to home fragment. Alright. Then I'm going to put another r dot id dot favorites fragment. I'm going to type fragment equals to favorites fragment, and another r dot id dot search nav underscore search, and I'm gonna put arrow and the code that I want to have executed. So I'm gonna type here fragment equals to search fragment. Then outside the when statement, I will type first. Let's press Ctrl Z. So first I will type here, but we have an error here. Alright. So outside of the when statement, I will type support fragment manager dot begin transaction dot replace r dot id dot container with the fragment that was chosen. Then I'm gonna type here dot commit, and let's put this on different lines. And let's return here true, so that means that we click on the button, and now the error disappeared. But we have here a problem. Also, it says that it required a fragment, but we found a nullable fragment. So let's put those exclamation mark here. So let's run our code. Now if I click on search, we have search fragment. If I click on favorites, we have favorite fragment. If I click on home, we have home fragment. And the search fragment text is a little smaller, so let's change it. Where is search? Search. Text size here 20 sp. Let's go back to main activity. And let's also copy this code. And let's make sure that the first, when you first open the app, the home fragment is going to be opened. So I'm going to type here, instead of fragment, I will type here home fragment. And let's type bottom navigation view dot set. There is not a checked item for this. Anyway, so I will delete this. Now if you run our app again, now you have a home fragment open when you first open the app, and then you can switch between different fragments, as you can see. So this is how you can use a bottom navigation view, and see you in the next video. In this video I'm going to show you how to create a model bottom sheet, and the model bottom sheet is a dialog which is shown at the bottom of the screen. But first let's set up the main activity main.xml, and let's change the root layout to linear layout. So let's type linear layout. Let's delete this text view. Let's add an orientation, vertical, and gravity of top, and center horizontal. And down here I'll add the text view, wrap content for width and height, and it's gonna have an ID. Let's call it simply text view. Then I'll create a button down here, button, wrap content for width and height, closing tag. Let's give it an ID, button, open dialog. Let's put a text, open dialog. Alright, now let's create a layout for the bottom sheet. So let's go to layout resource file, also linear layout here. Let's call it bottom sheet layout. Click on OK. Let's go to code. Let's add an orientation of vertical, and gravity of center horizontal. And let's add the text view first, wrap content for width and height. Let's add the text. It's gonna say bottom sheet dialog. Let's add the text size to 30 sp. And now let's add two buttons, button, wrap content for width and height, ID, button 1, and let's copy this. Let's paste it below. Let's change the ID to button 2, and let's put the text button 1, and you should create strings every time you use you pass text for your widgets. But I'm gonna speed down the process a little bit, and I will not create the string resources. This is why I type the text directly there. So text button 2. Now let's create the button sheet dialog, and to do that, first we need to create a new let's create a new package called dialogs, and here I'm gonna right click, go to new, and we select Kotlin class file. I'm gonna call it my button sheet dialog, and I will type here class my button sheet dialog extends button sheet dialog, I think is dialog fragment, put parentheses. We're gonna override the onCreate view, and we're gonna return here, we're gonna type here val first view equals to inflator dot inflate r dot layout, our layout that we created, the button sheet. So let's import the r dot layout dot button sheet layout, and we're gonna pass container and false. Next, here we need to type val button 1 of type button is gonna be equal to view. Let's import that, and it's gonna be equal to view find view by id r.id.button1. So you are using the view that is inflated here, which is our view button sheet dialog where we have the buttons. Next, I'm gonna type val button 2, gonna be of type button equals button equals to view dot find view by id r.id dot button 2, and we are going to set on click listener for those buttons. I'm gonna type here button 1 that's set on click listener, and button 2 that set on click listener. Now we have our we have this warning here, so let's go inside. Everything is fine. Let's clean up the project to see if it disappeared. So it disappeared. Let's go back to main activity, and here I'll create first private open dialog button of type button private latent var open dialog button of type button. Then you need to import that, and down here I will type private latent var text view button, let's call it, of type text view. I will go down here, I will type open dialog button equals find view by id r dot id dot button open dialog, and text view button equals to find view by id r dot id dot text view, so that text view. Then I'm gonna put here open dialog dot set on click listener, and now I will create an instance of our my button sheet dialog. So I will type here val my button sheet dialog equals to my button sheet dialog. Down here I will type my button sheet dialog dot show, and here we need to get the support from the fragment manager, so I'll type here get support fragment manager and the tag, and the tag is you can put an empty string here, or you can type here, I don't know, dialog. Now if you run this, we still have an underline here, but I don't know why. Let's delete this import. Let's clean our project again. Now let's run our app. So we have an error. Let's see why we have that error. Alright, so the problem is that we didn't return here the view. So let's type return view. This is why you had that problem. Now let's run this again. Alright, so our app opened, and now if I click on this open dialog, as you can see, we have a button sheet opened here, but the buttons are looking very weird. So let's see why we have this. I don't know why is this in this way. Alright, so I found a solution to our problem, because when we click on the open dialog, it's opening the model button sheet, but as you can see, those buttons don't have the background color, and they look very weird. We have only the text here. So to solve this, you go inside button sheet layout and you change from button to app compat button. So you type here app compat button and you choose that one, and here you do the same. You type app compat button. You go to main activity. Now if you run this, if you click on open dialog, now as you can see, we have our two buttons showing here, and they are beautiful. Next, we need to see how, when you click on a button inside the button sheet, how you'll take the text of that button that was clicked and you will display here inside the main activity. And to do that, we need to use an interface. So I'll go inside the my button sheet dialog. I'll create an interface called button sheet listener, curly braces, and it's gonna have a function on button clicked, and it's gonna take a parameter input of type string. Now we need to create this as a property here, so I'm gonna type private latent it listener my button sheet listener, so button sheet listener. And what I will do is, when I will click on the button one, I will type here listener dot on button clicked, and I will pass the text button one clicked, and here I will type listener dot on button clicked, and I will type here button to clicked, and clicked. Now I'll go down here, and we need to use the onAttach function, because we need to assign our listener to something, because now it's not uninitialized, and we're gonna use the onAttach. We're gonna override the onAttach function, because this function is called when our dialog is attached to the main activity. And what I will do here is I will type if context, so if main activity is button sheet listener, so if it's implementing this button sheet listener, then I will type here listener equals to context. So what we're saying here, if this activity is implementing the button sheet listener, then assign that listener from that activity, from the context, which in this case is main activity, to the listener that is defined in our my button sheet dialog. Else we're gonna throw an exception. So we're gonna type else. We'll type here throw runtime exception, and it's gonna say context that get that to string plus and here I will type you must implement bottom sheet listener. So if the main activity is not implementing the listener, it will be thrown this exception. It will say you must implement button sheet listener. Now I will go inside the main activity, and here I will implement the interface. I'll type here my button sheet dialog dot button sheet listener. Now we need to override the function here. We override the function, we implement the function, and we're gonna type here text view button dot text equals to input. All right. So now let's run our app. Also, I should dismiss the dialog after it's clicking on one of the buttons. So I'll type here dismiss, and that is gonna close the dialog. So let's put also dismiss here. Let's run it again. Alright, let's open the dialog. Now let's click on the button 1, and as you can see we have the text view button 1 clicked, but the text is above the open dialog. So let's go inside activity main.xml, and let's put this below, and let's change the text size to 20 sp, and the text style to bold. Now if you run this, if you click on open dialog, it will open the dialog. If you click on button 1, you get button 1 clicked, and if you open again and you click on button 2, it says button 2 clicked, and it's doing that by using the interface that we created. So here we're saying listener, and this function is gonna be, because it's overridden inside our main activity, it will get this, it will fetch this input that we pass here because this is overridden. So I'm gonna end this video now and see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can implement a persistent button sheet, and for that I will open the layout of the main activity. I will delete this text view. And for our persistent button sheet to work, we need to put at the root layout a coordinator layout. And the coordinator layout is just a container in which its child views can move easy relative to each other. For example, if you have a floating action button at the bottom, and a snack bar pops up, the button is gonna move away, so it's gonna move up to make space for the snack bar. Or if you are scrolling up and down and you have a collapsing toolbar and you have an image, that image will shrink and grow as you scroll. And in all of those cases, the behavior is achieved using a coordinator layout. Now I'm gonna type here a nested scroll view, because a nested scroll view is gonna allow us to scroll. This is why you're using a nested scroll view. I'm gonna choose for the width match parent, and for the height 350 dp. So 350 dp. Alright, I'm gonna open with the open tag, and we need to set up a few things here. The first is the background Android color green light. Let's choose. The next one is we need to type it up, and we have behavior. I'm gonna put behavior for without and we put hideable equals true, and that is gonna make possible to hide the persistent button sheet. Next I will type up behavior peak height equals to 55 dp, and this will be the height in the collapse state of the persistent bottom sheet. Next, I'll put a text view here, wrap content for width and height, and I already prepared a text for this text view to be displayed. So I'll type here text, and we have let's say text. Now if you go to design, as you can see, we have this one, but it's at the top, so let's move it down. So we need to add another thing here that I forgot, and that is layout behavior. So we type layout behavior, because now this is only a nested scroll view. It's not a button sheet, and to make it a button sheet, to type here layout behavior, and we choose bottom sheet, this one, button sheet behavior. And now you will see this move down as you can see, now it's moved down here, as you can see. All right, now let's add two buttons up here. Let's add first a linear layout, match parent and match parent, and we're gonna put a closing tag, orientation, vertical, gravity, center horizontal, and we're gonna have an open tag here, and we're gonna put two buttons here. Button, I'm gonna choose this one, up compat button. Now I'm gonna wrap content for width and height. It's gonna have an ID button underscore open, and we're going to copy this again, and this is going to be button collapse. All right, let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Now let's go back inside the main activity, but let's look at design again. So we have this, but the buttons don't have text, so let's put a text to the buttons, text to the buttons. So text, first one is open, and text close. So now you have open and close. Let's go back to code, and let's go back to main activity, and let's also add a text view. So let's go inside activity main.xml, and let's add a text view here, which is going to display the state. So we're going to have text view, wrap content for width and height. I'm going to put a padding top of 8 dp, text size 25 sp, and text style is going to be bold. Let's display some text. So text size should be there, not so text size. Text size 25 sp, and text state. So now if you look at design, we have this, we have open, close, and you also probably notice that I changed this layout behavior to this string button sheet behavior, but you can also put bottom sheet behavior, the one that you had previously with the com.google. So you can type here bottom sheet behavior, and you can put this one. You'll see, we'll see what is the difference between this one and the previous one. So type here the add string slash button sheet behavior, and everything should work fine. All right. Now let's go inside the main activity. Now let's declare a few variables here. So I will type private, later init var, bottom sheet behavior, and we have to pass here as the type, and I don't know why, but I will just type view here to not have the underlining error. Then I will type private, later init var, text view state, and it's gonna have the type of text view. Alright, then we go down here and I will type val view of type view is gonna be equal to find view by ID, and I gave an ID to our bottom sheet that is here. Bottom sheet is the ID. So I'll type here r.id bottom sheet. Then I'll type bottom sheet behavior equals to bottom sheet behavior, and I'll type dot from. So now we're getting the bottom sheet behavior and choose view. So we pass view there as the parameter. Next I will type val button open is of type button. Let's import that, equals find view by ID r.id open button. Let's press Ctrl D. Let's change this to button close, and let's change the ID to button close here. r.id button close, button collapse actually it was. Now let's set on click listener on our button. So I'm going to type button open that set on click listener, and button collapse it should be, but I will change it. Button close that set on click listener. Let's change the name to collapse. So we'll go to refactor, rename, and let's change it to collapse. Alright, and here inside the listener of our open button and collapse button, I'm gonna add here first bottom sheet behavior dot state equals to bottom sheet behavior dot state expanded. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code, and down here I will type bottom sheet behavior dot state. I'm gonna type bottom sheet behavior dot state so we're collapsing, say collapsed. And let's change also the text of the text view. So I'm gonna type here text view state dot text equals to expanded and here we're gonna type text view state dot text equals to collapse. Next down here I will type button sheet behavior, and we are going to add a callback. So button sheet behavior dot add, and we have add button sheet callback, and here I'm going to type object because we are going to inherit from an interface which is button sheet callback, button sheet callback, parentheses and curly braces, and press enter. Now we need to implement those two functions. Not just this one. So let's click again, implement members, and this one also. And we are interested in this one on state change, because here we can change. Here we can check for states like button sheet collapse, button sheet expanded. So let's type here when new state and I'm gonna put curly braces, and now I'll type here bottom sheet behavior dot state. Let's first choose expanded. I'm gonna put arrow, curly braces. I'm gonna type here text view state dot text equals to expanded. Okay, and down here I will type bottom sheet behavior dot, and we have state. Let's see what we have here. State dragging. Let's put arrow. I'm gonna type text view state dot text equals to dragging, and next I will type bottom sheet behavior dot state, and to choose settling arrow, and then I'll type text view state dot state dot text equals to settling. Then I will type button sheet behavior dot state, and we have collapsed, so let's choose this one also, and we will type text view dot text that equals, and we're gonna type here collapse, and I will type again button sheet behavior to see what we still have. Button sheet behavior dot state collapse, expanding and dragging. So those are all the states for which you can check. Now if you run this, so let's run our app now. So we have a problem. Alright, let's run it again. And again we have a problem. Alright, so I solved the problem by going inside Gradle scripts, inside this build.gradle.module, and I changed the compiler SDK from 32 to 33. So this is what you need to do. And after you change it to 33, you'll have this sync now. Click on sync now, and it will change your SDK. So this is how I solved the problem. Now, another problem that we have is that we don't we're using the text view, but we're not connecting the text view with the text view widget. So let's go up here and let's type text view state. So text view state equals find view by ID, and I give an ID to our text view, which is text view state. So if you go here, as you can see, I gave an ID to our text view state. Now everything should work fine now. So now if I run this, now if I click on open, as you can see it opened this, and I have this text. I should put other text, but it's okay, our program works. So if I click on close, it's closing the button sheet. If I click on open, it's opening. You can, as you can see, and the state is changing. We have expanded. If I drag, it says dragging. If I let it, it says settling, and then collapsed. So everything works fine, and you probably saw this kind of thing in your apps on your phone, and now you can create yourself one, and you can do whatever you want. So this is our discussion about bottom sheet, persistent bottom sheet more specifically, and see you in the next video. So in this video we'll learn how to enable and disable a button depending on if there is text typed in multiple edit text. So I'm gonna go to layout, activity main. I'm gonna delete this text view. I will put a linear layout for the root layout. So linear layout, orientation vertical, and gravity center horizontal. And here I will put two edit text, and let's choose this one, Android text, app compatibility text. And match parent, row up content for the height is gonna have an ID. Let's call it edit text name. I'll copy this. So let's copy this. Let's paste it. Let's change to edit text password. Let's give it a hint. So let's put here hint name, and here hint password. I'll go down and I'll create a button, also an app compat button, row up content for width and height, and it's gonna have a text called the text is gonna be login. So I'll type here text, and I'm gonna have the text login. Go inside main activity and now we create objects for our widget. So we're gonna type private edit text name, private latent it, edit text name of type edit text. Let's press Ctrl D and let's change to edit text password. Let's create also the button, private latent it var login button of type button. Now let's connect our objects with our UI widgets. So I'm gonna type here edit text name equals find view by ID r.id edit text name. Let's press Ctrl D. Let's change it to edit text password, and here to password, and let's type login button dot equals find view by ID r.id dot, and gonna be login. But there is a problem. I forgot to give an ID to the button. Yes, so let's give it an ID, login underscore button. Let's go back and let's type r.id login button. Now let's clean our project to get rid of those underlines. So let's go to code or to build and click on clean project. And now we need to react to our login button in real time. So as soon as we type something in our edit texts, we need to react. We need to check somehow if there is text or not. And to do that, I'm gonna type here edit text name dot add text change listener, and you can see we have watcher. So I can type here object extends text watcher. Now if I go here, now I need to implement those functions. So let's implement the functions, those three functions. But I don't like this approach because I need to do the same thing for the next edit text. So I need to extend object and I need to have all of those functions. A better way is to create this text watcher somehow down here or up, and then to use it as input here. So this is what we're gonna do. So let's delete this. I'm gonna press Ctrl Z, and what I will do, I will go down here. I will type private text watcher. Let's type private val text watcher equals object extends text watcher. Now I will go here. I will implement the functions. Alright, we have the functions implemented. And now what I can do, instead of implementing this for both of our edit text, I can just simply pass here text watcher. I can type here text watcher, and for the edit text password also I can edit text password. Password I can put add, and I can type text watcher. So now we don't have the duplicated code. We only have one time, and we listen to if on our edit text was typed text in this function on text change, and this on text change, this function, let's give it another name like s. This s will have the content type in either of our edit texts, so in the edit text name or in the edit text password. And because we are using both edit texts, and because we are using both of our edit texts, I will use the edit text directly here. So I'll type here the following: login button dot set enable is enabled. Actually, the login button that set and okay, so this set enable, and here I will type not, so the logical operator not edit text name dot text dot toString. Dot is empty, so if it's not empty, and edit text password dot text dot toString dot it's empty. And let's also add let's move this to the next line, and let's also add a trim to remove the spaces. So let's put here dot trim, and also here dot trim. Now if you run this, but first let's disable our button here. So let's go here, enabled. I will rerun this. Let's also add a padding of 16 dp. So look, padding of 16 dp. All right. Alright, so our app opened, but we don't have the padding, and also the button is not disabled. So let's run this again. Now the button is disabled, and if I type something here in the first edit, it's nothing. But if I type something here in the second, the button, as you can see, it's enabled immediately. If I delete, it's disabled again. So now, as you can see, it's disabled. If I type again, it's enabled. If I delete from here, it will be disabled. So this text watcher is listening in real time to what we typing, to what we are typing, and using the logic that we have here, gonna enable or disable the button. So I'm gonna end the video now, and see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can implement the collapsing toolbar, which expands and collapses as we scroll, and with a little change you can make the toolbar disappear completely when you scroll down, and make it reappear when you scroll up. And this is what I'm gonna do in this video. Therefore, first I'm gonna remove the action bar. So let's hide the emulator. So let's go inside our values, themes, and here I'm gonna override our themes. I'm gonna type style, and we have theme collapsing toolbar, and let's call it no action bar. And you can remove the theme at the application, so you can remove the action bar from here and it will be removed from all activities, but I want to remove it only specifically for the main activity. So I'll type here item, window, item name, window, action bar, and we set this to false. Then I'm gonna type item, name, window, no title, set this to true. Now we go inside the android.manifest file.xml, and before our closing tag there, I'm gonna type theme, and gonna add our theme, which is theme collapsing toolbar, no action bar. So if you hold control and click on this, it's gonna take us here. So it's using the theme that we override it here. Now I'm gonna go inside activity.main, and here we need to change this from a constraint layout to a coordinator layout, because in a coordinator layout you have more flexibility with the widgets which are inside of the coordinator layout, so they can move in certain ways, and you have a lot of flexibility with the coordinator layout. So let's choose coordinator layout, and down here I will type nested scroll view. I'm gonna have match parent, opening tag, and here I'm gonna put a text view which is gonna have wrap content for the width and wrap content for the height. And for the text, I'm gonna type text, and I already provide here a long text. So now if you go to design, as you can see, we have here our text and we have our nested scroll view. Next, in order to use the collapsing toolbar, you need to have a very specific layout structure. And the first thing that we need to have is an up bar layout. And the up bar layout is responsible for responding to scrolls in our nested scroll view. So the up bar layout is going to connect with the nested scroll view, and is going to react to the scrolls. So we type up bar. So we choose up bar. Up bar layout, and we choose match parent, wrap content, opening tag, and inside we put our collapsing toolbar. So type collapsing toolbar, layout. And I'm gonna choose for the width match parent, and for the height 300 dp. You can put a different value if you want here. Opening tag, and here now I'm gonna put inside this opening tag our image. So our image. Let's type image again. Image view, wrap content and wrap content. And for the source, I'm gonna type src, and I already provide the image called bridge. Now, if you look at the design, as you can see, the image is not filling the entire screen here. And in order to fill the entire screen, you just type here scale type, and you choose center crop. And now if you go to design, as you can see now, it's filling the entire screen. All right, but now if you run this, look what happens. Let's press Ctrl Alt to format the code. So you have our nested scroll view, but when I scroll, the up bar layout and the collapsing toolbar are not reacting to the scrolling, and we need to connect those two. And in order to connect those two, I'm going to go down here. I will type behavior, and I'm going to choose up bar layout scrolling view behavior. And now we go inside our collapsing toolbar, and here we're going to type scroll flags, because the children of the up bar layout have to decide their own scroll flags. So I'm going to type scroll flag, this one up layout scroll flags. Let's type scroll. Now if you run this again, click on terminate. Now if I scroll, as you can see now the up bar layout and the collapsing toolbar are reacting to our scrolling. Let's run this again. Alright, so as you can see when you scroll down, our toolbar is collapsing, our image is collapsing because the toolbar is not added yet. And when I scroll up, you see the full image here, as you can see. So now the scrolling is synchronized with the scrolling of the nested scroll view, synchronized with the scrolling of the up bar layout. So it's responding to the scrolls of the nested scroll view. Next, let's add here a toolbar. So I'll type here toolbar. We choose this Android X. I'm going to choose match parent for the width, and for the size attr I'm going to type /action bar size, and this will give us is going to give us the action bar size. Next we're gonna now let's run this to see what we have. So let's run this. Now if I scroll up, but you need to tell to our activity that we want to use the toolbar as our action bar. So I'm going to type here val toolbar of type toolbar. We wait for suggestions. So let's type toolbar again. Equals find view by ID. r.id.toolbar. So our toolbar doesn't have an ID, so let's give it an ID. Toolbar. Let's go back to main activity. Let's type r.id.toolbar, and we're gonna type set support action bar. So we're gonna set our action bar to the toolbar, and then let's also override on create options menu to create our options menu. So I'm gonna type here menu inflator dot inflate r dot menu dot example menu. I'm gonna pass menu here, and we're gonna return true. Now I'm gonna go to build. Let's clean the project to have this underline disappearing. Let's go to rebuild project, but I'm gonna let this here because it's not I think it's not gonna generate an error. The next thing that we need to do is to make sure that we have so let's run out this again to show you what I want to do. So we have our app, and now we have also the toolbar, as you can see here, but is you have this black color. We have our options menu up here. So now if I scroll this, problem is that it will to scroll the toolbar out of the screen, and we want to have the toolbar being displayed here in this way. So how we can do that? In order to do that, we need to add some new things to our toolbar, and to do you need to first go inside the toolbar, and we need to type here layout collapse mode. So layout collapse mode pin, and we also need to add a layout collapse mode for the image. So I'm gonna type here layout collapse mode, and here I'm gonna type for the layout collapse mode I'm gonna type parallax, and this parallax is giving the image this nice effect where it scrolls evenly at the top and at the bottom when you are collapsing the toolbar. So now if you run this, click on terminate, So now we have our toolbar. So now if I go up here now, as you see, you have the toolbar, but it's in this way, it's not colored. In order to color the toolbar, we need to go inside our collapsing toolbar. I'm going to type content scream, and I'm going to type Android color dark purple. So now if you run this, now if I scroll up, as you can see, you have the toolbar and you have this blue color that we added here. Now let's next do something about this black color, because you need to have the white color. You need to have the collapsing toolbar title in white and also the options menu in white. And to do that, to go inside the app bar layout, I'm gonna type here theme, and I'm gonna type theme overlay, and we choose this one, app compact dark action bar. And we also need to add this to our toolbar for the pop-up theme. So I'm gonna type here pop-up theme, and I'm gonna type theme overlay app compact light. So you choose this one. So let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Let's run this to see what we have. So now we have the toolbar, the text is white and the options menu is also white. So now if I scroll up, as you can see, we have our toolbar here and we have our actions. And if I continue scrolling, it will scroll the toolbar out of the screen. And it depends on what you want to do. If you want to get the toolbar when you're scrolling down, you can do that. But if you don't want to do that, you can add another attribute here at the scroll, and you can put here exit until collapse, and that will make the toolbar always visible on the collapse stage. So I can type here a vertical bar exit until collapse. So now if you run this, click on terminate. So we have our toolbar. So now if I scroll up, now as you can see, it's not going anywhere if I scroll up, because now it's staying in place. So now if I scroll down, now it will expand. So this is how you can use exit until collapse if you want to keep your toolbar there and not move the toolbar out of the screen. And there are other attributes that you can put here. So I can put here enter always. So let's delete exit until collapse. So let's put here enter always. And let's also put enter always collapse. So enter always collapse. And also let's add snap to see what this is gonna do. This snap is very interesting. So let's put snap. So now if you run this, get collapsing toolbar, and if you go up now, as you can see, we have this, but if I scroll up, now the toolbar is gonna disappear. And if I have the toolbar, let's say at the middle here, and I go up and I release it, as you can see, it's going up because it's snapping using this snap that we added here. And if I go down and I release it, it goes down. As you can see, this happens because we add here this snap. Now the final thing that we need to do is to make our status bar transparent, and to do that I'm going to go inside our themes, and we need to add another thing here. So I'm going to type item, and it's going to be window status bar. Let's type status bar color, status bar color Android color transparent. All right, so now if you run this, click on terminate, we have our status bar transparent, but this is white, so we need a way to get our collapsing toolbar over the transparent status bar. And to do that, we need to first add feed here. We need to add feed system windows to true, and we also need to add this to the app bar layout. So I'm gonna put here feed system windows to true, and also to our image. So I'm gonna put here feed system windows to true. So now if I run this, as you can see, now we have the transparent status bar, and when I scroll, we have our toolbar, we have our snapping, and everything works fine. Alright, so now I'm gonna end this video and see you in the next video.